There. Hello, hello. Alright, my name is Teresita Blanco, there's a sister, and we're gonna be doing the. Alright, that's the sound test. Okay, we're gonna be doing today the Head for Winter Mounts, Loving Winter Mounts story. That it's a temporary event that's only gonna be there for like 8 days, but I already got like the story unlocked, so we can like we can go do it. So since this is like an event, like I'm gonna be reading everything, so enjoy. The event is Love in Winter Mount, I think. Let me just look at it again. Love in Winter Mount, like a mountain. You read. Let's just bite into this. At last, the pesky rain season is over. The vegetation is warm and fragrant aroma. The store windows are polished to shine, and gentle sunlight pours as customers stroll among the racks, picking out their favorite clothes. Huh, come to this, and I saw so many bun hairstyles, and still there isn't enough money. Now it's this economy. If you hadn't picked Wintermouth for the venue, maybe we could have made it work. Wintermouth is a place of romance, a paradise is still much higher than elsewhere. You don't get it, asked the boss. I have my own way of doing things. His expression turns serious, and he raises his voice and lifts his head, trying to look confident. Giselle, we can't just cut costs if we want to grow big and strong. This fashion show is crucial for boosting our brand and selling our new line. It is a necessary investment, and if we incur losses, we can deduct them from the taxes, so don't worry. Right. Only this way we can keep advancing, reach the top, and finally overtake Mercury Group to become the leading apparel group in Maryland. Overtake Mercury, yeah, good luck with that. She saw Jean leans back and waves her hand and interrupts her spirited pitch with a grimace. And now, boss, I've been sold this dream since day one and I'm fed up. It's not just a dream, it has a real plan for the future, and besides, what's life without dreams? Sean, you look sincere, but somehow that doesn't feel like a compliment. Hey, what's that supposed to mean, you fat cat? Anyway, I have everything under control, but let's be smart this time and keep a low profile about the event. It's sensitive. Is that so? But we already heard everything. Huh? Hers turns to find Nikki and Teresita shaking their shopping bags innocently. The outdoor short, the one we planned when we bought the magic carpet. Hers nods, and Momo, who has been frolicking with Sean, performs a complex media spin as he comes down, filled with questions. It's been so long, and I thought that event was already done. A casual comment hits hard, and Hell's grimaces, clutching his chest and stumbling back. Sean drops his game with Momo and rushes over with Chisaoyu to support Hells. It's okay, Hells, just money troubles, right? Need my help? Chisaoyu shakes her head and sighs deeply. Even though funds were tight, we should be able to cover this with careful planning. But our boss has a rival, and when the clothing stores heard about our outdoor fashion show, Did they sabotage Head's funding? No, they simply booked every good available model first. Damn it, they're rich. Is that even the point? In a high-stakes business, the simplest strategy is often the most effective, and I learned that now. Knowing too much can sometimes be a curse. Tell me about it. Fans are tight and we had no models. Should we just call off the event? Hess doesn't reply, but just closes his eyes slowly, and beside him, Chisayu continues with a pain expression. It's too late. The boss booked a non-refundable resource in Wintermouth 2 months ago to save costs, and the stage is nearly complete. So they got a fashion show, but no one to wear the dresses. Hess turns away, and his shoulders slump in a sad silhouette. Don't lose hope. We'll figure something out. Together, and there's always a solution. Exactly. Teresita and I are here to help, and just tell us what you need. You guys are amazing. Chisayo grabs Nikki's hand and tears of gratitude fill her eyes. So why are you been running things here since we started? And whose story is this anyway? What's wrong with being a little proactive? Dedication is a virtue. In a low voice, if the store closes, where else would I work part-time? And organizing big events earns me school credits. So when is this event happening? In 3 nights. 3 nights, and we'll never make it in time. No, we can't give up now, and we have 3 days. It's enough. A refreshing voice comes from behind as Serena steps into the store against the sunlight and removes her sunglasses. That's like the motto that Hells likes. Like canonically, I think I kind of have remembered that she has like an eating disorder or something. Soft clouds drifts about, and boats with vintage sails bob near the shore, and their sails flutter as the waves hum a distant melody like a song in a lover's heart. This is Wintermouth, the Yolos Ninier's northern coast. Everyone dons their vacation attire, gathering under the large umbrella to enjoy the breeze and Serena's mom's homemade cookies. Is that a tsunami in the background, or is it just me? So tasty. Wait, weren't we just at Apple 3 hours ago?
I think it's supposed to be a mountain, but
yeah, it does look like a tsunami's coming. Yes, but Sean booked business class on flight and took us on a spur-of-the-moment trip. Sean straightens with a hint of pride and brushes cookie crumbs from his hands and pulls out his terminal and shares the news with everyone. I figured it out. Hell's rivals got backing from Farrell at Mercury Group, and then I just stealing our models. They're hosting a competing fashion show in London on the same night as ours. Dude, to steal is as if they kidnapped them at gunpoint. You know, it's just standard business. They just pay them the money and then they went for it, because like models gotta eat, even though the models gotta eat, whatever. I got an invitation that show too, and glanced at it and trashed it. And how can I go to a show in Apple that has 0 new ideas? Shameless copycat, and the store has always been out to get us, even trying to drown us out in their loud promotions. So petty, and using their boss as a crush on Hells. Chisayu punches at the air in frustration before sighing and slumping her shoulders. Oh, the Mercury Group. They really got a powerful ally. So what if it's the Mercury Group? We'll pull off our show and throw a wrench in theirs, and let's show them that Apple isn't just one company. Right, and that's the spirit, if only your voice didn't fade out in the end. The playful banter slowly brings some color back to Head's face, and though he remains without a clear solution, worrying etching on his brow. Serena maintains a bright, warm smile, though her eyes flicker with concern, and Nikki, recalling the reason unlike gossip, reaches out and tenderly shakes her hand. Dream Within a Dream has been a hit, and Serena caught a lot of attention, but as her star rises, so do her critics. They accuse her of abandoning her roots, saying that she turned to acting because modeling was too hard and that she vowed to be money. And these baseless accusations are wearing thin, and what a better way to silence them than with a stunning fashion show. Serena, as well-known model, and the boss must have invited you, right? Yes, but I turned it down. Hess looks at Serena surprised, and she tilts her head and gives him a light-hearted smile. But if you need a model, and as a friend, I can help. And she has said this to him the afternoon he decided to open the store. Back then she was frail and thin, and the dress he gifted her hanging loose, but her smile was bright and full of life. Surrounded by the breeze and the flower shadows, she spun joyful on the grass, and her eyes aglow with a golden sunlight. Sinking back, Hers reaches into his pocket and fingers a delicate box inside and silently makes up his mind. If this event goes off without a hitch, Nikki looks around and clasps her hands to break the awkward silence. So yeah, I think like the box is just maybe he wants to like propose to like his model friend maybe. Just sitting around won't help. Let's just stroll around the resort and maybe we'll get some new ideas. Oh, group brainstorming, I know this drill. She saw George Cassius and lip sauce and grabbing Momo in one hand and tugging at Sean's collar with the other, and Nikki takes Teresita's hand and the group takes a step forward back. I'll take the left with Momo and Nikki and Teresita on the right and Sean to the east and you two handle the rest. Wait. Everybody moves without unprecedented speed and before Hess can even react, they have vanished at the crossroads. Nikki pulls Teresita along while Qin Xiaoyu carries Momo and the two groups head off to explore in different directions. Sean left on his own and pulls out his phone and dials Cece to share his woes, quote unquote. Everywhere I look, there's a couple and even the cats have companions, Shishi. His voice softens, winding down through emotional pitches before trailing off into a long drawl. Using a voice changer, are you? No, I actually have a... Understood, leave it to me. Doesn't the secret operation feel exciting like that popular spy couple from the movie? The response he gets is the busy tone of the phone. As evening quickly approaches, the group reconvenes around a small campfire to debrief. Let's start with me, and I had the most field experience. Chisayu puts her hands to her hips and confidently pulls out her chest. Using my unmatched social skills, I had discovered the locals here are really into socializing and know nothing about the newest fashion or trends. That doesn't sound like good news. What exactly are you bragging about? But everyone was really friendly and curious about the show, and I even strutted a little catwalk and passenger-by clapped and gave me some change. They thought you were just putting on the street performance. You're just being harsh. And Nikki hugs Momo and Teresita covers Momo's ears so they can share their findings without distressing him. Momo got it around the locals aren't interested in our kind of commercial activities. All those events are noisy and boring and they promise to boost development but things stay the same. Sounds like Miami Beach in a nutshell. That fashion show, the models look good but those clothing are strange and they cost a fortune. Their accurate impression draw a round of resignated laughter from the group. One more thing, it's strange that there are so few tourists here with the peak of season approaching. Successful events need big crowds and hence chose Wintermouth for its potential crowd draw, right? Actually, this resort is new and a bit out of the way and it hasn't built a reputation yet, and then the conflict between Apple and the Northern Kingdom started. And the government tried to boost the local economy with various events, but to no avail, and I chose this place because it was cheap. I knew it wouldn't be popular as those established resorts, but I thought it's still Wintermouth and I didn't expect it to be this quiet. We can't just cut costs if we want to grow big and strong, huh? In knowing Xiaoyu's somber mutter helps lose away. Serena can't help but chuckle and quickly jumps to the light and the mood. Head's new line is about romance in daily life, which really fits the laid-back romantic vibe here. We showed some local the designs and they love them and even appreciated some of those thoughtful touches. That's great, but we still have no models, and it's nice that they like the designs, but are they going to model for us? That's actually a brilliant idea. Wait, what? Nikki, are you suggesting the locals could be our models? Yes, her new line is a vacation theme and it's not aimed at the rich and famous, so having too many well-known models might actually alienate our target audience. Since the resort still fits our design concept, why not have the locals model our clothes and they can bring out the relaxing romantic feel in a natural setting. That's a great idea. It's fresh and eye-catching, and the promotion might even turn out better. Brilliant. Let me think about what tweaks we can make. Hess gets lost in his thought and for a moment and then pulls out the terminal to start tweaking the project plan right there. But if the locals are generally against commercial activity, would they even agree to participate? Sean clears his throat loudly and drawing everyone's attention before proudly raising his head. Right, the young master has been complaining all this time and hasn't done much to help. Well, it's time to show what I really can do. Sean light purple hair flutters in the sunset with flickering flames reflected in his eye. And Momo grows nervous and his expression turning solemn. And with a mysterious smile, Sean slowly pulls from his pocket a gilded black card. And the cast luxurious understated gold catches the light and dazzling Momo, who has to shield his eyes. Okay, we get it. You're rich. Can you turn off the flashlight now? Ha! There's more, and when till you hear about the secret plan Cece and I put together. Cece, is she here too? She's got a special mission. The next day, Cece stands at the entrance of Lawrence busy street and eyes narrowing in satisfaction as she watches the crowd. Perfect, let's get started. Behind her, groups of young people suddenly get off the bus looking at either nervously or serious. And one of them clutches something tightly looking at Cece again for confirmation. You're not lying, right? The shadow group, really. And Cece smirks mysteriously and slowly produces from her pocket an official seal. Sure, just for this morning, and once we're done, I'll stamp your internship or social practice certificate right here. It's not that we can afford wages, it's just that credits are more cost-effective. And this ignites the students' passion. Yeah, good luck with that. And they jump into the crowd energetically promoting the event. Vacation, awesome, and watching a fashion show, and even more awesome. And bagged by famous models and planned by brand president and experiencing a March summer at Wintermouse Beach Resort, where leisure meets fashion. Well, that's mind control working for you. You can convince the students to work for just credits, whatever. Delicious food and scenic fashion show, all with waterfront view, and enjoy the ultimate luxury at Wintermouse Premium Eco Resort. Indeed, all of these students were brought in by Cece to promote the resort and her fashion show. And their desire for credit motivates them to make witty remarks, and some even showcase their talents like street dance and freestyle to catch attention. And their innovative performances on his social media, and as the Shadow Group ramps up promotion, the resort booking quickly doubles. Vulture Trouble paces outside the president's office and messing up his attire, twirls her hair before signing, stepping inside the report the street events to reign. You're bringing this minor issue to me? Well, I think the famous model they're advertising might be our Mercury era Serena. Serena, the actor, aren't you still her agent? What's the matter? Their show and our group sponsor show are on the same day, and it could split the attention since Serena is also an artist under the group. Do you think? Rain takes the flyer and looks over it, and then smiles whimsically, folds it into the paper airplane. The high-end show is led by our shareholder Ferrer. Oh, and the guy who incited trouble at my Mystique Club and kidnapped Nikki. And as for the Apple apparel group, the store is run by a little guy, Heads, right? Exactly, and he's not just a designer but also a sharp businessman. And he built his business from the ground up and has made rapid rise in the recent years. Chan from the Shadow Group is tied with him, and so is Nikki and the Savior investigator, and reports suggest they're both involved in this event. Hearing familiar names, Rain's eyes light up with interest. Nikki's taking part, and this should be fun, and we can't let down our friends, can we? And it's just a fashion show, and if Irel's size draws more attention, the group benefit, and if her side gets more attention, it boosts Serena's fame, and that's a win for you as her agent, isn't it? So he's just indifferent to her because since Serena works for them, it doesn't matter if she's working for, and she's a temporarily on loan because they'll win either way regardless of whether the competition does well or Barona. The sudden kind remark unsettles Vulture, and before he can slip away, Rain has thrown the paper airplane his way. Vulture, how about we make a bet on which one show draws more crowd? Really, a bet with you. The tip of the paper airplane hits his forehead, and Rain's smile is unreadable, and his eyes closed red eyes sparkle shrewdly, but pressure Vulture has no choice but to agree. Alright, then I'll obviously back our group. I put my money on heads. For Rain, losing a bit of the group's rival, the group's trivia profits to undercover favorites' influence is a profitable deal indeed. Just as betting isn't fun and setting up something big at Mystique make it a spectacle. Oh my gosh, Sean, and who knew you were such a man of action, and did you see the potential issue with foot traffic right from the start? She saw you is amazed as she strolls through the trending news and viral videos. You see me in a new light, aren't you? And I'm not just some clueless rich kid. But the rich part does help. He proudly puffs his chest, surrounded by dazzling light. And that's perfect appeared to quote with his photo for dramatic end to our feature story. And Vivian switches off the camera flash and pleased with the shot. And Vivian here too. She was nearby when I checked her location, and after I briefed her on what was happening, she couldn't resist coming over to cover it. Thanks everyone, the Apple Apparel Group is grateful to each and every one of you. Don't mention it, and I already talked to the local residents who will participate in the show and help add several more tips on the Apple to Nenier's tour guide. And then Serena and Shijayu and Nikki and Teresita will split into two groups to teach the basics of modeling, and helps you keep pushing forward with the stage setup and coordination. Everyone nods in agreement, giving Sean looks of trust and admiration. And Sean beams with pride, though no one can see his hand trembling in his pocket, tightly clenching the gilded black card. And during this sudden turn of events, all of these expenses are coming from years of his saved up pocket money. Also, so apparently he's like poker fishing the fact that he's rich, but he's probably in the poorhouse by now, since he's using his own personal wealth. Ayenta brings Carrie's burst of sweet fragrance as Shi Xiaoyu and Serena ascend the stone steps to quaint brick and wood building. A somewhat faded large umbrella stands next to the building's entrance, and the shelves hold piles of fresh fruit, and each marked with prices written on a small cardboard signs. Wow, this fruit shop is just like the ones back in my own neighborhood. But the quantity of the fruit is excellent, and Serena casually picks an apple and pointing out its vivid colors and subtle patterns to Chi Xiaoyu. Those overly bright apples in obscure stores are actually that tasty, and these are the freshest, sweetest, and more affordable too. Give the simplicity of the shop in the resort, and it's like a run by a local elder. And before she finishes speaking, a girl in a t-shirt and short comes out of the house, fanning herself with her palm fan. And she's over 20, tall and tan, with a teasing smile that shows that she has overheard the conversation. Sorry? It's okay, my shop might look a bit rough, but I personally select each item, and you can trust the quality. The shopkeeper welcomes them inside with a wave of her hand, and her eyes linger on Serena. I didn't expect you to be so down to earth, picking fruit and watching prices, and not at all like a big star, I imagine. I actually grew up on a farm, and if you ever visit Pigeon, you're welcome to pick grapes at my place. Sure, and I always wanted to travel around the continent. And once the war is over, I'll close up shop and taste the fruits from every country. Alright, let's focus on why we're here and start learning how to walk like a model. The shopkeeper, easygoing nature and natural charm made the teaching sessions a breeze, but the hot weather eventually takes a toll and everyone ends up sweating profusely. Ahead, this calls for my secret recipe, drink. And the shopkeeper grins proudly, pulling a big glass of jug filled with pink beverage from the fridge. Wow, thank you. It smells like strawberries. Is it juice? Before the shopkeeper can explain, Shizayo has already poured herself a large glass of iced juice and guzzles it down. Maybe soylent green in juice form, for all she knows. Wait, don't drink it so fast. It's not juice, it's my homemade strawberry wine. Afterwards, Chisayo and Serena laden with gifts of fruits from the shopkeeper and head towards their next teaching location, the Wintermouth Bar. And Chisayo, probably exhilarated from the wine, skips next to Serena, and her eyes sparkle with a thrill of gossip. Hehe. I didn't expect you to turn down their offer and to join our show instead, and you and the boss must be close, And what do you think of him? Serena purses her lips and shifts her gaze and casually plays with a strand of her blonde hair. Chisayo's interest grows and she presses him gently, nugging Serena's arm with her shoulder. Come on, tell me. He's a genuinely good person. Well, like, what's she talking about? Like, Vulture? It's funny because, like, right now in the plot where we're adding, like, the chapter story, we first met Vulture as a freaking lunatic throwing bombs at you. He's just a complicated man. Let's leave it at that. Yeah. He handles things so tactfully and decisively, and his views on design and aesthetics really inspire me. See, I told you the boss is a good guy. Actually, he organized this fashion show and largely because of you. Huh? Chisayo's eyes are slightly glazed over and she doesn't catch the surprise in Serena's face as she rambles in excitedly. Business was slow and he originally planned just an online campaign for the new collection. Oh, I think she was talking about which part? Did you say? I think she was talking about heads, not Vulture. Whatever. But he wanted to support you against those haters accusing you of forgetting your roots, so he decided to go on out with a live show to help you bounce back. Oh yeah. The boss that she was talking about was Hells. The boss is usually so frugal, but this time he spared no expense, renting the best venue in Wintermouth and hiring top-notch station media team. But he didn't expect so many surprises, which is why he hasn't said anything yet. It's good I came on my own. Serena opens her mouth but ends up just saying this with a smile. Xiaoyu, thank you for telling me all this. Yeah, your presence is going to make a difference, I'm sure of it. And the show will be a success. Everything will work out. Serena, how come there are three of you now? Xiaoyu's face reddened and her voice fades and slowly slurs to the side of the road. Xiaoyu. He drank. Ring, ring, ring. Nikki pushes open the store door and the sea breeze follows her inside, playing with the wind chimes to create cheerful short tune. And the room is bathed in a dreamscape of rainbow light from sun streaming through the crystal decorations. What a beautiful kept store, and the animals really love life. Sunlight pours on the sea, scattering into golden sparkle. A girl arrives with a breeze and playing the melody of summer. Huh? Piano notes playing with a shatter and drawing everyone inside where they find a young man in white elegantly dancing his fingers across the piano keys. He appears to be a poet, but I'm not sure. Let's keep watching. The cat, like an orange cloud clothed in the golden sunset glow, breathes into my room. I think that was probably a haiku, maybe. Clothed in sunset glow must be referring to Momo's clothes, and what a lovely metaphor. Too bad I'm not a cat. Not that that's not the point, and we're here to teach you modeling. Alright, let me just finish here and I'll be right with you. The young man speeds off his preparation and quickly finishes the remaining skewers, and then he shreds his chef attire and turns off the classical music. Yes, this clean, elegant shop named Poet of the Sea is actually a barbecue joint. Such a fascinating place and such a cheerful owner. Burp, and the barbecue was delicious. After the teaching session and having been well fed by the poetic shopkeeper, Nikki and the rest strolled the streets bellies full. Unemployment due to the war, and he returned to start a barbecue business out of necessity, but unexpectedly found his calling. He's even working on a poetry book now, and his life story is quite the saga. Sure's a good man, and I'm sure he'll succeed and become a famous poet. Say nobody ever. Like if you think being like a writer's hard, you're being a poor writer. Whatever, I'm getting off track. As they chat and round the corner, they unexpectedly run into Serena and Chisayu. And Chisayu, supported by Serena, stumbles towards the Wintermouth bar. The bartenders feature a sculpture of a musical instrument welded from steel pipes and exhausted by the climbing plants and blending punk aesthetic with a touch of freedom. And at this moment, the door opens and a man and a woman come out to welcome them. And the man, tall and sturdy, wearing a baseball cap and loose striped shirt with jeans, and quickly steps forward to support the unsteady Chi Xiao. Whoa, thank you, handsome sir. The elderly man, dressed in hip-hop style with a full head of white hair, kindly nods. Behind him, a woman in a red sleeve dress and a leather jacket takes the fruit from Serena with a smile. You lovely girls, you shouldn't have brought fruit. Ah, apples. Our hometown is known for them, and my granddaughter loves them too, and if only she hadn't been in the War of Independence, she'll be about your age now. Always war, and we just got some peace, and now more war. Hey, let's not be so negative in front of the girls. Let's enjoy the present. The old man passes his wife's shoulder, cutting off her thought, and he turns to the two girls with a broad gesture. Don't mind us old folk rambling, and send for the fruit, and after your mothering dance and drinks are on me. Awesome. Now, in the end, only Serena enters the bar to continue the lessons, while the half-drunk Chisayo is escorted away by Nikki and the others. And the next stop is a hair salon with a flashing neon at the entrance, and the owner, a woman with long black hair and smoky makeup, exudes an air of weariness. I really don't feel like going on stage, and that Sean guy offered me so much money I couldn't see past it. But I'm just not up for it now, and maybe I should just give you your money back. Don't say that. You have such a nice, distinct look, and you're perfect as a model. Is there something troubling you? The shop owner sighs deeply, and her attention fixed on Teresita. Actually, I had a new hairstyle today, but no one to try it on. I know that once I finish this new hairstyle, I feel much better. Nikki and Momo and Chisayu all turn their attention to Teresita. Like eventually, my self-canvasser, instead of shiny Nikki, gains a corporeal form. And evolves from being a voice in Nikki's head to an actual flesh and blood person. But that doesn't happen yet in the main story. But the events are usually take place after the main plot. Usually, whatever. I'm getting sidetracked. Eventually, under the shopkeeper's keen gaze and everyone's eager glances, Teresita bravely sits on the styling chair. The shopkeeper cheerfully whistles and pulls out a myriad of bottles and starts mixing them. Wow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Are you making a legendary multicolored look? Huh? If like the Joker could pull it off. Heads who should be busy setting up the stage was in, and his cheeks flushed and his lips pressed together in nervous anticipation. Nikki, Teresita, Xiaoyu, I have a favor to ask you guys. Alright, let me see. What's that? Oh, no, it was, yeah, it's 7 now. The fashion show kicks off tonight, and after a morning rehearsal, Nikki, Teresita, and Serena and Xiaoyu arming out stroll along the seaside promenade. Love fortune-telling. Following Xiaoyu's gaze, everyone sees an elderly lady with long blonde hair reading fortunes for young passersby at a small stall. Why does this grandma look so familiar to me? This is fun, let's go check it out. Chisayu winks at Nikki and Teresita and then drags Serena to sit in front of the fortune teller. Wintermouth is a place of romance, and its sea breeze has witnessed countless of love confessions. And you, the tall and beautiful lady, are you going to have an unforgettable night here and filled with memories of love? Thank you, I am very much looking forward to it. After the moon, Nikki looks back at the stallholder, meeting Prodia's meaningful gaze. Then you meet more of her in like an early event. Pink and white flowers flank the runway, and under the palm trees, a grand piano gleams softly. And the show is about to begin, and the audience standing on the soft sand curiously peers at the round main stage hidden behind the curtains. Suddenly, the heavy curtains fall, and leaving only the delicate veils dancing in the wind. With the sound of the seagulls and the chimes of prelude, a night of melody starts, and Nikki and Hers walks out behind the veil. And Nikki's wearing a light green checkered swimsuit and holding a red bean popsicle, and full of youthful energy. And Hers still has his side top hat, but now with a playful swing ring around his shoulder. Elegance doesn't have to carry a heavy burden, and fashion isn't out of reach. Swan Coast, the new spring-summer line from the Apple Apparel Group, brings comfort and ease for your leisure moments. Thanks to you, my enthusiastic friends and diligent staff, of course, all of you who came to see the show. Now, let's get this carnival started. As the crowd cheers and the platform slowly retreats with Nikki and Harris while the models dressed in latest fashion continue to emerge. The fruit shop owner is in a beige suit and a sky blue waist collute with a white belt embroidered with palm leaves and a mix of simplicity and elegance. And her slight tan skin, unconventional yet unembellished, radiates energy and charm. And as she reaches the runway, then she suddenly pulls an orange from her hidden pocket. She sneaks the orange and tucks it away again, demonstrating the outfit's sleek design and practicality. The barbecue shop owner appears in a plain long shirt accentuated with a dazzling rainbow gradient on the hems and cuffs, and his sun hat is shaded in blue and white like the sky clouds, and the white brim is still slightly creating a smooth curve in its sturdy improvised shape without blocking the view. In front of the camera, he adjusts his sunglasses decorated with a fine chain and softly recites a poem. And the crystal pendant glimmers as he moves, reflecting a relaxed and literary charm. War flames, scattered by time, dust that was coming from the stars, bloom in fireworks, spreading the scent of freedom and peace to the southern horizon. From now on, tears only for joy, not for goodbyes. The elderly couple who run the bar made their entrance, both dressed in nostalgic floral attire that looks classic and timeless. And their silver hair glistens under the sunlight, but their backs remain straight, and wrinkles can't hide the kindness and joy on their faces. And as the breeze touches them, it is as if time rewinds their youthful days of love and vitality. And the hair salon owner, having cast aside her eerie melancholy, steps out confidently in a black bikini. Tiny diamonds form a smoky swirl pattern, echoing the subtle design of the mesh and cover, giving her a look that's sexy, mysterious, graceful, and relaxed. Joining her on stage is her masterpiece, Teresita's hair, styled to match the same shirt. And the hairstyle appears fresh but features a playful and rebellious iridescent gradients near the ear and at the tips. The models are ordinary residents of the resort, but with the guidance from Nikki and the others, and the outfits matching their individual styles. And they successfully showcase the new line's relaxed and fashionable concept. And as the sun disappears and below the horizon Serena, the star of the show finally takes the center stage. Yeah, that's a nice one-looking outfit. She wears a white gown adorned with interweaving feathers and a silvery dress with a hand decorated with tassels of varying laces and pairing striking wings on her back. Fashion can be simply casual or elegant and striking, just like a swan can leisurely glide on the water or spread its wings and soar to the vast sky. This is the only piece in the show that prioritizes concept over practicality, but on Serena it doesn't feel distant. Her confident elegance captivates the audience and brings the atmosphere to a peak. It is the power of a top model. The fashion show may be over, but the best part of the night is just beginning. As Nikki and Hess promised, it's time for a carnival. Jazz and her banjo and the elderly couple for a concert on the beach, and the barbecue shop owner sets up a booth, and the fruit shop owner offers a selection of homemade wines. Prodia strolls barefoot on the beach and draped in starlight, blessing the lovers around her. Vivian captures each memorable moment with her camera, and her feature story receives impressive reviews and shares. The beach lights and delicious food set the scene, and as the tourists dance and sing, enjoying the breeze and the nightlife of Wintermouth. And her surprise publicity team kicks into high gear and sending viral snippets of the show online with phrases like fashion isn't out of reach and swan coats trending quickly. And even Rain, the new president of Mercury, Girl lifestyle-related posts. The Caesar fashion show is a smashing success. Charming dawn lights the meandering path, casting a warm glow of the beach and making the sand sparkle like fireflies. And everyone is indulging in the carnival except for Hells and Serena, who are simply strolling along. Laughter and music race over the distance, and the sound of the waves under the starry sky adds a serene romantic touch to the moment. The path ends is decorated with fresh flowers, and the soft white light from the golden lamps is gently diffused by curtains, creating a dreamy, poetic atmosphere. This is what Hess wanted Nikki and the others to arrange, setting up the Caesar restaurant, where he plans to confess his feelings to Serena. Tonight, the sea is really beautiful. Translation: you look very beautiful, milady. Hess stops and takes a deep breath, and after a long pause, he only manages to say this, and his voice even wavers shape due to his nervousness. Yes, it is very beautiful. Serena, sensing something more, turns to face hers with a look of earnest tenderness. Can I visit your farm to pick fruit? That's very direct. Serena can't help but laugh. A warm, genuine laugh because she finds him adorably endearing. Yes, you're welcome anytime to come pick my fruit. Heads, you say the lines, and you got her laughing now. Come on, you're not a high schooler anymore. Heads, you got this. Pick up the chick already. From the darkness, Nikki and Teresita, Shauna and Xiaoyu and Momo all in a row peer out from behind some bushes. Shauna and Xiaoyu are so anxious that they slap their thighs, while Nikki and Teresita grip each other's hands tightly. Serena's smile causes her face to turn beet red, and he boldly pulls out a small red satin box from his pocket, and he drops to one knee. My goodness, what did I miss? How did I get to this part so fast? As the box opens, everyone holds their breath, and the moonlight shines on a shiny silver key strung on a necklace inside. This is the key to my safe. Oh, dude, you already ruined it. Huh? Wait, what? Where's the ring? Who still uses safe these days? This is hopeless. Let's cut it at night, and I want to go back and grill some barbecue. Or maybe it's like some weird euphemism. Tum tum tum. Hess hears his heart pounding, overwhelmed by nerves, and he can't look at Serena, so he closes his eyes and pushes on. My bank account, my accounting bills, the store contract, and even the key to the truck. It's not much, but I promise to work hard and make more popular clothing. But I guess it's just since he doesn't feel confident enough to like ask her for marriage, he's doing what guys normally do, which is pufferfish their ability to provide for the woman. So he's like basically being like, you're like the hottest chick I ever seen. So, but look at me, I'm a provider. I may not be so tall and cool, but I can provide for you, maybe. So go out. But he hasn't had the courage yet to like ask her officially on a date or for marriage, which is what he originally wanted. No, what I mean is, everything I have is there. Will you accept it? After shouting this, his breath quickens and his outstretched hands shake. He feels Serena take the key, and then it's returned to his palm. Huh? If you're not sure, that's... Hayes opened his eyes, started to find Serena squatting down to meet his gaze, and she sweeps her golden hair aside and gently hooks the necklace with the key with her pinky finger. Aren't you going to help me put it on? Her cheeks are flushed and her eyes are sparkling, and the silver light falls on Serena's neck, and she presses it to her chest and smiles gently. And the salty breeze blows, and the light flickers, and the shadows play around them. And Hess remembers the first time they met, and she was a small model being criticized for her figure under the flash of cameras, and he was an assistant just running event errands. Later they found their own paths, and she wore a dress she made herself and not at all fashionable, and smiled as they took their first promotional photo for the clothing store on the grass. And he remembers them escaping the crowd hand in hand, and her excitement about being chosen by Misty, and the carefree rolling in the field of dandelions. And now she wears the same smile, a pure and radiant smile that lights up the clear sky above. And Hans lets out a long breath and sinks to the ground exhausted, and he bows his head and presses his hand to his heaving chest, and his heart racing, almost ready to burst. And Serena then takes his hand, and as her long hair brushes against his cheek and the neck, and he tastes the intoxicating sweetness of fruit wine. Well, that escalated quickly. I guess now the last one. The Mystique Club. And the night is deep and all is silent, and the perpetual gleam of the assistant light means Vulture can never clock out. And having lost his month's performance bonus and facing more late nights, Vulture scratches his thin curly hair and sighs as he picks up his instant noodles for a midnight snack. And meanwhile, President Rain, opposite of him, indulges in a luxurious pizza topped with double cheese, premium beef, and high-grade caviar from Wintermouth. If you had bet on heads with me, you might have won enough to retire instantly. Yeah, who puts caviar on a pizza? That sounds gross. Like, is it actually good, or I don't know? It just feels like I don't know. Doesn't the cheese go bad with the caviar? But then again, Rain isn't like somebody that was born rich, so I guess he just made his pizza like that in order to, because he thought that that's what a rich person would eat. Yeah, I agree. Like Rain isn't like a rich guy. He's just somebody that the real President Mercury got in order to handle his business while he's off doing his own weird magical stuff. But we haven't met Mercury yet in the stream. We'll deal with him when we deal with him. And Mercury's fun. Silently, Vulture sucks up the noodle and the loud slur making his quiet sob of financial despair. Losing isn't necessarily bad. Sometimes winning money can bring even bigger problems. Players might win a bit now and then, but the house never loses. And as for those who think they can stay in the game and win long term, ha! Yeah, that's a good advice for poker. The only way to win at poker is to be the owner of the casino. Rain flips a gold-pledged chip in the air and ding. It lands perfectly on a poker card with a joker that seems to be smirking from beneath. His phone buzzes with a call from Fire, and today marks the end of Fire's influence over the group. Everyone wins. It's a cause for celebration. Alright, so that's the end of the story of this little event. Let me see. Oh, well, done like 49 minutes. You think maybe it's a little early. Just a bit early to cut it quick. Maybe I can do like mine.
I cooked a new dish for lunch.
Oh, maybe we can do one of the little mind maze ones. Let me see. Okay. Let me just gotta find my way to the chapter selection. We got mind maze and yeah, because the mind maze are shorter than the main story, so yeah, that works. Like this mind maze is like the flashback memories of Lowen, I think. Yeah, I forget. Our only companion during the journey to the ocean of memory are emotions and memories. Who we are, where we are going. The answers about the future are found in the ever-changing spirit world. I walk to the memories of tens of thousands of people every day and discover how to find truth in the world of illusion. Looks like Nikki and Momo finally enter the spirit world of a person. Each person's spirit world consists lively memories and illusions. This should be fun. Styling power is a power that points to the truth, and it has the ability to transform illusions into reality. I think Nikki has what it takes. Why are we just in the mountains? Why are we at the train station all of a sudden? Lowen said something about meeting the mayor here. Huh, is that Lowen? Lowen? I don't think he can hear you, and he looks a little different. You're right, he looks younger. Nikki takes out the photo from her pocket. He looks more like himself in this photo. Lowen, the war has been won. Will I see you in London? Yes, Brother and I are taking this train and we'll see you at the award ceremony. Like I guess the mind mazes are not boys. Sounds good. I'm going back to on the military train. Why isn't everyone asking about me? Brother, isn't he the person that Lowen visits? He looks just like the man next to Lowen on the photo. I think I know what's going on. What is it? It feels like no one in the station can see or hear us, right? Uh-huh. And Lowen looks young and all of a sudden, right? Yes, like in this photo. That's the key, and I don't relate it to him. Aeon says that we're visitors to their era of Mirrorland and we're connected to the ocean of memories. So it's possible for us to enter someone's spirit world under special circumstances and connections. So this is Lowen's spirit world. Yes, and he saw this photo just now, so his spirit world now has memories from that photo. Catch up to him, and we need to follow him to find the exit. Lowen and Rudder are already boarded in the train, and this train from Shadowflow to Apple Federation is packed with returning civilians after winning the war. What do you think the Admiral will say to us during the ceremony? I think he won't have time because there are too many soldiers. It looks like the Independence War has just ended, and Lowen and Rudder are going back to the award ceremony. Sounds about right, but feels a little weird somehow. What's weird about this? She's just hoping to see Lowen again in Roden. And what else is weird? They're soldiers, why are they taking a civilian train? That's right, the war summit just said that there was a military one. What's going on? Is the world warping? what's up with that battle? Look, I think something changed in the spirit world again. We're back on the platform and the train hasn't left. We traveled back in time too. Lauren and Rhoda are just ahead, but what about the other officer? He wasn't there last time. The story we're seeing has changed. You must succeed. Failure's not an option. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lauren and Rhoda board the train. Did you confirm the mission details again? Yes, I have received the final confirmation from the military. Even the dialogue on the train is different. Does that mean Lauren and Rhoda boarded the train to carry out a secret military mission? That's why they're on the civilian train. This is a real memory. I see how it is now. Aeon said the spirit world has both memories and illusions. And I think we need to break the illusions and find the real memory to live here. A spirit world that has both real memories and illusions. I see. We need to spot anything that doesn't make sense. My brother be like this whole game. The target this time is Shadow Snake, the guy that hacked into the Apple military network 10 minutes ago and left a threat. That's horrible. If he had done it earlier, this train would have been stopped altogether. An act of terrorism. Well, that escalated quickly. Well, there'll be a terrorist attack on this train. The warning letter is our only clue. I still don't really understand it. And what does it even say? He was probably like me back then, hated school and never learned how to spell properly. The communication shows the original text from the hacker. I take everyone on Express 4570 and down to the abyss of the death. What if it's not a terrorist warning? And the military said the message is, I'll take everyone on Express 4570 down to the abyss of death, but maybe that's not right. Maybe he just did too much overtime and wanted to play a joke, like a performance art. Like a hacker troll being a hacker, being like a total heel and like getting the military mobilized over nothing, Funny pranks that hackers like to do. Hacking to the military for a joke? You're a funny one, brother. No, hackers be jerks, so let's just leave it at that. Rhoda has a point. What if it isn't? What if it's just a joke and then there will be no terrorist attack and no one will get hurt? Maybe that's what everyone was hoping, and that's why the memory might be an illusion. Maybe deep down inside, Lauren was hoping it was a joke. What did you find? Well, that is acting weird, like he's trying to hold the credit. If Shadow Snake can't even spell, how did he even hack into the military? Yeah, you're right. The road is warping again, and that we pinpointed out the problem. Watch out. I'll shadow the illusion this time with my styling power so we can find the real memory. Yeah, like this is some serious mind control stuff she's doing, like mind reading and everything. My brother be like, point what doesn't make any sense, and then be like, the game.
present you with the most beautiful dream.
You did it. We're back at when the train just left, and let's see what the threat is like this time. The target this time is Gummy Bear and the person that hacked into Apple Military Network 10 minutes ago. The girl that no one paid attention to. That's right. Well, the dialogue changed again, and the criminal is now Gummy Bear, a girl who is almost 20 years old. Lauren, do you think she might be joking? Maybe a joke after she bought a Gummy Bear snack. I'll take everyone on the Express 4570 and down to the abyss of death. I hope so, and let's find her and buy some gummy bears so we can get this over with. And let's go to there, and I think the conductor has everything we need. So apparently it really was a prank. We'll see. Gummy bear, here comes Gummy Bear snack cart. Kids, how about a bag of gummy bears? Ha ha ha, they look hilarious in aprons and bear ears. You're too loud, Momo. No one can hear us, and let's laugh some more. And why do I get a feeling that someone is laughing at us? I'm not laughing at you. Can Rodeo sense that we're here? Maybe we do have some influence over the spirit world, and just be careful. We passed through 5 cars already, and each one had more than 4 girls that looked 19, and pretty sure we didn't miss. But then again, Nikki traveled back in time, so maybe through the ocean of memory, she's affecting the past as well. Car 6 just ahead, and this is the middle of the train, and we might bump into her. You're right, let's go. They push the snack cart into the next car and flash a big smile. And Gummy Bear, here comes Gummy Bear, snack car. Kids, how about a bag of? Someone suddenly throws a smoke grenade. Oh, that escalated quickly. The Self-Righteous Apple Federation, and this is the vertical justice. What's happening? Lon and Rodal quickly react, and the smoke is gone in seconds. But the 2 snack cars are gone. I see her. The girl looks at Lo and cuddly and runs towards the next car. Go after her, and we can't let her get away. Did she throw a smoke grenade? Lauren, you have to catch her. Wait, there's one thing that I find extremely strange. Something is up. Was it alright to get the investigation age at 16? Where did she move the cars to? She only had about 5 seconds. Like, the car. That's it, break the illusion now. Like, you just don't, like in a tight train, you just don't magically disappear cards. But then again, Love Nikki is a very magical type of crazy things happen in Love Nikki all the time. Or Shiny Nikki. Cause that's like her standard one where she's always wearing. Cause she has to have like a default dress so that she's not like Nikki. That's a bit exaggerated, and it doesn't go well with this. Oh, it's a different butterfly wings I have. Off we go. You can't have too many butterfly wings.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
But yeah, that's the elf guy Mercury. Half elf, half human. Smoke again, and what is it? And what's this? A small face like it did last time. I see her. The girl looks low and cuddly and runs towards the next car. Go after her and you can't let her get away. It's the same so far. Hold on, Rodal. Lauren looks like he just had an idea and checks the cards. He takes away a few bags off the top and reveals a bomb counting down in the middle of the snacks. So yeah, it was in the snack cart. Lauren doesn't say anything but gives her dad a look. Rodel doesn't stop and goes after the girl. And Lauren pushes the cars to the area where the cars and starts defusing the bomb. And the shop passengers eventually calm down and sit down. What if he can't defuse it in time? From the look on his face, he probably has it under control. Well, we met him in the present, so he's fine. Like, you know, he survived. He survives this. When did the two of you start following me? Huh? What? I thought he can't hear us. Rodal said someone was laughing at him, and maybe he heard you too. I can't see you, but I can hear everything you just said. Don't start smiling. Who are you? I don't know what's going on, but it will take a really long time to explain, and we're not bad people, promise. We're time travelers from the future sent to save you guys, all Terminator style. Yes, Lauren, we come in peace. And we're also aliens, don't mind us. Defuse the bomb, only 45 seconds left. Just need a password. Password? Was there something like that? Maybe it's a bit... I think it's a bit of death. You were there for that? And that's not it. What else? Gummy bear? This is probably her favorite snack. No, it's the other one. 10 seconds left. If you know what it is, and just enter it already. Verdict of justice. The bomb beeps a few seconds and then countdown starts. See, this is why you put letters in your passwords. Alright, that's a bad joke, but moving along. This doesn't exactly create your name, but thank you. You will know that we're good people. Verdict of justice, huh? She thinks she's doing the right thing. How can blowing up a running train be right? There are innocent civilians on the train. Those who commit the worst of crime often think that they are right, don't they? No one says anything. I want to find out who you really are before Rodel gets back. How about a styling battle? I see what you mean. In a styling battle, Lauren might be able to see Nikki in the spirit world. How about Bringer of Justice? And he's gonna like mind read us. Because that's how you do things. Yeah, everything starts with a styling battle. Or the way that the other chick wanted to solve it, but you know, if you gotta choose. The city piano dress.
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Found her. This is a girl, I'm sure. Her passport says Shelly, and same as the information from the military. Rhoda comes in with a girl whose hands are tied behind her back while rubbing his bruised forehead. I think she has been trained because she was ruthless. Shadi looks at Lauren and then lowers her head in silence. Who's this girl and the cat? Some friends I made just now, and they won't affect our mission. Ignore the weird aliens. What's left of it anyway? Hi, I'm Rodette and Lauren's partner. Nice to meet you. I am Nikki, and this is Momo. People in the spirit world can see us after the styling battle with Lauren. This is getting more incredible by the minute. The train is going to stop soon, and we need to get off the train to take care of the bomb. Here's the remote, and the horn sound, and the train stops by the platform. Let's go. Lauren smiles at Shelly and opens the door for her. Don't think this is the end of it. Unfortunately, you're not getting any more chances. Shelly leaves the train with her head held high, with Lauren behind her and Nikki and Momo following them. Wait, something's not right. What's wrong? Why is Lauren walking quickly by himself? Is the girl really logic? Could there be a mistake? Where is Rhoda? Why is he? Rhoda checked her identity already. Nikki, are you focusing on what's really wrong? Rodelle. Lauren notices something and furrows his brow. The world starts to warp again. Are you ready, Nikki? That's a nice hairdo. I think I need to find something more purple looking. That matches a similar shade of the dress. Just a lower gradient, but close enough. And a creepy doll that matches the dress.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
They go back to the moment when they haven't left the train. Did something just happen? No, nothing. What's up? We're stopping soon. Get ready. Uh-huh. Why did Rodette disappear in the illusion just now? Could it be that Lauren was hoping Rodette wasn't there? I have a very bad feeling about this. The jeep is making its way along the mountain road to a secluded area, and Lauren opens some snacks from the train. Gummy bears. Shelly glances at him, saying nothing. If you don't want them, we'll eat them all. And here, Nikki, Momo, I like the original flavor. And Rodelle, just like the strawberry ones, right? Just eat them all. The roads are steep, and Rodelle is focused on keeping the car on the road. Another hour until we reach the explosion site. Everyone is munching on snacks and watching the view, except for the girl in the cloak, and tears run down her cold face. What is it? Do you want some? And there's no age limit for candy. No. And Shelly bites her lips. If you want to admit that you're wrong, just say it. You might be embarrassed for a while, but you'll get over it quickly. Everyone laughs at what Momo just said. And Shelly doesn't reply, and she clenches her fists still tight behind her back, and so tightly that her knuckles are white. And Lloyd removes her handcuffs and hands her a tissue. And Shelly pulls the hood down and looks out the window, and without speaking a single word. Here we are, let's get out of the car. And should we bury the bomb here? Look, a majestic bridge nestles between the mountains and the mist like an artifact. The bridge looks even more magnificent from here. Should we take a photo? Sure, I'll take it for you. Lauren and Rodelle is in their military uniform and stand handsomely next to each other. Lauren pulls the gloomy girl into the photo. Come, keep this photo when you go back so you'll remember what happened and not to do something this stupid again. To the end of the war. To the end of the war. War. They smile at each other, finally able to relax from the tense trip. But Shell suddenly takes the remote of the bomb from Rodelle's pocket just as the shutter clicks. Wait! Boom. Alright, they were stupid to relax their guard. She presses a button and the bomb on Rodelle's back explodes. A ball of fire erupts in front of Nikki as the ground trembles. No, this can't be true. They are still alive. This must be an illusion. Well, we know them in the present. She is just about to take the photo. Watch out! Lauren fires a shot that knocks the remote away from her hand right after she took it from Odette's pocket. Die, all of you! And shouted with rage in her eye, runs towards Rodelle with what's left of the metal remote in her hand. The bomb will go off if it falls. And Shirley stabs Rodelle in the chest with the metal shard. And Rodelle takes it and does not move an inch. Even killing one person for Napo Federation is worth it. I want revenge. Lauren pins her down, but she still screams. And Lauren doesn't say a thing as he helps Rodelle into the jeep and treats the wound the best he can. And Shirley, now handcuffed again, sinks in the back. Never underestimate your enemy. Nikki, Momo, get in the car. The jeep drives off. Rodelle, are you alright? The shark missed the heart, so he'll be fine if we go to the hospital now. I'm fine. I've been in a war after all. This won't kill me. It will kill you, just you wait. You might live through this, but I will kill you one day. Are you from Pigeon Kingdom? Shirley does not answer. Instead, she gazes into Lauren's eyes with hatred in hers. Did your loved ones die in the war? You are the murderers. When someone points a gun at you, the only thing you can do is fire back. It's as simple as that. Kill or be killed type of situation. Surely you understand this. None of you deserve to live. The jeep dashes through the bumpy roads, shaking as if there was an earthquake. You should be happy that Rodelle isn't dead. It would have been a lot worse for you. Far away, the bomb explodes, and the giant smoke cloud covers almost half the sky. Lauren grows more concerned, and the look on his face is starting to scare Nikki and Momo. That is enough dynamite to take an entire train down into the abyss of death. Were you ready to be responsible for the consequences when you were planning this? Charlie looks back at the explosion, and the weight of what she did finally hits her, and she trembles but grits her teeth. Lauren, where could a girl get that kind of dynamite? Maybe somebody used her. And maybe she was being mind controlled or something, because that is a thing in this world. Charlie breaks into tears. No, no one asked me to do this, no. I just want the revenge. No one says anything. Time flies forward. The train station again. Look at the date, it's already been a month. Lauren is here to see Shirley off to the Pigeon Kingdom. Rodelle made me come see you off, and here, take these. Shirley takes a photo and a gummy bear. I heard your parents worked for the gummy bear before they joined the war. And Shirley, with a candy in hand, bites her lips so she wouldn't cry. She takes one last look at Lauren and then turns and boards the train. I feel like we missed something important. What is it? Did Shirley leave the father? You mean she didn't live like this? Lauren repeats that to himself and then sings something. The world works again. That's a bag and not her dress.
I see the causes of the world with my...
Still at the train station. Is that Shirley? She's in shackles. Will be handed over from the Apple Federation to the Pigeon Kingdom. Shirley will be extradited back to Pigeon Kingdom. Shirley looks down and doesn't say anything. Shirley, your dad asked me to give you this. I heard your parents worked for the gummy bears before they joined the war. Shirley, with a candy in hand, bites her lip so she wouldn't cry. Goodbye. Shirley turns and boards the train, holding her tears so they wouldn't fall until she gets home. Goodbye, Shirley. Goodbye. Lauren looks at the departing train in silence. You and Rodette are going back to the city for the award ceremony, right? Huh. And how do you end up as a freelance mercenary anyway? I became a freelance mercenary. How did you know? I should have noticed this sooner, and you're just visiting the spirit world. Loan suddenly transforms into himself when they meet him in Flowerland. Loan, I didn't expect to recall this memory, but thanks to you, I was planning on leaving the military already, and meeting Shirley only strengthened my resolve. There are plenty of problems that can be solved by war. Lauren looks towards the pigeon where Shirley's train is headed to. There must be ways without hatred or conflict, ways where people don't have to pick up their weapons and go to war. And where birds fly to the platform into large forests under the sun, and it reminds people of a future and hope. Anyway, you guys should get going. Where? A small car stops next to the platform, and Lauren opens the door to the car. Don't come into my spirit world without my permission ever again. I won't let you out so easily next time. Sorry, we didn't mean to do it. You can always just ask me if there's something you want to know about me. You know? Lauren smiles and closes the door. He'll be like, stop poking in my brain and memories, get out of here. The horn sound and the train takes off into the sky. Momo, do you think that was really Lauren's spirit world? Could it have been a dream? If so, then what an incredible dream. Sometimes the reality is even more incredible than dreams. Alright, so we finished the mind maze. Alright, so that's about it. I hope you like. Next time I stream Nikki, I'm gonna go back to the main story chapters. Alright, X to be done. Start. You wanna start? Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the RC Sister, and we're continuing with La Nikki, or Shiny Nikki. We're doing chapter 6. Lauren Hotel is busy receiving luxurious cars after another. Attendants in uniform are greeted important guests from all over the world. Most of these guests are famous collectors of Maryland, nobles or businessmen. They are in London for one thing only. A special auction is about to take place at the London Hotel. It is hosted by Shin Yi, the famous cloud actor and the owner of the Neverfall troupe. The most famous item is the Out of the Phoenix Palace, a custom designed by Shin Yi and every collector's dream. But rumor has it that there will be one more mystery item at the end of the auction. A black sedan stops in front of the hotel. The attendant opens the door and a girl in a pigeon noble outfit gets out of the car. Greetings, my lady. Hello. Excuse me. The girl pulls out an invitation letter from her exquisite bag. The attendant checks the contents of the invitation and bows to the girl. Lady Anya and those attending the action will serve by the manager and your room is ready. This way, please. The attendant loses the suitcase in the woman's hand. We can deliver your luggage to your room first. No need, thank you. Benjamin, the hotel manager, is waiting in the lobby. In a blank tuxedo with a standard smile. Greetings, Lady Anna. I am Benjamin, the person in charge of the hotel side of the auction. See, that's the one that. Yeah, that's the one that I told you that. Hello. I didn't expect the famous pigeon collector Anya to be so young and elegant. It's nothing. The auction will start at 8 p.m. tomorrow, and here are the program and booklet with all of the items. Benjamin has over the booklet along with his card.
Feel free to contact me with any questions you might have.
The attendant did take your suitcase for you. Benjamin stays his hand, but the girl pulls the luggage behind her. Benjamin smiles and takes his hand back. I will show you to your room. Please follow me. Benjamin leads the noble girl to the high floor of the hotel. All of our premium rooms are on this level with a great view of the loading. And your room is 1707. We hope you have a great stay with us and that you get what you want from the auction. Benjamin places his right hand in front of him and bows to the girl. The girl nods and enters the room. Once inside, the girl immediately puts down the suitcase and enters the password. Any longer and I would have died from lack of oxygen. Although since Mama jumps out of the suitcase, I'm sorry I had to do this so I could get in. The girl in the pigeon novel outfit is Nikki in disguise. Okay, it's interesting. I guess it's not like... It did a little voice for once and that's it. Maybe it's a little buggy. Whatever. In Rosette. It's not evening yet, so the underground mechanical city hasn't revealed it, and Rosette looks like an ordinary industrial city. The real world of the city is not looking down at her land from the highest spot. Commander, she entered Loden Hotel, and as for the CEO of Mercury Group, I delivered the bounty that intrigued Mercury to Loden myself, and he should send me. Are the arrangements in the hotel done? It's a lot more difficult than we predicted. Zoe does not frown upon hearing the report. If anything, she smiles. 10 years ago, when the entire city went dark, only Loden Hotel had lights. It was when Mercury's plan started and therefore difficult to arrange someone on the inside. Oh, I should go check to see if it's like an overall bug and I should restart the game or if it's just like a chapter 6 issue. And the best way to check that would be to go back a chapter.
Nikki, you're finally...
I guess it's just, I guess chapter 6 is not, weird. Well, let me see if it's just chapter 6 or if it's from that point on. I guess that's how it is. Alright. Whatever.
So the game stuff wasn't in chapter 5?
Yeah, it's an arbitrary number, but whatever. Let's just get back to where we were in 10 years ago, when the time was it was where Mercury's plan started, and therefore difficult to arrange someone on the inside. The night is falling little by little as the light is replaced by darkness. But no worries. Let us see if the bunny will turn the tide. Commander, she looks like an ordinary girl, and just with better styling power, will she affect our plan? Coronel, what did you see during the battle that day? So it turns and the light descends behind her. I saw something very interesting. Turns out the middle of the main street opens to reveal the mechanical city on the ground like on that scary night. When the terrifying mechanical city reveals itself, the cage carrying Nikki descends. What happened? Nikki does not reply because she realizes that the enemy in front of her is more formidable, and so is the commander of the Justiciars. If Kijin is the type who hides everything about her, then so is the type who displays her strength for all to see, so that you realize just how frightening she is. And so is looking back at her, and rather nonchalantly like watching a bunny destined to fall into a trap. You're Zoe. Tell me why you're here, bunny. A menacing mechanical eagle perches by Zoe and watches Nikki intently, and at Zoe's command, it shreds all of her enemies. And Nikki also knows she can't hide any thoughts about running away from Zoe. I'm looking to join the Justiciars. And do you know what our rule is? Power is justice. And did Caprico tell you that? Only winners can become Justiciars, and those who lost become the judge and lose everything. And the door to the cage opens, and Zoe is waiting for an answer from Nikki. And Nikki takes a deep breath and steps out. Nikki. She buries all of her fears and weakness in the bottom of her mind and a change that is necessary. Good. So he raises her hand and the mechanical eagle screeches and attacks Nikki. Nikki, watch out.
Don't back down. This is a test from Zoe.
Battle I'm in.
Go back. Yeah, but I think
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
the ego is controlled by Nikki's styling power and preciousness to her. So it's neither surprised nor disappointed and looks at Nikki while thinking deeply. She seems to have discovered something interesting and smiles. Now do I have what it takes to join the Justiciars? Room 1707, Loden Hotel. And the setting sun is completely blocked by the curtains of the hotel. And the booklet detailing all of the items is on the table with out of the finished and a bath for its crown and its cover. Two lifelike goldfishes are carved on the bath and they really look like they're swimming. And Nick is impressed by the goldfish until Mom of her name. You got in with the identity provided by Zoe, but what now? We'll take back the manuscript that Kichiji took from us, and this was a condition for working with Zoe, and a mistake that I must rectify. I'm already working with her, and she doesn't look nice. We don't stand a chance unless we work with her. And I will prove to her that I'm an ally to be reckoned with and not a girl who requires protection. And Nikki sounds a little different than before. Of course, it's time you show them what they're made of. Nikki is suddenly a little serious. The action will be very dangerous, and there will probably be other people with fake identities like us, and maybe we'll see Shinji. And he using Leon's manuscript as base, so there might be more to this. To conceal my identity, please wait for me in the room. No way, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. And I won't let you do that. And I'll just put on a disguise to look like an ordinary cat and follow you around. Momo. And Nikki stops Momo from saying more. Do you trust me? The old Nikki might have changed her mind if Momo can nagging. But the new Nikki, Momo can feel her resolve, and she has already made up her mind. Fine, I trust you, and I will wait for you here. Momo sends his head worrying about Nikki, and she holds him and pats his head. I'll be fine, I can protect myself. Knock, 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 and someone suddenly knocks on the door. And Nikki gestures for Momo to be quiet. Who is it? Pardon me, Lady Anya. This is a reminder that the dinner will take place in the banquet hall on the third floor at 6:30. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. I look forward to your arrival. And Nikki breathes a sigh of relief when Benjamin walks away. You need an elegant dress for the banquet, but also need to look like a pigeon collector. What else? This is as much as I can help. You've done a lot already. Thank you, Momo.
In addition to Momo, I'd also like to thank you for sticking by me. I'll change the ruined future.
Nikki changes into her dress and leaves for the banquet. And then she sees a black cat in the alley hallway. The cat was towards Nikki, with a rose in its mouth. It was silently and smoothly on the carpet, leaving no marks behind. Whose cat is this? The cat looks at Nikki with his eyes so golden that they almost feel magical. And Nikki kneels down and opens her palm, and the cat drops the rose in her hand. This is... When she snaps out of her new design inspiration, the mysterious cat is long gone. The decorated banquet hall of Lilith Hotel always been a favorite for holding luxurious events, and the banquet hall is ready at 6:30. And the lights are on the stage and when Benjamin in a black tuxedo stands. Thank you all for coming for the Lilith Hotel. And the auction will start at 10:30 tomorrow morning, and the rare out of Phoenix Palace will be auctioned off. And we have prepared this banquet as a gift for you.
We hope you all have a nice evening.
The banquet starts now. Waiters run to the crowd with expensive wine and their trays as guests find out more and more on the auction. Even though the Lilith Hotel is hosting, everyone knows he's backed by the Mercury Group. But I wonder what's Kiji's relationship with the Mercury considering he's auctioning off the Phoenix Palace. And how about that mysterious item? Do you know anything about that? Nikki campaigning here listens carefully to all of the conversations around her. Then somebody calls her name. Excuse me, are you Lady Anya? The man is wearing a nice suit and his glasses are half empty. Nikki doesn't know this man, but Anya might. And Nikki nods and waits for the man to continue to buy herself more time. I heard a lot about you from the collector circle, but you're different from what I heard. I always wanted to know what others say about me. An elegant but aloof collector who never shows his face, and a designer with a unique style. Are you young and friendly? This might sound abrupt, but I'd love to see your unique styles. Would you allow me the opportunity? Rumor has it that you recently acquired Focus, a rare collectible. May I see it? I gathers around and interested to see what the mysterious collector would do next. And Nikki filled with anxiety. Of course.
Was the deliberate mention of focus meant to probe who Miss Anya is?
Lady Anna, you're every bit as good as they say. Thank you. Nikki finally relaxes. I just didn't expect to see you come to Lord and yourself. Normally your aide represents you at these things. You're here because of what's being action this time, aren't you, Lady Anya? Benjamin suddenly appears next to them. Out of the finished palace in an extremely rare pierced due to its wonderful design and delicate embroidery and incredible crown. Lady Anya has always shown an interest in strange costumes, and surely she wouldn't miss this one. I'm only interested in beautiful designs, and out of the finished palace is worth a trip to Lothen. Her identity has been confirmed by Benjamin, and so no one has any doubt. Moreover, no one has actually met the real collector. I'm very honored to meet you today, and I actually have a few more questions about your collection. The man pulls Nikki to the side and speaks in a low voice while keeping the casual yet cordial smile on his face. I think the commander will be very happy to know that you're playing this role quite well. I knew you were spying for the Justiciars. When did you find out? I felt it during our styling battle. In that case, I am Vito from the Justiciars, and my identity today is a gentleman collector. According to the plan, the hotel will lose power in 5 minutes. After that, the hotel will send someone to check on the items. If you keep an eye on Benjamin, you'll find the manuscript. We need to verify the authenticity of the manuscript first, but Nikki thinks of another possibility. Listen, the guests are toasting and chatting, and no one seems to notice the two of them in the corner. Benjamin is a meticulous person, and he might think that the power outage is a diversion, so he will distract us while sending someone else to check on the manuscript. I will follow him, but you stay here and keep an eye out for anything unusual. You're better than I thought. And Nikki and Vito, with champagne in hand, look just like every other guest having a good old time. And suddenly the entire banquet goes dark. And everyone is scared, and someone starts screaming, "Oh!" Nikki focuses on Benjamin, and as expected, he makes a move. And dark surroundings made the greatest cover, and she tries to breathe without making any noise while following him. Where is he going? How is he going to the room with the manuscript? Her heart beats faster in silence, and Benjamin turns the corner at the end of the hall. And Nikki follows, but a voice from behind her speaks up. Stop. Who could it be? Her heart skips a beat, and she holds her breath. And after 1 second, 3 seconds, and nothing but silence. And she knows who it is as soon as she hears the voice. A voice that she can never forget. Shinji. You're right. The manuscript is Ezra, and Benjamin is just my way of getting you out of the hall. The power returns just as Shinji finishes talking, and the light is blinding. And Nikki takes a deep breath and turns around. They are the only people in the harbor, and Nikki looks at him in eye with no intention of backing down. I no longer trust you. Good. Shinji still carries his mesmerized smile with the butterfly birthmark that wants to fly away, just like back in Cloud Crest. Nikki is ready for battle, and she's no longer the Nikki that couldn't do anything. Shinji smiles at the new Nikki and taps the hand fan against his palm a few times and leaves the scene. He didn't do anything. He didn't uncover her identity and didn't fight her. And was it not worth his time? And the power has returned, and Benjamin is gone, and Shinji's appearance has derailed the plan, and Nikki can't go on. The manuscript really is elsewhere. The commotion in the banquet hall has died down, and Nikki quietly goes back inside so that no one knows she's gone. And Vito returns a little later. After Benjamin left, another group did the same, and so I followed them. And you were right about the manuscript being somewhere else, and I checked, and I think it's real. I thought so. But the artist was shorter than I expected, so I couldn't take the manuscript. How about you? Did Benjamin lure you into a trap? I bumped into... The attic was too short and I couldn't keep following him, and maybe he just wanted to get me out of the hall. Nikki doesn't tell him about bumping into Shinji, and was Shinji really just there to tell her the manuscript is elsewhere? And that seems too simple. And maybe he has other motives and she must be prepared for what he might do next. And can she trust this guy from the Justiciars? And can she tell her not to trust anyone easily? And the banquet has returned to its normal program. And Nikki looks around but doesn't see Shinji nor Benjamin. And Nikki suddenly remembers Momo. Vito, I just remember that I need to take care of something and I have to go now. Leave this to me. And Nikki leaves and the banquet while everyone focuses their attention on the stage. I need to change into something easier to move in first and maybe something short.
Maybe I'm getting nervous, but I'm suddenly worried about Momo.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Nikki is the only person in the hallway. The corridor is lined with abstract painting and is eerily silent. The black cat appears again on the scarlet carpet, and it looks at Nikki with its golden eyes and takes 2 steps forward and turns around. Do you want me to follow you? Nikki involuntarily follows the cat. I don't remember the corridor being this long. And the cat suddenly vanishes in front of a room. Strangely, there is no room number on the door. The door is also not fully closed and it is waiting for someone to push it open. Nikki touches the door and it swings open. There is a desk with a porcelain vase on it and a blooming rose is in the vase. Well, that's Mercury. The half-elves, dun dun dun. A little bit of sunshine shines through the closed curtains, even though it's evening. A man in a suit sits behind the desk and the black cat rests on his knees quietly. Cause like all supervillains have cats as pets. Cause that's just a fashion of the day. The man notices Nikki and shoots her a glance. The glance seems like it's empty, but the determination in his eyes overwhelms Nikki. It is like having trouble breathing in a blizzard. Then Nikki hears something behind her. She turns and sees a bullet flying towards her. Her body starts to fall after being shot, but she feels no pain. On the edge of her consciousness, Nikki hears someone calling her name. Nikki, Nikki. And this is Marina. Nikki, are you awake? Uh-huh. Nikki opens her eyes and finds herself on the Ark. Well, was that an inspiration? What's wrong? I don't know what exactly happened. You must have been exhausted. Change into something more comfortable and rest a little.
It always feels safe to return to the Ark. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Marina, how did you end up here? I remember walking into a room, man. I just connected the door, you opened to the door of the art like what I did back in Shadowflow. I don't know why you passed out. Do you know anything about that, Ian? Marina turns to her brother. Maybe the temporal fluctuations affected your mind, which means I might have never gone into the room. What happened, Nikki? Nikki tells Anne everything she saw. Anne listens patiently to her story. You might have seen a designer's reflection, but it was never this vivid. And maybe it had to do with the location, which resonated strongly with the memories inside the designer reflection. Powerful designers with designer reflections can establish communication with the ocean of memories. And even I have no idea how strong or if there's a limit to the power of the designer reflection. Designer reflection enhances standing power and affects the sphere world. Maybe there are power words as well. What are you guys talking about? And why you been away from the arc a long time if you wanna sail with me? And by the way, I found some more cool things and put them in the garden of conjuring room. And where's Momo? Why is he here with you? My operation required a different identity, so I left him in the room. Aw. And Marina seems disappointed. Momo is a fun one. And let's find out what he's doing, and I bet he's slacking off. Marina produces a mirror which shows nothing at first before forming an image. And Nikki sees her room in the mirror and Momo is sleeping on the bed. What is it? We can see what happened in Mirrorland through the mirror. And we saw you entering a scary factory last time. No wonder I thought I heard Ian's voice while in the factory. It connected to Mirrorland, but it's unstable and heavily depends on where we connect to and how are the dimensions on that day. Who's that? And Marina points to a man who appears in the mirror. A young waiter is about to knock on the door. Excuse me, the fruit platter you order is here. Is Momo going to be around? And can you send me back to the room right now? Good idea, I'll do that. The waiter is waiting for the response from the room while holding the tray. Excuse me, anyone? The door opens just as the waiter turns the lid to leave. Hi. Here's your fruit platter. I don't recall ordering one. Maybe another gets ordered it for you. The waiter hands Nikki the platter and leaves. Nikki goes back into the room and Momo is awake and yawning. And you're finally back. How was the banquet? Is it for me? I don't know either. And she discovers a note stuck to the bottom of the plate and with a handwritten sentence. The action is a trap. Leave the hotel before tomorrow. And then are written in dark blue ink and it's not signed. And what is certain is that the Justicia delivered messages differently, so this notice probably didn't come from Sawyer or Vito. And who might it be? Is the action really a trap? And we don't know who wrote this, and we don't know why this person is trying to make me leave the hotel. If we give up now, then everything we've done so far is going down the drain. But I told Sawyer I will get the manuscript and go back to sleep, Momo, and maybe I'll have it by the time you wake up tomorrow. I believe in you. And you should go to bed too, and you must be exhausted about changing to your pajamas first.
I really hope that by this time tomorrow, I'll have the manuscript.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Good night. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? The curtains cover London and looks like a night, and London Hotel is the heart of the city. And the anxiety is palpable, and what will happen tomorrow? Everything is ready the next morning, and the action starts in 5 minutes. And all the guests arrive early, and they are taken to their seats with the placas that have their numbers on them. And Kinji, an important guest, is also there. And people are whispering to one another, trying to figure out what might happen today. And Benjamin checks the menu and sees that Nikki still hasn't arrived. And she just stops and just as he's leaving. And where are you going? The action is going to start very soon. I need to take care of something. The action will start in 2 minutes, and you have nothing to worry about. That's good then. Nikki is blocked by a waitress in the corridor. The waitress looks frustrated. The waitress who delivered the platter last night. I thought I asked you to leave. I'm not leaving. And she's not moved by Nikki's result and stands her ground. I can't let you go to the auction. You can't stop me. And Nikki's ready for battle. Hold on. But ready for battle means about to change outfits. So she can get that.
I have to attend the auction because the real manuscript may be there.
And she's getting ready to use her mind control magic on her. If you continue standing on my way, good maiden, I am going to be forced to change my outfit. And you're not gonna like me when I change my outfit. Objectively, if you explain this game to someone else, they're gonna think you're freaking insane. Whatever. It's a fun game. I enjoy it. And I hope you enjoy it too.
The ruined future.
I don't want to fight you. Please don't be so hostile. Trust me, my lord just wants to protect you. Your lord, he said. The waiter suddenly stops and touches his earpiece. She turns and leaves quickly as if she just received a command. Wait a second. Lady Anya, is everything okay? Benjamin comes out to Nikki and speaks coldly. And Nikki suddenly realizes that this man is more dangerous than she imagined. Well, not duh, he's like a freaking demon. He is wearing a nearly iron tuxedo and flashing his signature smile. You are a very important guest today. The action has started, so please follow me. He escorts her to the venue, but it feels more like he's watching her to make sure she doesn't run away. People are buying in and out of the finish palette, and when they return to the venue, beating. Benjamin takes Nikki to her seat. I hope you can get what you want today. Bam. The gravel drops, and out of the fitness palette has a new owner. And Benjamin gets on stage again. And please allow me to take over the auction for the last item today. And the most mysterious item placed in a glass case by Shinji is pushed to the center of the stage. The eyes of those that came for the item are glued to it. The last item of the day is Leonie's manuscript. Bidding starts now. The starting price is 10,000 gems. Partners who have stayed relatively silent starts raising their placards in earnest. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The price is going up, and some give up silently, but some keep going. 100,000, and the hallway falls into silence. Anyone? 100,000 once, 100,000 twice. And Benjamin stops and looks at the audience. 100,000. And Nikki raises her placard. 101,000. And all eyes are on Nikki, and everyone is curious about who she is and where she's from. And Benjamin smiles in satisfaction. The bidding continues. And from then on, Nikki always outbids the highest bidder by 1,000. And everyone is holding their breath like they are watching a fight in a ring. 200,000, 201,000, and no more placards, and the dust settles. And Nikki calmly waits for the results. And she tells Zoe that she will bid on the manuscript if she can't get it back before the auction, and Zoe will take care of the money. 201,000 once, 201,000 twice, and the hallway is so quiet that no one could hear a pin drop. 101,000 twice. Bam. The gavel falls, and Nikki walks onto the stage in applause, and everyone is watching her every step. Congratulations. Thank you. Benjamin bows to Nikki like an actor bows to an audience, and he walks over to the case and opens it. But he suddenly looks like he's in pain, and he covers his chest and crumbles to the ground. The glass case shatters, and the manuscript is stained with blood. Benjamin dies. He's fine. Nikki is caught entirely unaware before she can wrap her mind around it, and she sees the room again. She finds herself standing next to the dead Benjamin. Well, dead, quote unquote. The room is brightly lit, and the petals of rose in the vase have fallen. And the black cat hugs from its owner. And the curtains are open, and all the lights in the building go out in an instant. It is like the whole city is bowing in submission. The banquet is over. Nikki hears a man's voice. The house is in chaos because Benjamin's death, and screams and the smell of blood attack already stressed out her senses. And naturally people want to run, but the police storm the house as soon as the doors are open, and as if they knew something was going to happen. Nobody moves, and the police raise their guns at the bidders and causing a new round of panic. All of the exits are blocked, and we are needed to check every single person in here. And we will guarantee your safety while not giving the suspect any chance to get away. And the police quickly take control of the stage, and the sheriff approaches Nikki. You are a prime suspect right now. And why did Benjamin suddenly drop dead? And why did the police suddenly appear and call her a murderer? And the manuscript is so close, yet so far. I didn't kill anyone. I won the bid, and there's no need for violence. And Nikki forces herself to calm down. We have evidence that your identity is fake, Lady Anya or Miss Nikki. The sheriff's words are full of certainty and contempt. Come back to the station with us before you try to defend yourself. And the sheriff takes out a pair of silver handcuffs. And the action of the manuscript, Benjamin's death, and the response from the police, and these are not coincidence. And if she goes with them, she might be charged immediately with no chance to explain herself. And Nikki looks down and doesn't move. And once again, everyone's attention is on the stage, and the police notice Nikki's attitude and point their weapons at her. And they will fire if Nikki receives arrest or does something crazy. And this seems unnecessary to apprehend a fair-looking girl. And he gestures for the rest of the police to close in on the stage and to close in on Nikki. And what to do? And will she give in? Or maybe Zoe will rescue her. And Nikki shakes her head. She doesn't want to rely on anyone else anymore. She will deal with these guns herself. And then she hears a voice. Do you want to know the true power of the designer's reflection? The true power of the designer's reflection. An unknown force pulls Nikki into the world of styling.
Who was that? Did you hear where it came from? This dress seems to have a special magic. Put it on, and it feels like my whole body is draped in a spotlight.
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Nikki returns to the strange room after the styling ends. And the black cat is gone, and the man in the suit gets up and walks past Nikki. Only the weak desire power. His gray eyes carry no warmth whatsoever. The weak. The man leaves the room and the door closes. Nikki is alone. And the rose in the porcelain vase is still blooming as red as blood. Time passes, but the standoff doesn't end. The police seem to have suspicious collector on the stage under control, and no one can escape with all of these guns pointing at them. And so start to feel bad for the girl. But all of the officers stop what they are doing and they feel their hands trembling. And the sheriff with the handcuffs senses that something is wrong and he puts his finger on the trigger. The girl seems to have become someone else. And even though nothing's happened, even though she did not move, and beads of sweat from the sheriff's drips onto the blood, and the deterrence from the girl is suffocating. Nikki? The bond between Nikki and I have been severed. It feels like my connection to Nikki has been severed, and what happened? She feels strange. Even those who do not know her feel that the girl on stage has become someone else. She looks at the sheriff coldly. It gives him chills. Chills right down to his soul. He takes a few steps back and his legs tremble and his dog goes down on his knees. No one knows what he's experiencing during those last few seconds. Someone hears guns dropping on the ground and blood is still flowing like scarlet roses in bloom. The girl takes 2 steps forward and her heel stepping on the blood. There is a tattoo of a rose on her pale ankle. The girl looks down at the sheriff of his knees. The banquet is over. Everyone in the banquet hears her voice, and not through their ears, but in their minds. She sounds the same as before, yet every bit different. No one can resist this voice. Everyone looks down. And there are also those who couldn't resist the deterrence and sink to their knees. Absolute obedience. Now that's the mind control at its full form. Like when London went dark 10 years ago, the only light in the city center was where the ruler was. And now it's that Nikki in the center. And she's not Nikki. But then who is she? The luxurious gates of the London Hotel are closed. And no one knows what is happening inside. And when the curtain falls, the place where the roses bloom silently becomes the eye of the storm in Maryland. And Mercury is watching it all behind the curtain. After this, everyone who's interested in Leonie's Margaret manuscript will be known. Maybe she's the key. He looks at the girl on the stage and his gray eyes carry no warmth whatsoever. The power of the designer's reflection might be more frightening than anyone can imagine. And as for Leonie's manuscript, what secret lies within it? In front of the Ninier Palace, cars are livened up next to the Queen's limousine, which has been waiting for a long time. Lilith changes into something gorgeous and gets ready to go. I haven't been to London for quite some time. I wonder if I'm welcome there. Everything is ready. We should depart now, Your Majesty. See, he's like the demon butler of the Queen. The butler who is walking behind, the butler who's walking behind Lily looks identical to Benjamin, the then manager from London Hotel. Nightbane, the best and most beautiful things in the world belong to me.
Of course. And I dedicate them all to you, Your Majesty.
It's a telazona season and its fragrance is all over Ninier. And they are the flowers of summer and signify the arrival of the new season. But in a small yard outside of Carcliffe, spring hasn't quite left yet. Giselle sits in her house looking out. Petals sway in the night breeze. And everything is quiet. The silence is broken when someone knocks on the door. Loose. Alright, now let's do the little side stories and then in an ordinary hotel room in London. And the dummy left us here and went up by himself. And dummy, do you mean Cornelian? That's him. He said the action isn't for another week and we can take it easy for a few days. If we're here early, we should go and have some fun. And by the way, I mean collect information on the auction. Yes, information connection. Nikki is a little conflicted, and London is the biggest and most prosperous city of Apple Federation, and it's a concrete jungle very different from the others. Right, sure. And we can also check out London's designers. For Vivian's column, but London is huge, and how do we even get started? Nikki goes to the newspaper on the table looking for information, and no news about the auction. And however, the designer column features someone really good, and it seems Sean Monroe, the designer who started the bunny girl trend. Sean Monroe and bunny girl. I think I know where we should go. Then change into something for the interview and let's go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Using the information from the article, Nikki and Momo arrive at the computer science research facility. Apparently, she's a senior computer scientist as well as a designer. I wonder what the designer of the bunny girl trend looks like. Maybe she's hot. Are you looking for me? A voice comes from behind them. Sean Monroe? And that's me. She's different than what I imagined. What? We're collecting information on Maryland designers for the Designers Intel Hub. And we really want an article about you in the paper, so we wanted to interview you. Is that about the bunny girl again? I received 5 requests this month and absolutely nothing new to offer. We can talk about something else too, like what does sexiness mean to you? This is a good one. Sharon ponders. I think I have just the answer for you're looking for. Sexiness can mean so many different things. No, Nikki opens her notebook and writes down Shamrock's interpretation. There's universal definition for sexiness because everyone has their own. Thank you, Shamaro. It was a great interview. Oh, and I have one last question for you. Have you heard about the auction at Loden Hotel? Auction? No, sorry. You're looking for the designer information, right? I know a place in Loden that has a lot of excellent designers. It is the girl that Shamaro mentioned. It looks great. And there must be plenty of awesome designers inside. Greetings, I am the girl admin, and how may I help you? Oh, Lolori. Lolori in the girl admin uniform flashes a beautiful smile, a beautiful and graceful smile. Nikki, Momo, good to see you again. You remember us. The girl who challenged me in Star Heaven, her talking cat. Of course I remember you. I won't remember anyone that has a talking cat. You are just as nice as I remember. Thank you for the kind words. I thought you were a pop star, and why are you an admin at the guild? I became a guild admin before I became a star. Or should I say I became a star because of my job at the guild admin? Sounds like a good story. When I put on the uniform, I didn't expect it to be my turning point in my life. So even though I have more interviews and appearances, I still come to the guild from time to time. Anyway, this is a story for another time, and let me guess why you're here. You're looking for information on excellent designers. That's it? But there's one in front of me right now. And the challenge last time inspired a lot of new designs. And will you let me challenge you again? I would love to. You become stronger. As a girl and me, your style is different from last time, elegant but also warm and friendly. Agreed. And just one last question for you. I hope I have answered your. I hope I have the answer you're looking for. And do you know about the upcoming auction in Loading Hotel? Auction? I might have heard of it, but I don't know anything specific. I just know what is somehow connected to the Mercury Group. The Mercury Group. And their headquarters is in London, and they have their own design department, and they only hire the best designers of Maryland. And the most famous designer there is Mr. Dodge. And maybe pay him a visit. This is amazing information. Thank you, Lolori. Nikki and Momo are standing in front of the modern skyscraper looking up. I say my neck hurts. And me too. And how tall is this building? The Mercury Group sure has a lot of money. And they enter the building and go out to the reception desk. And we're interviewing the best Maryland designers for Designer Interhub, and we would like to speak to Mr. Dodge. The receptionist doesn't even look up. Do you have an appointment? Appointment? Top designers like Mr. Dodge are extremely busy and don't have time to tabloid interviews. Nikki. Health. And what are you doing here? I'm here for a fashion show of a new season and representing Apple Federation Apparel Group. Representing, aren't you the only person in the group? You can kiss your interview goodbye if Momo keeps talking. You know Mr. Dodge? I was his apprentice when I first graduated from Design Academy, and if I had said yes, I might have been a designer here too. But I didn't want to work for Mercury. Really? Come with me and I'll take you to Mr. Dodge. So I don't know, that half-elf, half-human guy kind of freaked me out, and that's why I didn't want to work for him. Maybe it has something to do with the creepy mind control powers he wielded. We don't know. Whatever. Moving along. They follow him into the elevator, which takes them to the 31st floor quickly. Is Mr. Dodge really good at what he does? In a way, yes, but you know when you meet him. Head takes them to a closed door, and Mr. Dodge is his head. And come on in. And a designer in black is looking at various designs on the table in the middle of the room. And I thought you left. What's up? And this is a reporter for the Designer Intel Hub, and she wants to interview you, so I brought her. A reporter, and what do you want to know? It's nice to meet you, Mr. Dodge, and I heard you're a great designer and would love to know more about your style. My style, in simple terms, is removing art from its usual parameters through deconstructing lines and color so that the art is rebuilt and fashion is redesigned. I'm trying to understand. In layman's terms, it's about redesigning the wheel. Take something that already exists and move the elements around until it looks new.
eyes.
This is the first time I had to complete a style without knowing what I'm supposed to do. What a waste of time. Hey, she's just like you. She only knows shadow design and doesn't understand what fashion really means. I have a video conference soon, so that's it for today. And do you understand what kind of designer he is now? Was he talking in the same language as the rest of Maryland? Because I didn't understand a single thing. I kinda did, but kinda didn't. And that's why I didn't want to stay here and stare at the cold glass walls all day. After seeing Mr. Dash work, I like the designs in your shop better, Heads. And that means you have a good taste. And then yes, at the Mercury Group building. And Head looks up at the skyscraper. One day I will build my own fashion empire and make sure that everyone can buy what they like and define their own fashion. And I will surpass the Mercury Group. Well, good luck with that, cause that Mercury guy as a half elf is gonna be like fresh as Daisy for a while, so he might outlive you. I have faith in you. Me too. In any case, Hertz, the future president of Apple Federation Apparel Group, made the designer interview hub interview you? Of course.
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Designing with a heart means designing right clothes for the right people regardless of the style. Nikki closes her notebook. Oh, I almost forgot. There's one more thing I wanted to ask you. What is it? Do you know about the upcoming auction at the Loden Hotel? Of course I do. Oh, how? I'm a heavy moments user, and there's no Maryland gossip that I don't know. And London is hosting a mysterious auction, and only a select few are invited. And I heard that the rarest item is a costume designed by Shinji, the famous cloud designer. Anything else? And what else? I guess not. Anyway, thank you so much for today. Will the design just be available in the shop? Sure, I'll even give you a 10% off when you visit me next time. Alright, so we finished the chapter. I hope you have fun next time. Next one will be chapter 7. I hope you have fun with me showing you the plot of La Nikki. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de your sister, and we're continuing with Shiny Nikki. And right now I'm just doing a little sound test because it's important to always do a sound test in literally all of the screens. It just saves you a lot of hassle. Alright, let's bite into this. Where is this? Where can I move? And what is happening? Everything is a blur, like her eyes are covered by a veil. And things eventually come into focus, and she finally sees what's in front of her. The lights are still on the banquet hall, but topple chairs and tables are all over the place. Blood flows freely from the auction podium and staining the green, white jasmines on the carpet red. Some formally dressed guests are on their knees, and some cups too. And with fear in their eyes, they look at the person on the stage. Nikki follows her gaze and sees a girl with pink hair and a red dress standing in a pool of blood. What is happening? The girl with her head slightly raised and a cold look in her eye looks down on everyone else while standing in blood. And like she's looking at ants. Is that me? Same dress, same hair, same face, but no, that's not me. Nikki tries to move only to realize she can't. And it's terrifying that when you're forced to watch everything unfold, yet you're unable to do anything about it. And Nikki wants to break free, but she simply can't. And she can't move, and she can't make any sounds. And she can feel her hazy mind being devoured by an unknown power. Why is this happening? What's going on? And come on, keep your eyes open, keep your eyes open. What happened was that in order to draw power, she drew from power from like a different memory in order to get like stronger mind control. But the personality of that individual overtook her personality, and like the person she drew power from is like a very cold, murderous person, because she's drawing on the power of Mercury, who has a part of sees humans as ants. The power goes stronger and forces her eyelids down, and she starts to lose consciousness, and everything is sinking, including herself. And then a petal falls in front of her, and when she closes her eyes, she hears a voice calling out, Nikki. It's the familiar yet strange voice of a girl, and with his voice the light and the shadows disappear, and the power that was holding Nikki down also fades. She opens her eyes and finds herself in the room from before, or was she there the entire time? And the porcelain vase is still on the desk and the rose still blooming. And even though it has wilted before in her memory, and both Mercury and Descartes are gone, and the petals still twirling in the air and enters and exits her vision, and when it falls onto the floor, the door opens, and the sunlight warm and bright shines through it and touches the petal. And Nikki bends down and picks up the petal, and the half-open door, the sunshine, and everything is quiet. The light is guiding her, and she squeezes the petal and walks out of the door. A city full of neon lights, and London is as prosperous as ever, and everything is happening as planned. And hotel guests come and go, but no one notices that the door to the banquet hall has been closed for so long time, and no one knows a fierce battle is happening behind those closed doors. Under the light, the girl with the pink hair and the elegant dress stands in the middle of the stage and looking up. And her eyes are cold, and anyone staring into them will feel the chill run down their spines. And her aura is suffocating and frightening. And she walks briskly off the stage towards the door of the banquet hall. And the crowd splits and creates a path for her. And the blood from her heels leaves behind crimson footprints. I won't let you leave this place. And a man jumps out and stops the girl. And he's in an ordinary suit like many of the other guests of the auction. And he's Vulture, and he's been hiding in the crowd. And he pulls out a gun and points it at the girl. And one more step forward and you're dead. And he seems to be under a lot of stress as beads of sweat roll down his forehead. And the girl doesn't panic, instead she slowly looks up and focuses her gaze on Vulture. And Vulture's hand, the one holding his gun, starts to tremble. And he's doing his best to fight it, almost pulling the trigger. I'm going to kill you. The girl sneers and resistance is futile.
I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Don't make me change my dress, Vulture. I will not like me when I change my dress again for like the 80th time. Yeah? It's a nice castle for him, bro. He's under total control of her styling power, and before he pulls the trigger, and she extends her hand towards him. And veins on his forehead are bulging, and he no longer has control over his limbs. And he walks over to the girl and gives her the gun. And the weapon looks strangely beautiful in her exquisite hand. Get out of my way. No. And even though he manages to say it through the clenched teeth, he moves against his will. Yeah, that's it. And then the doors of the banquet hall suddenly open. A tall man in a gray suit comes in, gazing at the girl with his cold eyes. Mercury. And the real host of the auction has finally revealed himself. And the girl turns to Mercury, showing no fear, and there's even a little anticipation as if she's waiting for him. She aims the gun at Mercury without hesitation. Like I think it's first A and then B and then we move to 3 and then B. I don't know, the story split weird this time. I think. I don't know. We'll see.
It was like Dungeon Path or completely different stories.
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember that chapter 7 was weird. The clouds reflect the sunlight, creating a small pockets of light, and the blue sky is spread with clouds that look like cotton. And the shop window displays a variety of items while reflecting the crowd. And the car horns, conversation, and music feel like they are close, but not really. And a breeze rustles the large trees on the sidewalk, and an ordinary street, and a few petals dance in front of Nikki's eyes in the wind. And they're just like the one in her hand. Am I back in the real world? Oh, because there's what her body's doing, then is what her mind is doing. Nikki looks around and tries to recall something, anything. But the door she enters from is gone. I was just in the hotel. How did I end up here? And the street looks familiar, but nothing comes to mind. And she doesn't know anyone, and Mom was not with her. I need to find out where I am. And someone taps her on the shoulder, and she turns to see a man in a suit. And did you finish your performance? Performance? Oh, Nikki looks at the shop window and sees that she's still wearing the dress from the banquet. It's nothing, I just seen you look great in a dress. And I'm the manager of the store. And I was just wondering if you would be our model for our next set of ads, and I think you have a great model. I can try, but I'm not. And don't worry, we have one of the best photography studios, and we'll make sure to capture your best side. Of course, you still be paid for your work.
It feels like something's off. Oh, never mind. Let's take pictures first. The photographer is waiting.
You're really a professional, and the photos came out quite nicely. Thank you. And likewise, and I hope we can work together again. Sounds good, by the way. And what a city is this? Where we're at? And he stops talking and looks shocked. And he raises his hand and points to something far away, and his voice trembling with fear. What is that thing? And Nikki looks to where he's pointing. And something that looks like a wave is rolling in from where the city meets the sky. And like a tsunami from the horizon, the wave is approaching the city very quickly. But it's not a wave, more like light reflected from the ocean. And the mist of light is devouring the sky, and the city is like a tsunami. And at first people are curious about the mist, but soon they see the wave as destroying everything in its way. And they start screaming when the realization finally hits them. Run! Ah! What is that? And all hell breaks loose, and the people shout one another to get away from the sudden death and their fear of the unknown. No one knows what it is, and no one knows what will happen once they're devoured by it. but Nikki knows. And it's not the first time she sees something like this, and the mist is the water from the ocean of memory, and the ocean of memory is devouring the world. And just like what happened 680 years ago, and everything is headed towards destruction at the incredible speed. Did I go back 680 years later, to the moment when Mirrorland is destroyed, and everyone is running away from the mist, and Nikki is almost knocked down by them? No, no. And she suddenly remembers where she is. How did she forget? It's the first town she visited after going back in time, and she should know this place. Flowerland, yeah. Year zero of the new era. It can be we're still in year zero. And Nick is stunned and stands where she is, watching the ocean of memories devouring Flowerland. But this isn't supposed to happen. Not for another 680 years. Time seems to have stopped as everyone becomes silent. The only thing they can do is watch, and everything unfolds in slow motion. And everyone is focused on Mercury and the girl, and no one notices that Shinji has quietly slipped away. And Nikki keeps her eyes on the person approaching her step by step, and he seems to not care about the gun being pointed at him. And Black shows the red carpet, and no one knows what will happen next. And Nikki does not pull the trigger, she holds her arm straight and points the gun at Mercury, waiting for him to move. No one must show weakness first. And as for the others, they begin to feel a mental pain, and powerful arrows are unleashed from Nikki and Mercury, affecting everyone else's spirit worlds. And to whom should they submit themselves? And the banquet hall is caught between two similar yet different powers, rendering everyone immobilized, and minds are being torn apart. So like they're both fighting to see who mind controls all of the poor people caught in the crossfire. That's when Mercury stops. And why don't you shoot? The finger that's on the trigger twitches. It looks like she didn't fire, but the truth is she couldn't. She wants to shoot Mercury in the chest, but she's lost control over her finger without knowing. And even so, she doesn't panic and stares into Mercury's eyes instead. And Mercury looks down on Nikki, and his eyes are a mixture of calm and contempt because he has everything under control. Let me see how much of this power you gain.
every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
The sign of reflection is more powerful than she thought, and Nikki wins the styling battle. You lost, and Nikki's voice has never been this cold. And one more step until she turns the tide and makes everyone bow down to her. And just, she looks into Mercury's eyes like she did with Vulture. But nothing happens. The sign of reflection isn't working. And Mercury is not affected, and he looks at Nikki the same way a predator looks at a struggling prey. And what's going on? And she starts to sweat. And Mercury senses her struggle but doesn't do anything. He observes her for a bit and then breaks the silence. I see. He realizes something and then closes his eyes. And every bit of mental power that Nikki unleashes is reflected. And that's when Nikki realizes his frightening power. Wow, you thought you could out-dazzle an elf? The mist from the ocean of memories spreads rapidly to the sweetie, swallowing the street after street. And what to do? And what to do? And Nikki tries to think of something, but she can't stop the destruction of Flowerland. And then something flies past Nikki, and then petals that were dancing in the wind. But Nikki has no time for them. And the wave quickly surges, and the people, the skyscrapers, the coffee shop, and clothing shop were all gobbled up in an instant. And Nikki can't run even if she wants to. The wave behind her is more than 30 meters tall, like a wall that can't be shattered. And it will descend in less than a second. And everything is going to end, and it will end the same way even if she could do it all over again. And she still couldn't do anything. And she closes her eyes and waits, but the advancing wave suddenly stops, and half of her body is already in mist, and while the other half is still untouched, and the way light shines on her face. And she can hear her heart beating and her rapid breathing, and her mind is empty from this near-death experience. And she opens her eyes and sees a girl stopping the wave with her palm. The girl is Jixiao, and petals fly around her. As soon as Nikki sees Jixiao, she realizes who was calling out of her when her mind was hazy. And she wants to ask Giselle what's going on, and she wants to know what's happened to Miralam and why Giselle is there. And half of her body that's in the ocean of memory already feels numb, and the other half is immobilized. And Gishelle's palm is touching the mist. And Nikki hears a cold, calm voice talking. Year zero of the new era is about to be destroyed. And do you want to save it? And she hears echoes in the mist, and the devoured world is pleading for help. Giselle looks at Nikki in the eye. And do you want the power to save it? And Leon needs power. The mist is still not moving, but it trembles a little.
Destruction. Save. Power.
Nikki freed herself with styling power to answer Giselle's question. But Giselle is no hurry. And the petals are still flying in the air, and they soar through the mist and ruins to gather themselves around Giselle. And Nick is still holding on to the petals from before. The petals fall from her palm, and the frozen ocean of memory collapses as soon as the petals hit the ground. And the mist devours Nikki in that moment, and her answer. Like I did 773, right? Okay, so now we go to 74. Mercury walks slowly, but is full of deterrence, and his power floods the hall with Nikki at the center, and her body trembles, and she's losing control of everything. Bang! And she draws her gun, and the sound it makes when it falls on the floor is sudden and unpleasant. You lost. Mercury looks into her eye, and his golden eyes show no emotion whatsoever. And the god of destiny casts his verdict. No. The girl is trembling and her breath rapid, and there's still fire burning behind her cold eyes. Not yet.
I haven't lost yet. I can hold. Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
This was like every other styling battle, but Mercury doesn't do anything. He doesn't bother to look down on his opponent, and the battle ended before it even started. And he has control and stopped her from using designer's reflection. And that was enough. Her body shakes and then falls towards Mercury, who catches her. And everything ends now. Vulture. Vulture is finally free from the control he was under. Take her. Yes. Just as Mercury is handing Nikki over to Vulture, they hear a loud noise. Bang. And the closed door is blasted open from the outside. And a group of armed soldiers rushes into the hall and take over control of the situation. Nobody moves. And the soldiers in Apple Federation military uniforms surround Mercury and Nikki. And their commander approaches Mercury. Apple Federation military will take it here from here. I want power, even if it's Leonie's, and it's not the only way to fight against strong enemies. It is the only way to save the world. It is the only way. That was her answer, but Giselle didn't seem to have heard it. And Nikki sees only darkness, and the image of Flowerlight being swallowed is still fresh in her mind. Giselle's words echo in her ears, and this world is headed towards destruction. And she is returned to St. Mirrorland, and she can't let this place be destroyed. And she can only fight strong enemies in St. Mirrorland if she has power. Giselle is gone when Nikki awakens, and Flowerland and the terrifying mists are gone too. And she's back at the auction, and everything that happened in Flowerland was like a nightmare. But she wakes up from one nightmare to find herself in another, and the floor beneath her is covered in blood, and the crowd in front of her is trembling, and her arm is raised like she's waiting for something. And Vulture stands before, his face twisted, and he places his gun on Nikki's hand, and the shield of the gun, and the smell of the blood in the air, and the rapid breathing of the scared guests, and she can sense them all, and she hears a voice in her head. That's it, power. Make everyone bow down to you to rule the world and rule the destinies of all and change everything. That's the only way, the only way. And Nikki suddenly understands everything. And she was the one who wanted power, but also one who wanted to rule, to look down on everyone. No, that's not me. And she's not under anyone's control. It's her desire from deep down that's doing everything it can to summon more power. No, that's not me. And she loses her hand holding the gun, and it's her hand. And this is not a nightmare. Ah, it's me. And the banquet hall shakes, and the group beneath Nikki's cracks open to reveal an endless abyss. And everything starts falling. And Nikki doesn't resist as she falls. And she hears Giselle's voice again. And do you get it now? Designer's reflection woke up your other selves merely by resonating with memories and emotion. The person who opened the door to the abyss in her quest for more power is you. The endless abyss opens behind her. It will give you power, but it would also devour you. Are you prepared? The petals fall into darkness with her.
It can give me power, but also devour me. Is it the designer's reflection?
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
The soldiers are close as a banquet hall and the situation changes unexpectedly. The commander sends his email to Mercury. Nice to meet you, Mercury. I am Leiden, the Admiral of Apple Federation Army. I am sorry about what happened here in Loden. Mercury doesn't shake Lionel's hand. Don't touch me with your filthy human hands. Even if it's clever, I won't touch humans. But please don't worry, the Apple Federation military will handle it for now. This doesn't seem like the military's business. Leiden has been through countless difficult wars, but he's sweating in front of Mercury. It takes all of his strength just to remain calm. He takes a deep breath before speaking again. We are in Loden, which is part of the Apple Federation. Please remember the Mercury Group has upcoming partnerships with the Apple Federation. He grits his teeth and gestures to the soldiers behind him. The soldier walks up and tries to take Nikki from Mercury, and he wears an ordinary Apple Federation military uniform, and he doesn't seem to be under Mercury's influence. While the Admiral is doing all he can to resist Mercury's pressure, the soldiers move with surprising ease. His face and hair are covered by a hat. Is this an order from the military? Of course, sir. The soldier cuffs Nikki and then carries her away and stands behind the Admiral Leiden. And Mercury doesn't stop him. Tell the man who gave you that order. Mercury is talking to Leiden, but his gaze is fixed on the ordinary soldier behind the Admiral. The soldier raises his hat a little and exposes his blonde hair. It's Lowen. And Mercury is not surprised. You're too late. I have already got the answer I wanted. And with that, he pulls away his gaze, and the frightening aura in the hall disappears in an instant. I will leave it to you then. Where is this? I can feel the light in my face. Maybe it opened my eyes and I will see a bright, warm world. But there's only darkness when I open my eyes and I can't see anything, not even myself, and I feel like I'm floating in the sea. The water starts to flow around her like silk caressing her silk, and it feels real. And the petals materialize again at the bottom of the sea, and the petals bring a hint of light. And the light becomes stronger and eventually forms a figure, Yishao, and her image in the sea looks like a poor hologram. I can finally see you. And she's talking to Nikki, but where is Nikki? She doesn't seem to be here, and her presence is gone. I'm not talking about Nikki, I mean you, the one in her mind. Me? Moi? Do you mean me? The ocean of memories connects minds from different worlds, and that's how Nikki summoned your memories to the Gate of Heart. You exist in her mind, and you are witnessing the fate of this world through her. When I was in Cloud Crest, I noticed a bit of another power within her, and now I'm talking to you because I'm inside her mind. I can't feel Nikki, and wait, where's Nikki, and why can't I feel her anymore? She's right there. And the petals rush towards the deepest part of the sea, and the trails lighten up the ocean, and Nikki's in the center sinking by herself. Nikki. Everyone has an abyss in their mind, and at the point closest to the ocean of memories. And different versions of the self reside in the abyss, and they give you power, but they also devour you. And now the door to her abyss has been opened. I will not let her be devoured. I will not let Nikki be devoured by the abyss. Maybe you're the only one who can do it, Obi-Wan. Nikki hears something and her descent slows down as the water bears some of her weight, and as the petals keep rushing towards the deeper end, and her figure becomes blurry. And the petals are slowing Nikki down, but her eyes are still closed like she's in a dream. What should I do? When the last petal drifts away from the shell, she becomes transparent. Will you tell me your name? Teresita. Dear sister. Teresita. I think we will meet again, and she will hear you. The shell disappears, and as the shell fades, the petals lose their shine, and Nikki keeps thinking. And what to do? Right, styling power, the solution and cause of and all of the same cause of all of the problems in Mirrorland. Styling power is something we share, and maybe I can use it to wake her up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Bájate otra vez, Michael.
So are you gonna dress up or is
Well, in that world, I guess I'm like a mirror, my image of Nikki.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
The darkness is driven back little by little, and the abyss lights up, and a beam shines deep into the vortex. And this is not the bottom of the sea, this is the center of the mist. And the petals slowly melt into the mist. Nikki. Nikki. And Nikki opens her eyes again. Teresita, I thought I heard your voice. Nikki extends her hands and grasps the last petal. 2 days after the auction, a car stops by a heavily guarded Apple Federation prison. And so the commander of the Justiciar gets out of the car and walks right into the prison. Wait, hold on. Are you a guest of the Admiral Leiden? I need to report to him before you can enter. So he doesn't listen. And the guard pulls out his pistol and points it at her. Stop or I will shoot you if you keep walking. And so he stops and glances at the guard. NK190F, and we got rid of them a year ago. I see, Apple Federation military is still using this. You're the largest arms dealer in Maryland. Of course, no one has better weapons than you and the Justiciars. Admiral Leiden comes out to greet Zoe. Admiral Leiden. And that's me. This is the strength of your soldiers, weapons, and defenses. Then maybe I should accept prison break requests and lose easy. And that's a good one. Come, the mayor is waiting for you. I want to check on the bunny first. Admiral Leiden takes Zoe deep into the prison. After 3 security checks, they arrive at the special room, and the inside is visible through a window. And she looks like she's in a deep sleep. And Zoe furrows her brow. Not awake yet. And we check and everything is normal. And you didn't do anything funny, did you? The mayor put her here to protect her. But we don't know why she's not awake yet. So so she has like the same security checks as Magneto because of her mind telepathy powers. Whatever, moving along. So it looks at the sleeping Nikki. And let's go. Follow me. Admiral Leiden takes Zoe to the adjacent monitor room and then leaves and closes the door. And footage from every security camera in the prison is displayed in a row of monitors in the room. And a soldier in an ordinary uniform stands in front of the monitors, and Zoe sits down without saying anything. And why isn't she awake yet? I didn't meddle with the action because you said you would guarantee her safety. And she will wake up, and maybe it's not time yet. And so I looks at the soldier. And what do you want, Mayor Snowhawk? He's not wearing a hat today, so his blonde hair is in full view. I have a plan, and you want to hear it. And I think it might interest you. You're awake. And she hears the sound of the ocean, and Nikki opens her eyes and sees a sail in the mast. And she's on a boat floating on the ocean not far from the ark. And Giselle is painting next to her. And she's painting a picture of a serene ocean with a rainbow above it. And Giselle, where are we? Ocean of memories. And Giselle answers without stopping her brush. And Nikki is lost and she has a nightmare about the bottom of the sea, losing control over her body and being devoured by darkness. Teresita. And what? Oh, it's nothing. And why are you in the ocean of memories, Giselle? Because I belong here. And she finishes her painting and looks up at Nikki. I think I know why Leonie shows you. Shows me. An idea flashes through Nikki's mind. Giselle, are you the puzzle solver? Only the one who can solve the puzzle is the puzzle solver. And there are no puzzles yet, so the puzzle solver has not appeared. And it is a quiet day in the ocean of memories, and in the distance there's a rainbow. Because rainbows usually appear after the flood. In like the Bible, God created like the rainbow to remind himself not to like destroy humanity when he gets angry. So that's why there's so many rainbows, because God gotta keep reminding himself not to go like erase the human race with like floods and stuff. Giselle's hair blows in the wind. When the two manuscripts become one, the puzzle Leonie left behind will show itself. Hush. Giselle lays her finger to her lips, telling Nikki to keep that secret. Solving his puzzle is the only way to save the world. Who are you? Me. Petals are falling again, and Giselle is always surrounded by petals. Some fall on her sketchbook. I am Giselle. If you're ready, then go back. Nikki holds out her hand to catch the falling petals. And when one lands on her palm, the ocean of memories disappears and she's back in the room again. The petal that was on the floor is now in her hand. And the door is ajar with a faint light coming through. And Nikki opens the door again.
These petals.
happy that you're having fun watching the stream.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Giselle is still on the boat on the ocean of memories. The observation has started. The wind blows open her sketchbook, and it flies through pages and pages of sketches. And Flowerland behind, devoured by the ocean of memories, the vortex, everything Nikki just went through. I should go home. Meats must be hungry. When Nikki wakes up, the petal is still in her hand, and it shows her that what happened was not a dream. And she looks around and sees blank walls and strange devices and another room she doesn't recognize. Teresita, are you there? I'm right here. I thought I couldn't sense you when I was in the ocean, and I felt I dreamed for a long time. And I remember thinking, and I was by myself because you were no longer inside my mind. And I heard many frightening sounds and people calling out for help and guns being fired and a city being swallowed and another me. She said to give her everything if I was scared and if I wanted to save the world and I should accept her power. And they were eating my mind little by little and I couldn't open my eyes no matter how hard I tried. And then I heard your voice and without you I really might have been devoured. And I still can't tell between dreams and reality right now. I was still in a dream. She hears a click as the door opens. And a soldier walks in. Are you awake? Come and get your photo taken. A photo? Someone posted bail for you. And change and get your photo taken and then you're good to go and make sure you look serious. Good to go? I said, yeah, you gotta, because you officially have a criminal record, Nikki. I thought I was at an auction and then there were the cops. Stop wasting time and put something simple.
Do you remember what happened after the auction?
Alright, now I have my prison photo taken. The Soya leads her out of prison and Momo jumps into her as soon as she steps out. Nikki, are you alright? And she hasn't heard Momo's voice for a long time. It almost makes her want to cry. And what happened in the hotel and I was in the room, man. But a hand pulls Momo away. What are you doing? You're too loud. Talk later. And she leaves the prison with Zoe. And then she remembers everything. I'm sorry about not getting the manuscript back. Don't worry, we'll have more opportunities. As long as the final victory belongs to us. The final victory. Yes, the victory this world deserves. And let's go. And Colonel gets the car ready. And the sun.
Says, what is the name of Nikki's cat again?
Momo. The sunshine feels warm, and she puts her hand above her eyes. And she hasn't been under the real sun for a long time, and the warm sunshine unique to this world. And just like how the sun feels warmer in the winter, she finds the sun wonderful after having experienced the endless abyss. And things like this make her want to save this world, things like this that matter. And even though she still doesn't understand what's happening and has many questions, at least she knows how to save Mirrorland by combining the two manuscripts. And Nikki opens the car door. I'm ready. And she whispers to herself and to her mind, let's go, Teresita. And we don't have much time left. And now the other side mission. After a rainy night, London is suddenly much cooler today. And it was like Zoe has other plans, so Momo and Nikki decide to stay in London for 2 more days. And Momo wraps his clothes around himself tightly. It's so cold, can't we just stay in the hotel? I get restless if we stay in and do nothing. Are we really going to investigate Mercury? Is that even safe? I wouldn't recommend it, but whatever. Don't worry, I'll make sure we stay safe. I know this is about Mercury, but where should we start? I have a really bad feeling about this. It's too dangerous to approach him, and we can start with those around him. I heard his secretary goes to the cafe across the office at 10 o'clock sharp every day and always gets an espresso. And let's check it out, and then we can approach her using your designer Intel identity. Nikki and Momo arrive at the cafe and order a cup of milk tea and a donut, and they grab a secluded seat with a view to the door. This is a tasty donut. Quiet, we don't want to attract attention, do we? A woman in a Mercury Group uniform walks to the cafe. Hey Momo, is that the secretary we're looking for? Stop eating. And Nikki takes out a photo of Mercury taken at the company event. That's the woman standing behind Mercury. And the wind shines on the door and tinkles as the secretary enters. Hi, I'm a writer for the Designers Intel Hub. I heard you're Mercury's secretary and I'd like to know more about his designs. Do you have a minute? The secretary looks at Nikki with narrow eyes and furrows her brow. Where did you say you were from again? And how big is your publication? And you said you wanted to know more about Mercury. He's like a 200-year-old elven guy. There's so much to know and so little to tell. Sorry, but I don't have time for you. I'm a normal human working for an ancient elf, and he has obviously ridiculously high expectations, so leave me be. She snores with disdain. Hey, what's up with that? And do you want to take it outside? Come on, big bro. Don't make me change my dress for the 80th time. You won't like me when I change my dress. Now this one has like an interesting cathedral pattern.
Will you trust me?
You. Like I said, I don't have time for this. Maker is still waiting for his coffee. The secretary leaves the cafe in a huff. But you haven't even bought coffee. The secretary's desk faltered and she nearly twists her ankle. That's none of your business. And what? I was just trying to help. They sit in the cafe frustrated. We didn't get any useful information, but at least we know Mercury likes espressos. You need to stop making yourself feel better. And let's check moments to see if there are more clues. What's this? Lots of photos of Mercury in his schedule. CEO's Kitty. Is this person a fan? But Mercury is not a celebrity, and why does he have fans? I don't know, maybe because he's like an elf and like humans are crazy about elves. Maybe this account has a lot of information about him. Nikki. Nikki looks up and sees a familiar face. Yuka, and what are you doing here? It's funny, Yuka is like the name of like a type of like vegetable in Spanish. Jazz is having a concert in London and I'm not comfortable letting her travel alone, so I came along. Are you sure it's not Jazz feeling uncomfortable leaving you at home by yourself? And what are you up to? We're on assignment for the Designer Hub, researching designers in London. Designer Intel Hub. I have seen them in magazines before. And you must be really good to get a job there. Mama, it's not really a job and we're not getting paid. Yeah, it's your traditional unpaid internship. Oh, I want to join them too, but I don't know if I'm good enough. Well, are you willing to work for free, Yuka? Then you are hired. To me, you're a very unique designer. Really? And why don't you let me interview you? And what is your definition of sweetness? Huh? And my brother be like, what are you having her wear?
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Pink knit jacket with purple sash skirt, like a mousse cake, sweet but not too rich. Nikki Razan Yuka style. See, I told you you're unique. You just need more confidence. And that's what Jazz always says. And what were you working on just now? And you look like you were having a hard time. Oh, we ran into a little trouble, basically. Anytime we try to ask someone about Mercury, they freak out. Like, dude, this is a guy that like wields strong mind control powers, so yeah. Of course they're not gonna talk. In an online chat. And we have a new member today. And welcome. And nice to meet you. A CEO at the Trade Conference in Cloud, and I think someone got a picture of him at the airport. And he looks so handsome today. And he's handsome every day. And what do you like about him the most? He's handsome. And I like him because of his versatile and elegant designs. And Elle's Elegy, the classic pigeon design. It was love at first sight. Design. And how do you not know? And are you really a fan? And he has the entire Maryland fawning over it. And it's the most popular among all of the 7 nations, and I've never seen anything like it. If I can wear an outfit designed by him one day, I can't even imagine. And stop dreaming. But I heard that there's a story behind the design, something about his family background. More gossip. I heard it from a reporter of a gossip magazine, but he just said one thing and wouldn't tell me more. Which magazine? And I think the secretary gossip. Oh, secret gossip. Back at the cafe. And thank you. I didn't think about joining the Mercury's fan group until you mentioned it. And don't mention it, I'm just glad I can help. But yeah, it's like he's professional stalkers. But how do we get in touch with this secret gossip magazine? Oh, and we can ask Vivian. And she's a reporter, so she might know someone there. Anyway, I'll stop bothering you now. See you. Take care. And you can leave at the cafe. And we should get ready. And I think it's risky to be seen around Mercury's group office and change into something with a face mask or a pair of shades. Oh yeah, that's not gonna raise suspicions to be a masked individual roaming around a rich elf's office.
The layers of the velvet skirt remind one of the ebb and flow of the tide of history.
This one has like, this is called Teresa's Banquet. I'm Teresita, by the way, so yeah. That's why I found it hilarious to address her has like a name similar to mine. I have a Phantom of the Opera half mask. Would that help?
Excuse me?
And there, a fan that I can hide my face behind without being uber obvious about trying to hide my identity.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Is this it? It should be. An old residential building with geckos all over the walls and a small sign hangs next to the staircase. Secret Gossip Magazine. Look, there's more down below. The third room to the right, basement, knock harder. And they're in the basement. And the basement is full of dust and has no working lights. And they reach the third floor on the right and bang on the metal door. And a cautious voice speaks. Who is it? Hi, I'm a reporter from the Designer Interhub looking for information on Mercury. Designer Interhub. And how do you know Vivian? He knows Vivian. And I'm her friend. And can you prove it? And let me see what you got.
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome. Every battle I'm in, victory.
Not bad, come in. And the rest of the doors open and a young man in a casual cloak welcomes them. They enter and find a large open room, and the room is lined with clean marble floors and soft white lights and a dozen or so computers. Well, this is not what I expected. And we have too many enemies, so we can only hide ourselves in the basement. Too many enemies. When you know too much, you make enemies. Huh, I had no idea it was such a dangerous job. And what do you want to know? Is it true one of his famous designs has something to do with his family? Oh, that. Sure, I can tell you the story. Oh, wow, thank you. And this must be something big. Whisper, whisper, he is actually an elf. Oh, what gave that away? The elven ears? The fact that he is like more handsome than the average human? The pointed ears? We're not blind, you know. You only need to take a look at his ears to deduce that. I haven't finished yet. He said no, but oh duh. And there's also warm water. Have you heard of the Moonlight Garden? Moonlight Garden. It's the most secret garden in Ninier. And if the owner sends out invitations, the officials will drop everything to attend. And even Queen Lilith. And the owner is, that's right, Mercury. And he's also related to the royal family in Pigeon. I heard he's, what is it? Come on. Sorry, the rest is not for free. Ah, 10,000 gems. Are you trying to scam us? The exit is that way if you're not going to pay. And the door slammed shut behind them after they were asked to leave. Ah, he's a prince. Well, not an official, just a bastard son of the previous of the dead king. In a desert shop in Loden. Sorry, I'm late. I just got off work. And then you go to the Secret Gossip magazine. And we thought he was a nice guy until he asked us 10,000 gems, and that was very rude. Ha ha ha. But information on Mercury really is worth that kind of money. 10,000 gems for Mercury's backstory is actually cheap. After all, he holds the key to the economy in Mirrorland. But you should take their information with a grain of salt. Why? They always add a little something to the story. Not just a little. And what do you have on him anyway? Nikki's list has 4 items: Light Espresso, versatile style, famous design, and Moonlit Garden. His secretary buys him espresso every morning, no sugar and no milk. And his designs are versatile with one very famous classic pigeon design. And he's an elf, and that's all we know. That's already pretty good. And maybe I can use some for 10,000 gems. You're not going to sell this, are you? No, I am a serious reporter. By the way, we haven't seen each other for a while, and you gotten better, haven't you? And let me see. gets a little too crazy.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
Alright, that was the last chapter, or the last segment of this chapter. We'll finish we'll stream chapter 8 next time. I hope you have fun watching and me reading you all of the little stuff. Bye bye and God bless. Alright, bro, it seems to be done, right? Sorry. Hello. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanca, the RC sister, and we're continuing with Shining Nikki. This is chapter 8 of volume 1. And now we're done with the sound test. Let's bite into this. A great building sits behind walls that are covered in barbed wire and electrical cables. Apple Federation Military Prison is one of the most heavily guarded prisons in Maryland, housing the worst criminals. A man in a soldier's uniform stands in front of the window, and the wind blows on his shiny blonde hair. What are you trying to do, Lowen? Lowen hasn't changed, but Lilith doesn't understand him anymore. I shouldn't have come to you, but it was urgent, and I could only ask you for help. I'm sorry. Lilith sighs but doesn't ask any questions. The military can only hold him back for so long. His money has infiltrated the government, and we don't know how deep. They're talking about the elf Mercury. Even though we succeeded today, Mercury probably has other plans. So for Nikki, the justiciars are safer than in any country in Maryland. Is that why you made a deal with Zoe? Part of it. He takes off the Apple Federation uniform and puts it on the couch. This uniform has seen many battles with him, and it's almost like his second skin. And the medallions speak of his achievements and glory. But he no longer has what it takes to wear it anymore. Look, about today. I only went to Loden Hotel because I received an anonymous tip. I will report what happened to the higher-ups and keep an eye on Mercury. Don't worry. Thank you. Lowen, I don't know what you're doing and whose orders you're taking, but I know you will never betray Apple, right? Lowen doesn't answer. When he steps out of prison, he looks back at the windows and he remembers clearly the view from there. He takes out his phone and he dials a number. Yes, it's taken care of now, and I'm not sure if she's the primary target. I know, I'll go back first. The night has descended on Rosette, and the network of neon lights is like a spider web covering every part of the city. Justicia and Sword just got the underground tavern in the Machine City, and Zoe and Nikki are the only two people inside. Want something to drink? And so he takes out a bottle of wine from Northern Kingdom and a canned fruit flavored drink from the bar for Nikki. Thank you. A peach flavored drink, sweet just like a soda. These drinks are the worst because they go down easily, and it's already too late when you feel dizzy. Nikki puts down the can. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe, at least while you're here. Mercury didn't let you go so easily because of the military. He probably has what he wanted. He's been researching the sign of reflection and Leonie's manuscript for a long time. It looks like you are the king. So I look at Nikki, even though she's smiling, it feels almost suffocating. And why don't you tell me everything you know about the design of reflection? I'm not sure. Everything is still a blur when Nikki tries to remember what happened during the auction. And two memories are intertwined, the one where she saw the destruction of Mirrorland and the one where she doesn't recognize herself. Was it really her? Just as Nikki focuses on her memory, something pulls her into a styling battle.
What am I up against? What kind of force is this? Pretty smoky eyes makeup is a must.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Don't you want this power? Nikki hears a voice from deep inside her mind, like a devil whispering in her ears. And the terrifying feeling of being devoured resurfaces again, and she can feel losing control of her body just like, no, no, no. And she utters these words unconsciously. Everything suddenly stops, and the desire to be in control vanishes, and her trembling is the only evidence of what she experienced. It's gone? She tries to calm herself down and slowly opens her eye, and Zoe is looking at her with something on her mind. What is it? Is it because I used designer's reflection? Once I used it, I might be devoured. But if she can't use his power, will she still be able to save Mirrorland? She needs to know what exactly is happening, and she shall say the power awakens the other self through the power of the memories. Yes, you shall. And I need to go to Cloudcrest to see someone. Maybe she's the key to everything. A determined Nikki looks at Zoe. Yawn, leaving again. Momo wakes up and rubs his eyes. Yes, and things might get a little bumpier from here. It's fine, I'm awake now, let's go. Nikki feels a little bad for Momo because she has no idea what will happen from now on. Zoe is waiting for them outside. Let's go. Are you coming with us? I told you I'll keep you safe for now. And Maker is really interested in you, but I won't let him get what he wants again. Nikki is prepared to deal with everything on her own going forward, but she has friends. Are you ready? The hangar is just up ahead. The hangar, what we got from Cloudcrest by train. Are you asking me to go on a crowded train with you to Cloudcrest? So it doesn't look like she wants to do that. Nikki suddenly gets a feeling that Zoe is not as scary as when they first met. She spots a girl on the other side of the street just as she picks up Momo to go with Zoe. And she can only see the back of the girl, who looks like she's trying to find her way around here. Nikki stops. She looks familiar. But the person Nikki is thinking of can't possibly be here. The girl turns around. Nikki! Joy! Nikki is shocked. Joy waves to her while crossing the street. Nikki, it's really you. I found you. Zoe notices what's happening and turns around, examining the girl who's just showed up. Nikki can't believe Joy is here. Joy grabs her hand. Joy's hands are warm. Nikki, say something, please. She can't find the words to say. Joy, are you alright? And how do you wake up? I don't know how I did, but everything is fine and I'm doing great. Nikki was really worried about you, did you know? That's why I came all the way here from Cloudcrest as soon as I woke up. How do you know I was here? You shout told me, and she said you were in Rosette, so I got here as fast as I could. Nikki hears Giselle's name and thinks about something for a while. Did Giselle say anything else? No, she just said that you guys are in Rosette. It's so scary out here, and everyone looks at me funny, and I didn't know what about the underground city. And what's so scary? Zoe leans against the streetlights, and she's been following the conversation the entire time. Nikki, who is she? Joy looks a little afraid of Zoe and takes a few steps towards Nikki. This is Zoe, the commander of the Justiciars. Hello, young lady. Nikki didn't expect Zoe to say hi first, and Joy nods and moves closer to Nikki. Let's get out of here and go back to Star Heaven. I need to go to Cloudcrest first, and how about I go with you to Star Heaven after that? Joy furrows her brow and suddenly looks serious. Nikki, something happened in Star Heaven. It has something to do with what old Henry left behind. You were concerned about Ashley and old Henry, right? Old Henry, he left something behind, and what happened? I don't know exactly, so I need to go back to find out. But Nikki hesitates and she really wants to find Giselle in Cloudcrest, but Joy doesn't look like she's joking either. We can go to Star Heaven first. Zoe looks at Joy, who's hiding behind Nikki, and Joy blinks when she catches Zoe looking at her. Yes, that'll be the plan. Star Heaven first. Huh? So then, Star Heaven is hotter than Rosette, so put on something appropriate.
Are we going to Star Heaven? Actually, I'd like to go see Yishao in Cloudcrest first. Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
The fairy tale kingdom just looks as dreamy as when they left. The sky and the clouds are reflecting in the mirror-like lake, and the girl rowing the boat is singing in a beautiful song. The air smells like freshly baked cakes, and children run through the streets yelling and playing. Upon returning, Nikki feels like she's dreaming, and she's unsure if what happened in Star Heaven was a dream or what happened after she left Star Heaven was a dream. And when she first arrived to Star Heaven, she thought of this time-traveling quest to help Mirrorland as a sightseeing. Finally home. And Star Heaven is the best, and don't you think so, Nikki? Maybe it's because of Joy, but Nikki is finally able to relax a little, and since she hasn't felt like this in a long time. Star Heaven has the best barbecue. Will there ever be a time when you don't talk about barbecue and I'm getting tired of it? What's your problem, huh? Nikki listens to their bantering, and ordinary days feel extremely precious during times like this. But Nikki is anxious because there's a lot of unsolved problems which hang above her fairy tale-like and unseen dark cloud. So when we were in Rosette, you said something happened in Star Heaven. What was it? Can we not talk about that yet? You just got back, and don't you want to walk around first? How about going to Lake Silvermoon, and it's where we first met? Hey, you said it was important, and why are you? Come on, Momo. Joy interrupts him impatiently. And don't you miss the barbecue shop by the lake? If you insist, I suppose we can take a detour to the lake. Nikki follows them to the Lake Silvermoon because they both seem excited about it. Where's the commander? Why isn't she here? So I can't imagine her rowing a boat like this. She took off after we arrived in Star Heaven. She looked really intimidating. I'm glad she's gone. The clear sky is reflected in the lake, and a gentle breeze sends ripples through the white clouds on the water. And Nikki closes her eyes to enjoy the silence and to take her mind off all of the things that had happened recently. Joy can see Nikki is feeling down, so she pulls the oars aside and sits down beside her. Do you remember the song I was singing when we first met? Come girl, come to Silver Lake, the waves are your stage and the stars are your scene. Joy takes Nikki's hand and sings a familiar song. And she looks at the horizon, the warm breeze and tranquil river suit her. Why don't we take a photo together to remember we met at Silver Moon?
It feels like so much time has passed. But I actually last visited Lake Silvermoon not too long ago.
The beautiful lake and everyone's mouths are captured by the photograph. Nikki feels a lot better. My father used to take me rolling here, and he said Lake Silvermoon is the most beautiful place in the kingdom, and it inspired him. Beautiful indeed. I felt happy and loved whenever he took me to Lake Silvermoon. Right, I have mentioned that he's a great designer, and I admire him very much. Every time I came out with a pretty outfit, my father would be very happy. So I always wanted to become a great stylist. Joy stops and looks at Nikki. You're a great stylist too. And maybe you're the kind of person who's naturally talented, and my dad talks about them a lot. I'm kind of jealous. Joy smiles as warm as the sun shining on the lake. The boat travels on the rays of what remains of the setting sun, and the music has stopped and the lights have turned on. It's getting late. Today we went by too quickly. The boat docks and Joy stands on the bow and looks at the setting sun over Lake Silvermoon, and no one knows what's on her mind. From where Nikki stands, she can see the look on Joy's face, and something about Joy doesn't seem right. But Nikki can't quite put her finger on it. It feels like she's the same as when they first met, but Nikki looks at Joy again, and Joy hasn't turned around, and her shadow is long and twisted. What exactly happened in Star Heaven? Joy turns and smiles at Nikki. Come to my house tomorrow, and we'll be friends for so long, but you've never been to my place. But I'll tell you everything tomorrow. That sounded like a threat. As the sun sets, darkness enshrouds the lake, and everything is quiet as the stars take over and are reflected on the lake. Nikki says goodbye to Joy at the dock and walks back to the hotel with Momo. Nikki keeps thinking about Joy on their way back and misses the turn at a corner. Hey, you just walked past it. What are you thinking about? Nikki realizes she went the wrong way, and she goes back to the alley, which is a shortcut they used this morning. They can see the street on the other end and the narrow dark alley, and that's where their hotel is. And the only light is the alley short circuits and flickers and go out. As a light, the light in the alley is tuned to horror movie setting. You know, like when the light flickers, ting ting. It's dark. The light bulb is dead. But we'll waste time if we take a detour. Nikki thinks about it for a while and then picks up Momo and walks down the alley. And Momo clings onto her clothes tightly. Since when were you such a coward? I'm not, it's just... Momo is trying to come up with an excuse when a black shadow charges at Nikki. Watch out, behind you. Nikki sends a powerful presence and takes 2 steps back to dodge the attack, but she isn't sure where the enemy is. Why are you attacking us? No one answers. The only thing Nikki can feel is a hint of his power. And they are in the middle of the alley, too far from either end, which looks a lot farther now that they're in trouble. And Nikki tries to summon her styling power, but recalls the terrifying desire to control everything from the last time. And what if the power controls her again? And what if? And the enemy attacks while Nikki hesitates and there's no time to think.
No time to ponder. We have to win first.
trust me? Will you trust me?
We won, Nikki. Momo thinks something is wrong with Nikki, and her hands are by her side, fists clenched. Nikki, Nikki, are you alright? The desire to destroy everything manifests, and everything in this world is irritating her. And even this person, this alley, everything else in her way. Something was awakened by the starting battle and now runs amok in her mind. The door has been opened, the one to the abyss, and the abyss stares back at Nikki. And Nikki walks towards the masked enemy that she defeated, and she walks towards the abyss. And bam! And a shattering gunshot. The shot pierces the night like a sharp blade and pulls Nikki's mind back. No shots were fired in reality, but in her mind it shadowed the desire that was taking over. The scary thoughts receded from her mind like a tide, and leaving her standing there looking down at her hands. A scared Momo sits on the ground and looks at her, and his cloak is covered in dirt. And she gets down and extends her hand to Momo, who jumps into her arms. That was so scary. Nikki, still holding on to Momo, is trembling, and she takes a step back and feels the cold wall against her back. And the enemy takes off his mask, and Nikki recognizes it as one of Zoe's mercenaries. Zoe, the gun in hand, also comes out from the alley, and Nikki also looks at them, unsure what to do or say. Do you realize what you did? Zoe looks down at Nikki, and neither condescending nor concerned. What did I do? If it weren't for me, you probably would have done something bad. She wanted to kill the masked man. No, that's not me. That wasn't me. Nikki is suddenly filled with extreme fear, and she's afraid of the desire that wants to destroy and control everything, and she's afraid of her uncontrollable self. She doesn't know what this power might compel her to do. And what if one day she hurts someone with this power, and what if... She doesn't dare to keep thinking about it. A hand grabs her arm to stop her from shaking, and it's Zoe. Power never makes a weak person stronger, because power only belongs to those who are already strong. Zoe's tone doesn't change, but she is channeling her power into Nikki. In the legends of the Northern Kingdom, there's a sword that symbolizes strength and victory. The Moonlit Razor. Nah, I'm just mixing my franchises. Many sought after the power within the sword, but they were all devoured by the sword. Why? Zoe lets go of Nikki's arm. Because power chooses its master. The strong control power, and the weak are controlled by power. Zoe is so close that she's almost whispering into Nikki's ear, but she sounds gentle. The more you're afraid, the more you're likely to be devoured, so don't give in. But I do not know what to do, and what should I do? So at last, while Nikki is talking to herself, why don't we relax? Relax. Relax, relax, don't do it. Nikki doesn't understand what Zoe meant, and Zoe has always been so unpredictable. Follow me. And where are you going? Somewhere fun. So it looks Nikki up and down. But put on something suitable for a bar first. A bar? She needs to relax.
An outfit for a party should be sexy.
No, she said it, not me. now Nikki's ready to go to a dive bar. Don't look it up. It's that type of hellhole that only exists in the US. I'm just messing around. Whatever. You can do whatever you want. There are people everywhere under the colorful neon signs on the street full of bars. I didn't think Star Heaven would have a street like this. Every city has one, and it's the most interesting place in that city. The door is an ordinary alley with two menacing bouncers in front. After Zoe goes in, Nikki is stopped by one of the guards. Wait, how old are you? I'm 19. He looks at Nikki up and down and then scoffs. 19, you look like you're 15 at best. ID, please. ID. Nikki doesn't have a Maryland ID. No, cause like Nikki was isekai to like the world of Maryland. She's like a Dark Souls invader. She's not from that world. I'm going in. Come find me when you're done. Wait. The bouncer stops Nikki. I've seen too many people like you, and why don't you go home and do your homework instead? So he took us here, but she left us at the door, like every great friend usually does. Oh well, let's just go back. I'm tired anyway. It's getting late and there is no one in the streets, and the stone roads are slick from a light drizzle. Nikki stands by the window and stares blankly at the rain. And she's tired, but she's also thinking about everything that's happened recently and can't fall asleep. Like, I guess what Zoe was expecting was for Nikki to just mind control her way into the bar or something. She went to Lawden Hotel to take back the manuscript, but Mercury still has it. Nothing has changed. The wind, chilled by the rain, seeps through the cracks in the window, and Nikki puts her arms around herself. She had no idea how powerful her enemy was until she was face to face with Mercury. Even though her memories are a bit hazy, she can still remember being immobilized in front of that power. She trembles, and even the word courage is now meaningless. And how would she take back the manuscript from his formidable enemy? Unless the strong control power and the weak are controlled by power. And she repeats what Zoe said earlier. Mama, I want to go back to the Ark, and why don't we go to sleep first? Why the Ark all of a sudden? Maybe Aeon knows something about the designer's reflection. I'll go with you, but let's change out of the pajamas first.
We should go to the Ark and ask about the designer's reflection.
Like, I recently got like this Dark Souls looking armor. It's one I had to wear. Like, I don't have like the complete set yet, but I have enough for it to look amusing. a nice pointy red. Now she definitely looks like she could belong, like she could take on Dark Souls. Whatever. Moving along.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Nikki pushes open the gate of heart but doesn't see the calm motion like she always does. There are vortices of different sizes in the ocean of memory, spiraling and creating holes in the sea. The aurora in the sky flickers. A bright rainbow hangs in the sky, illuminated by frequent lightning strikes. What is happening? I have no idea, but it looks amazing. Is it that an aurora and a rainbow? I've never seen an aurora and a rainbow and lightning at the same time. And what is happening to the ocean of memories? And the marina are nowhere to be found. And they are always able to sense Nikki's arrival and appear at once. And Nikki and Momo walk around the ark but doesn't see Anne and Marina. The ark floats on a sea full of vortices like an empty shell, and the heart of the ark spins tirelessly under the water. They are not here. And maybe they went sailing because they thought that the veil was beautiful. Is that it? Let's wait a little longer, and I feel like I can't calm down unless I ask him about the design of reflection. You're right, Teresita. Nikki and Momo walk around the ark but doesn't see Aeon and Marina. And before leaving, Nikki notices the vortices seem to be expanding, but she's not sure if it's just her imagination. She's never seen the ocean of memories like this before, and it feels strange. And this might just be the beginning. The rain has stopped when the morning sun rises. Joy got to the hotel early and has been waiting downstairs for a while. And why didn't you come in? Because that woman looks scary. You mean Zoe? Yes, and the people with her too. And how do you know them? Because it will take a long time to explain. Joy doesn't look like she cares. Instead, she takes a few steps closer and smiles at Nikki. The town feels fresh and bright after the rain, and the sun is shining behind her and seemingly giving her a halo. Anyway, Joy turns around and looks at Nikki. Wow, the sun is beautiful right now, and don't move and let me take a photo or two.
Star Heaven is a great spot for photos in the morning sun.
These look great, thank you. You're welcome. I'm really excited to have you over for the first time. Me too. Is there food? We haven't had breakfast. Don't worry, I got you. They walk along the shore of the Lake Silvermoon until they reach the outskirts of Starhaven and see a few houses by the lake. The closest one is a house built with red bricks, and some of the paint on the door has peeled off and the windows are closed. Here it is. I used to live in this house with my mom and dad when I was little. My dad and I loved the flower cake my mom used to make, and I would watch him while he designed and mom baked. Are your parents home today? Today. Joy sounds a little different. They don't live here anymore. I live by myself now. They follow Joy to the house, and Joy takes out a key and unlocks the door. The sunshine pours in and dust is everywhere, and the furniture sits far away from the light. And Joy walks into the house and stands in the shadows, and Nikki can see the look on Joy's face. Come in. Oh yeah, this is not a red flag at all. And it's on dining table next to the living room, and with a row of cabinets by the window where the sun shines through. And it looks like no one has lived here for quite a while. And some children's drawings and design sketches are stuck to the walls behind the television, and a doctor is holding a girl's hand. Did you draw this when you were young? Joy doesn't answer. I drew them while I was an adult. She comes out from the kitchen with a cup of hot chocolate and gives the rabbit-shaped mug to Nikki. Hungry? Have a hot chocolate first. Momo, here's yours. Thank you. The mug looks cute. And Joy stares at the mug intently. And Nikki takes a sip, and the hot chocolate is really sweet. This is really good, and then you have more. Nikki suddenly feels dizzy when she tries to say something, and her voice sounds distant, like it's coming from another world. And she drops the mug and spills the rest of the hot chocolate. And everything looks blurry, and she hears a strange voice as her consciousness fades. Joy, do you want to become a great stylist? And that is the only way to pursue true beauty? Yes. Who is this girl? But you have to pay the price. Are you ready? Ready. Didn't I tell you about the red flags? She can feel a bright light pointed at her eyes. Ah! Nikki wakes up. It felt like she was fine only a moment ago, but she has no idea what happened. She feels something covering her eyes, a white cloth perhaps, and a bright light like a lamp on an operating table shines through the cloth. Where am I? Momo, Joy. No one answers, and there's only the sound of the machines whirring. And Nikki tries to move, but she's strapped to the chair and can only move her fingers. What happened? Momo, Momo. Unable to see her move, trapped in a strange place, she's scared and starts to panic. Did something happen to Momo and Joy? And Nikki tries very hard to remember what happened before she passed out. She drank her chocolate and then she hears a robotic voice that sounds like something from a program. Experiment 327, intensity medium. Nikki suddenly feels the throbbing pain. The pain is not physical, and it goes straight to her spirit world. Her consciousness is pulled in every direction like something is being ripped apart, and it's much worse than physical pain. Oh! She starts shaking and sweating and gasping for breath, but she hears the voice again before the pain subsides. Experiment 328, intensity high. Her spirit world is taken over by a stabbing pain, and her brain becomes incapable of processing anything else. Ah! Ah! That seems more like it. She tries to hold it in, but gives in to the pain and screams. Experiment 329, intensity highest. Oh, something fell. The pain worsens, but she can't make a sound. And the pain drowns her like a tsunami, and she can't think of anything else other than how to stop the pain.
change the ruined future.
Well, it's already been established in Shiny Nikki that her styling power also affects like inanimate objects like robots and stuff. Subject 1, Phase 1 has ended. The pain subsides in an instant, and the strap comes loose with a click. And she waits for the pain to go away and calms down. Is it over? She raises her hand and takes out the cloth, and it takes a while to get used to the light, but she can finally see where she is. This looks like a lab, and she's sitting on a chair in the middle of a room. And a bizarre device is connected to the chair with a black cables, and there is a huge glass pane in front of the chair. And everything on the other side of the glass is dark, so she can't see anything. There's a steel door in the corner of the room, locked of course, and Nikki hears a faint sound of something turning. And she looks around and spots 4 cameras tracking her movements. Wee, wee. She is being watched, and her heart is beating rapidly, and she can barely think, but this is not the time to panic. And she can't show any signs of weakness because she is being watched. Whisper, calm down and think about what to do. And then the locked door is cracked open and she can see a poorly lit corridor. And Nikki hesitates. But she knows she'll have to leave the room to find out what happened, and even if it's a trap. And if they invited her to leave, Nikki takes a deep breath and gets ready to open the door. All the cameras move and pointing towards the door, and the feeds are projected on a large screen in a different room. The room is mostly lit by the video, and in the video feed, Nikki walks through the long white corridor and everything is being recorded as if she's a lab rat. Tick-tock, tick-tock. And the device next to the screen shows values in different colors, and someone is standing in front of the screen. With a click, the screen is off and the room goes dark, and the sound of knuckles being cracked reverberating in the darkness. Nikki tries to calm down as she walks forward. And this is the only path. That means someone must be waiting for her at the end of it. Could it be Mercury? Even if she knows what's awaits her, she has to keep walking. I wonder what happened to Momo and Joy. Oh my god, like she's just like it's so she still doesn't process the fact that Joy was the one who like gave her the sketchy cup of coffee. An idea passed into her head when she was seeing so Joy. It was Joy who handed her the drink that knocked her out, and something about Joy was also since she showed up in Rosette unannounced. And the old Nikki wouldn't have let herself continue with her thought, and she trusted everyone around her. But now, maybe she should think things over, but she doesn't have any time left. Another steel door is at the end of the hallway, and she pulls on the handle and finds it's not locked. And the only exit available. And Nikki puts her hand on the cold handles, and she's no longer the girl that watched the manuscript taken from her. And she knows how to stop the destruction of Mirrorland, so she would not back down no matter what awaits her.
I have nothing to fear with you by my side.
There are no lights in the room, and Nikki can kind of see that there's a lot of things in a huge pile, like a lurking monster. The door slams shut and the lights come on, and she can now see everything. It looks like an old lab with an enormous pile of abandoned equipment, useless and left behind. A girl sits on top of the pile, as if she too was abandoned. Looking down, the girl sings a familiar song. Come girl, come to Lake Silvermoon, the waves are your stage, and the stars are your scene. Dance, soar, make your dream come true, allow me to play for you. And when the swan dance on the lake, winds become falling stars. Her voice echoes throughout the lab as if transcending time and reconstructing a nostalgic past. And she throws her hand to look at Nikki, and the confusion and nostalgia disappear instantly. She looks different, but Nikki recognizes her. Joy. I've been waiting for you, Nikki. Come girl, come to Lake Silvermoon, and the waves are your stage, the stars are your scene. Dance on and make your dreams come true. Allow me to play for you. Oh, I already said that. The same song again. The past illustrated by the sun flashes before her like a scene in a movie, revealing memories from the bottom of the heart. The curtain rises and sunshine dances on the blue lake, and the breeze brings scent of flowers and sweet songs echo on the boat. So now like Nikki is like mind reading the memories of Joy. The waves are your stay, the stars are your scene. Dance, soar, make your dreams come true. A family of three sits in the boat, and the little girl in the middle happily sings a song about the star heaven. Look, Dad, I chose my own skirt today. The girl stands up excitedly and twirls in front of her father, ignoring the fact that they're on a boat. And the sky rotates in a beautiful arc, and its ribbon rises and falls like petals on a lake. Joy, stop rocking the boat. It looks good. You might have the knack for styling. Huh? Don't rock the boat, baby, rock the boat. The man picks up the girl and places her on his lap. Really, do you mean it? The girl laughs innocently as the sunshine caresses her face. Do you like styling? Yes, it's fun, and I want to pick up something different to wear every day. You will definitely become a good stylist. The girl doesn't seem to understand. They are a group of people who pursue true beauty. The greatest of all of them was called Leonid. In the reflection, the girl is playing with her ribbon because she doesn't understand anything her father is talking about. They take photos with a camera, and the father is caressing his daughter's hair. A breeze rocks the boat and sends ripples through the water. And Nikki is floating on the lake and watching everything. I will enjoy his memory. Seems like it. Yes, that's Joy as a kid. I think we can only see her memories and they can't tell we're here. The ripple distorts the reflection within verse as Nikki looks down. The lake disappears and now they're in a room, and Joy, a little older, is looking at a design on her desk. A photo of her and her family sits on the desk, and she's humming a song as she sketches. When the sun that's on the lake, winds become falling stars. On the wall, the days of the calendar are all crossed out, and a red circle is drawn around today's date. And the doorbell rings, and Joy gets up suddenly, just as Nikki saw them might collide. She walks through Nikki's body. We're just observers in this memory. We don't exist here. So see what's happening. Let's follow Joy to see what happens. Okay. The door opens and it's not someone Joy was expecting, and she looks at the closed door and stays like that for a long time. And Joy's mother sits on the sofa and flips to the television, and now the curtains are closed and the house feels dark and cold. They all say that your father has gone mad and no one understands his signs anymore. How long has he been gone? Half a year? A whole year? He will be back. He promised to take me running on Silver Lake Moon. Joy runs back at her room, and she takes out a pen and crosses out today's date and then returns to her desk and studies the notes her father's left behind. She goes right back to her designs that symbolize love and beauty and looking for the legends of the star and destiny. Look, Teresita, the calendar. The days are crossed out one by one and someone keeps writing on the calendar in red. And Joy is still humming the familiar song in front of the desk. When the sun dances on the lane, winds become falling stars. Oh my god, it's like someone that's in love with only one song specific. Joy runs downstairs again and the doorbell rings. Let's follow her. And the living room is full of dust and looks like no one has used it in a while. And at the door, Joy hugs her father tight. Joy, do you want to become a great stylist? And that is the only way to pursue true beauty. Yes. Joy looks at her father with hope and nods. But you'll have to pay the price. Are you ready? Ready. The memory distorts as Joy gets ready, and finding the most important part is the key to this world.
Momo calls this hairstyle candy kebabs. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
After the styling battle, the memory stabilizes, but the surroundings are no longer the same. The light on the ceiling is so bright that Nikki can't open her eyes. Finally, her eyes adjust and Nikki finds herself in the lab. A lab? Have we been here before? This is where you woke up the last time you passed out. The last time. This is when you woke up after falling unconscious. You're right, this must be it. Everything in the lab looks identical, and Joy is strapped to the chair and her father's wearing a lab coat is adjusting the equipment. Are you ready, Joy? Joy takes a deep breath. As ready as I'll ever be. Ah. And so J1 phase 3 number 57, intensity highest. No mental reaction detected. And her father removes the attachment from Joyce after she stops screaming. And drops of sweat roll from her face and her hair is stuck to her cheeks and she's barely alive. And she does her best to open her eyes when she hears her father's footsteps. Dad? He caresses her head just like he used to. If you want your dreams to come true, then you have to pay the price. No pain, no gain. If I want my dreams to come true, then I have to pay the price. There is a power called designer's reflection, and once you can use it, you will become a powerful stylist. But ordinary people don't have the mental capacity for it. I want to become a stylist. You will become a great one. Joy's father was out and leaves her in the lab by herself, and she sings the song again as the pale light shines on her and she stares blankly into space. Come, girl, come to Silver Lake Moon. The waves are your stay, the stars are your scene. And dance soar and make your dreams come true, and allow me to play for you. Like murmurs in a dream, like small dots of the light on the lake. And her voice trails off as she falls asleep with a smile from before all this happened. But she wakes up the next second in pain. And the numbers on the equipment keep going up until it stops and her father bursts into the lab ecstatic. We did it. We did it? You can now use designer's reflection, but you're not fully compatible with it. Your mind will suffer when you use it. Suffer? Does that mean she'll be in pain whenever she uses designer's reflection? Seems like it. She went down this road because she enjoys styling and now it brings her nothing but pain. This is your first mission, Joy. It is from the inventor of the experiment. Approach this girl who might have something to do with Leonie's manuscript. He hands her a document. Pink hair, Nikki. As she reads Nikki's name, the memory world warps again. Oh yeah, so Nikki was her first target.
trust me.
Come girl, come to late silver moon. The waves are your stays, the stars are your scene. Ah yeah, there you definitely lost it. Dance or make your dreams come true. Allow me to play for you. And when the sun stands on the lake, winds become falling stars. A boat on Lake Silver Moon shakes, and the breeze carries the fragrance of flowers. Joy is taking a pink-haired girl and talking to a cat somewhere on the boat, and she sings the song of Star Heaven. That's Momo and me, and looks like things are lining up. And the lake looks the same, reflecting the blue sky and the white clouds, and her oars send ripples through the water with each stroke. Here you go. I enjoy, and make sure you take my boat when you visit Star Heaven again. The girl and her cat leave the boat and say goodbye. And Joy waves goodbye too. And on the girl's back, the hidden beacon blinks faintly. And Joy watches them leave, and when they're far away, Joy takes out a communicator and presses a button. She looks like an ordinary girl, but the talking cat is something else. I'll find out about her styling power. Joy doesn't leave right away after the conversation. Indeed, she stays in the boat for a while. And the sun shines down on the lake on her, and when was the last time Joy enjoyed the warm sun like this? It doesn't seem like she wants to leave, and she doesn't until sunset. And by the lake, she bumps into the pink-haired girl and her cat. Hey, you guys again. And do you want to go around the lake once, and I'll give you a local prize? And Joy rows the boat back across the lake, and the stage for Star Heaven Swan Pageant is set in the middle of the lake, and the moon shines on the empty stage. The place is correct, and the next pageant starts tomorrow, and it'll be the biggest one ever. Actually, Nikki, I think I want to participate, and won't you do it with me? Joy watches Nikki put on the skirt, and the twirling hem reminds her of a shooting star. I can feel your styling power. You're good. You really should participate in the pageant. Come tomorrow. And after dropping us, Nikki, Joy, and her boats are the only thing on the lake. And the stars in the lake are reflected in her eyes, and the reflection of the sky is dreamy and fragile. And she remembers something from a long time ago. She too twirls on the boat. The boat shakes and sends ripples through the quiet lake, and back to being carefree, back to when styling was fun. And she twirled in joy in front of her father while wearing her favorite skirt in a boat on a Lake Silver Moon. And she stops, and the boat stops shaking, and the moon shines down and covers her in a light veil. She looks lonely. Joy looks lonely. Joy. And she sings the same song again. And this time her voice is lower, and she sings much lower. Come, girl, come to Silver Moon. The waves are your stays, and the stars are your scene. Dance and soar and make your dreams come true. Allow me to play for you. Oh my God, sing something else. The sun rises as she sings. You are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. I like that song better. Joy leaves Star Heaven after a few days and hands the investigation report to her father. Special styling power and design of reflection, Leonie's manuscript. The other side, the stars will guide us. He starts to himself with a frenzy that Joy finds terrifying. Well done, Joy. Here's your next mission. Bring Nikki back at all costs. Joy doesn't answer. Don't you want to become the best? And you're giving so much already, and you can't stop now. I know. We already sent people to Shadow Floor, so you must watch from the sidelines for now. Maybe she knows something about the puzzle solver too, and make sure she trusts you and don't rush into anything. Joy returns to her room, just another lab with a bed. and the clothes for Joy are next to her bed, and she puts on her hat, which symbolizes the warm and tender sunshine. But there is no sun in the light, and only a pale light, and the shadow of the hat conceals the look on her face. My mission starts now.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
After the starting battle, their surroundings change again, and they're now in Cloudcrest. And people are getting ready for the Flower Fest, but things look a little lonely under the snow. Flower Fest. And Nikki recalls what happened. Are you okay, Nikki? Yes, I'm fine. And you don't need to worry about me, Teresita, and these are just memories. If that's the case, then what exactly happened on the day of the Flower Fest? And the floor has already left, but the performance hasn't started. I remember Shinji putting me on the floor, and the moment when I woke up, those would be in control. And Shinji's figure appears and walks towards the backstage. Joy asked me to help Shinji, so she stayed behind. Joy was already there. Shinji, can you tell me what you're up to now? I will deliver the manuscript to Loden and complete the transaction. And what about the puzzle solver? The puzzle solver? You didn't let me do anything because you wanted clues to the puzzle solver, right? And what is your mission, Joy? Bringing both Nikki and the manuscript back. Unfortunately, Joy freezes and her eyes lose focus. You can't take her, not now anyway. As Joy loses consciousness, the memory world falls into darkness again. When there is a light again, they're back on Lake Silvermoon, and Joy and the girl with pink hair are on a swaying boat. Is that me? I don't recall this. This might be Joy's dream. Shinji's mind control puts people in dreams, and maybe this is Joy's dream. The wind blows gently, and the ripples expand outward, and Joy sounds like she's both talking to herself and Nikki. I'm really jealous because you have the power of design of reflection. And I also hate you not because you have the power, but because you remind me of what makes me happy. The happiness I had decided to give up, the happiness of styling. Well, that's envy in a nutshell. And the surprise for making dreams come true, and I paid so much, but when will my dream come true? No one answers, both in dream and in reality. Star Heaven is a fairy tale town that's forever beautiful and forever happily ever after. Come, girl, come to Lake Silvermoon, and the waves are your stage, and the stars are your scene. Dance, soar, and make your dreams come true. And when the swan dance on the lane, winds become falling stars. Joy sings again and again and again. Indeed, as the ripples continue, a reef occurs nearby, and like a shattered mirror, the reef grows bigger and the world is collapsing.
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Joy, do you want to become a great stylist? That is the only way to pursue true beauty. Yes, but you have to pay a price. Are you prepared? Ready. When Joy wakes up, she's back in the lab, and her brow furrows and she shakes in her head in pain. And she walks out and finds her father watching a recording, and the girl on the screen is wearing a red dress and standing in a pool of blood. And the look in her eyes is chilling and captivating, making everyone bow down to her. Nikki, is that Nikki? Her father doesn't notice her, and his eyes are glued to the screen as if it's a rare piece of art. I failed. I couldn't bring her back. Dad? Her father doesn't hear her either. Instead, he mumbles. Is this the true power of designer reflection? Is this the secret Leonid left behind? The power to mind control others. Joy looks at her father again, but her father never looks at her. The light in these memories go out, and even the pale light in the lab. And then she's back in Lake Silvermoon. The clear sky reflects the lake, and a gentle breeze sends ripples through the water. The wind carries a fragrant scent of flower, and Joy rolls the boat and sings a familiar song. Come, girl, come to Lake Silvermoon. The waves are your stay, the stars are your scene. And dance and soar and make your dreams come true, and allow me to play for you. And when the sun dances on the lane, winds become falling stars. Where are we now? Yesterday, when Joy was on the lake with us, and my father used to take me rolling here, and he said Lake Silvermoon is the most beautiful spot in the kingdom, and it inspired him. I felt happy and loved whenever he took me to Lake Silvermoon. Oh, did I ever tell you he's a great designer and that I admire him very much? Every time I came out with a pretty outfit, my father would be very happy. So I always wanted to become a great stylist. And everything must go according to plan. And no matter what it takes, I have to bring Nikki back and earn the true power of designer's reflection. And that is the meaning of her existence, and this is what made her happy. Come to my house tomorrow, and we've been friends for so long, but you've never been to my place. Is that a yes? You're coming tomorrow? They wave goodbye to each other as last the rays of the sun shine gently on the lake, and they wave at each other for a long time, and Joy even turns around to see Nikki's silhouette walk away from her. Until the sun sets and darkness takes over.
causes of the world with my eyes.
Alright, I've seen solo the little side stories and the main chapter. Alright, so next time we stream Shiny Nikki, we're gonna be going to chapter 9. I hope you have fun watching this and me reading you all the dialogues and narration. Bye bye and God bless. But this is the start, right? The stream? Alright. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanca, the RC sister, and we're gonna be streaming Shiny Nikki, and we're continuing with the main plot, Volume 9, Chapter 9, and off we go. The silence in the labs wraps around Nikki like a shadow. The sun brings Nikki back when she first meets Joy on Lake Silvermoon that shone beautifully under the sun. Joy, are you still under Shinji's control? Shinji. If it's not for him, I would have brought you back during Flower Fest, and that was a missed opportunity. But you're here now, and that works for me. Joy jumps down nimbly from the pile of equipment. And do you get it now? I approached you on purpose. And Star Heaven, Shadowflow, Flower Fest, those vain and foolish days ended a long time ago. What are you trying to do, Joy? And Nikki takes a deep breath to calm herself and to tell herself that this is no time to be sad or fragile. Then Nikki realizes that Momo's not with her. Momo, where is Momo? He kept calling your name when you fell down. And Nikki, he was too loud. And Nikki's heart skips a bit when she sees the cold look on Joy's face. And the experiments, how were they? Did they hurt? To use this honest reflection, I had to go through that daily, and do you know how much I paid? And what have you paid? And Joy's voice sounds calm like when they were on the boat on the Lake Silvermoon talking about their admirations for the designs. But as shadow spawns behind her, distorting and expanding, and Joy is engulfed in the middle of the shadow, grinning with a disdain and contempt. And at this moment, Nikki realizes that this person is no longer Joy she knew. Now I have that power too. And Joy extends her hand, and a faint black mist is wrapped around her wrist. Did you think that you are the only chosen one? Joy walks towards Nikki, fully intending to rip something out from within her. Why don't we find out who deserves this power more? The next moment, the shadow behind Joy pulls Nikki into battle. You're just jealous that I had naturally pink hair. And my brother was asking, can you have naturally pink hair? I guess maybe a very, very light ginger, maybe. Nunca es luz, amigos. Sí. Now I added a selector tool and then we're good.
Will you trust me?
Well, first let me show front and back.
Will you trust me?
In Star Heaven. Something is definitely up with that girl named Joy. Interesting, I bet whoever's behind her should be revealing themselves now. Behind her. So he looks at Coronel and speaks matter-of-factly. Who do you think could be this interested in this design of reflection? Coronel thinks about it for a moment and suddenly gets it. Nikki. Don't worry, she has the secret to the design of reflection, and before this riddle is solved, they won't hurt her, and moreover. So he looks at the setting sun on the horizon and recalls a distant memory. Do you remember the sword that I mentioned before? The Moonlight Razor? The symbol that symbolizes power and victory in the north, and only the powerful can wield the sword, and the weak are devoured by it. Or the Northern Regalia, maybe. Needing protection is a sign of weakness, and people need to grow, and they must pull their sword themselves. And the sword does it actually. And someone kicks the door open, interrupting Cornelia, I think. A group of people led by Vulture Mercury's men has surrounded this hotel. Sorry to disrupt, Commander of the Justiciars. And so he looks at her guests with nothing but contempt, and Cornelia takes a step ahead and gets ready to fight. And the Justiciars hiding nearby assemble behind Zoe. And the Justiciars and the most powerful army of the mercenaries in Mirrorland, and wherever they go, victory follows. Are these all the people Mercury sent? And Zoe pulls on her cloak and gesturing for Cornelia and the rest to follow. And she was up to Vulture like a proud general or an arrogant queen. And Vulture feels her aura, cold sweating down his forehead. And we're here to entertain you, for now. And they're trying to stall us. And didn't Mercury tell you that it's dangerous to play with us? And the air is full of hostility, and the gunshots ring out even before she stops talking, and the battle has started. In the lab. And the shadow behind Joy comes down and returns to its original size, but it still wraps around Joy, making her look like a doll. And she cheerfully looks at Nikki, barely holding herself together. And Nikki freezes, and drops of cold sweat roll down her forehead, and she felt like she was losing control of herself just now. And like that night in Loden Hotel when she stood in the middle of the stage and driven by a desire to control everything. And like that night when she encountered an enemy in the alley, if Zoe didn't appear, she might have done something drastic. And now the desire seems to have gathered the form of a heavy darkness which is eating her consciousness away little by little. An extraordinary power surges through her body, tearing her apart and taking control of her. No, I don't want to be devoured. I don't want to be controlled. and Nikki resists the power and tries to take back control of her body. Are you afraid? And Joe takes a step closer with a menacing and contemptuous smirk. You don't have what it takes to let it in. And the power of the designer's reflection, the power of memories, to use it, you need to suffer through all of the pain within. You need to give yourself to it. You are afraid and you don't deserve this power. Joy's voice, full of scorn, echoes through the darkness. This power comes with a price. I sat through those painful experiments every day so my ordinary mind can withstand its power. And yes, no pain, no gain. There's a price to pay to become the best stylist. And Joy keeps repeating herself, and she seems to have fallen into a frenzy, completely losing her ability to reason. And the black mist squirms like it wants to devour all of Joy. And the sign of reflection is something this scary. And Nikki clenches her fist tight and grits her teeth, trying to stop the trembling. And what's happening to Joy might happen to her if she keeps using the sign of reflection and losing herself, forgetting her intentions, driven by desire, swallowed by the power. Why are you not talking? But that's fine, let me tell you what the sign of reflection is all about. The shadow attacks Nikki again. And what to do? Will she be devoured if she uses the sign of reflection to fight Joy? Keep using it. You have to keep using the sign of reflection if you want to beat her. This is not the time to back down, and you have to beat Joy first. And maybe it's the fear and the resistance the sign of reflection doesn't manifest itself. What to do? Sing the rhyme, yes, the rhyme. Maybe you lose that Joy has been devoured by the power. Almost like what happened to you, can we still wake her up? The rhyme showed me a glimpse of her memory, and maybe she still has that untainted love for styling within her. And we can try to rouse her memories.
I'm still worried. Is this going to work?
You can use the sign of reflection for now. Try to beat your opponent with your outfit only. Did it work? The faint light emanated from Nikki's, drawing away the darkness. Joy's movement seemed to slow, then stop. The rolling shadows behind her seemed to slowly recede as well. In the dark lab, Joy stands in front of Nikki, with a blank stare that carries a little sadness. And this time it is Nikki who approaches Joy step by cautious step. Joy, I saw your memories through that song. Didn't you used to love styling when you were little? You dreamed to become the best stylist in the world, and wasn't it all to experience that joy again? The design of reflection is powerful, yes, but it also has the power to turn the most joyous things into suffering. Joy doesn't move, and the shadows behind her go still. And a horrifying silence falls over the lab, and the only sound Nikki hears is her heartbeat pounding in her ears. After all this time, giving up so much, and now you tell me that styling is about joy, and that I should give up on design of reflection. My father told me I could do it, and that I could be the strongest stylist. Nikki hears the faintest break in Joy's voice. Try to remember Joy and the happiness you once felt. And Joy hands her head, hiding her face from Nikki. And after several moments, Nikki hears stuttered breath from the girl and sees the shivers creeping into her shoulders. And Nikki here reaches out, trying to lay a hand on her Joy's shoulder, or maybe to give her a hug. And it is then that Joy lifts her head, and Nikki discovers no tears, but a twisted, sadistic smile that adorns the girl's face. You think you know me, don't you? Appealing to me with your weakness? And before Nikki could step back, the shadows at Joy's back surged like a dark tide and coiled around her legs. I've abandoned all hope for blissful normal life. It face down horrors you can't even begin to imagine, and I come too far for regret. The power of the design of reflection is mine. The gargantuan shadow dwarfs its owner now, and its collection of heartache, obsession, shattered dreams coalescing and reaching for Nikki. It's time, Nikki, for you to experience what it takes to attain true power. The darkness rises and comes to a razor-sharp point, pointing straight at the imprisoned Nikki. If you still refuse this power, then I'll take it from you. She lost the stylist battle, and the shadow surrounds Nikki, and no lights can come in and no lights can come out. And pain. And Nikki's entire body trembles from the agony of running through it, and far worse than anything she felt in the laboratory. And with the pain comes Joy's crazed voice. Feel what I felt all of this time, and let fear consume you, you who are unworthy of this power. In the next instant, the darkness flares one last time with the bitterness of its new master before swallowing Nikki whole. In the darkness, Joy's voice sounds both near and far, and something is glowing, and Nikki looks down at the light. The snowflake necklace is shining like a star, using its feeble light to guide Nikki. She hears a voice when she touches the necklace, but there's no one around. You're afraid. It's Leonid. His voice is coming from the necklace. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of. And Nikki sings to herself as she falls into a dark void. But the glow from the necklace follows her. It's the other self, the one that wants to destroy and control everything, also a part of her. Will the sign of reflection wake up the other self deep down in her mind? And will this uncontrollable power take over? Power itself is not scary, and what are you afraid of? The power is not scary. And Nikki recalls the legend mentioned by Zoe. The power is just like the sword. Many want it, but many forget their intentions. The more they fear, the more they are likely to be devoured. I am afraid of being devoured. I am afraid of losing my focus and not recognizing myself, like what happened to Joy. These kind of reflections are powers frozen in memory. They awaken the desires and unknown parts of yourself hiding in the abyss. The power is neither good nor evil. It only calls out the desires in your heart. What devours you is your own fear. You are afraid of that strange part of yourself. What should I do? Fear is a fog, and the light of the star will guide you.
What does light of stars mean?
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Nikki looks down at the glowing necklace that looks like a small star. It is the light of the stars that Leonie mentioned. The light rests on the necklace, waiting for someone to touch it. The light moves as time comes and goes, and the light becomes stronger before it fades, and Nikki's surroundings start to change. She is on a snowland with a sword in stones covered in snow, and the wind howls, and the sword dances, and a heavy sword stands out out from the rest. Where am I? This is not really a tundra, but a memory from the outfit that resonated with what's on your mind and guided you here. Ancient designs are carved into the black hilt, and the blade looks heavy and sharp, and the blade of the sword is also jet black. This power is also the fear in your mind. The wind carries ice and snow to the body, but they shatter against the blade. My fear, an ice shard like an arrow made with crystals, flies towards Nikki. Whoosh. It is a cut on her arm, and the blade still stuck in the stone doesn't move a single bit in this blizzard, and the wind howls furiously against the blade. I'm afraid of the destructive power of the ocean of memories and the powers within the designer's reflection. Just like Zoe said, power chooses their master, and the stronger to control the power. Am I strong? Nikki stands up and instinctively walks towards the sword, ignoring the wound on her hand. What is the desire deep down in my mind? and the sword resonates in the wind as if it can hear Nikki's thoughts. I want to fight destiny, so I travel back in time, and I want to protect those I love, so I need the power to change the world. Leonie, did you choose me and give me this power? Leonie doesn't answer, and Nikki only hears the howling gale. I had never thought about what this power means, and I don't understand why you gave it to me, and I am afraid of the unknown. And Nikki reaches for the obsidian hilt, and the blade wind cuts across her arm. But I need to hold on to hope, however little it might be, and I need to stop running away. And she trembles from the shield coming from the hilt. Joy is right, there is a price to pay for power, and even if it means being devoured. But I will not be devoured as long as I know what I am. Nikki grasps the hilt with both hands. There is also a power in my mind. Teresita guide me, and I shall never be lost. And it's hard to stand in this wind, and lightning in the distance splits the chaotic sky. And the heavy sword is in the middle of the tundra and glows faintly. Teresita has been with me this whole time, and since I started my journey by crossing the gate of heart. Teresita was there every time I made a choice and gave me the strength in every battle. And Teresita woke me up when I almost lost consciousness and I fell into the abyss. And Nikki pulls the sword with all her might, and it loosens a bit but does not come out. I am no longer afraid, and I will not be devoured. We can do this together. And Teresita, turn the screen to have a panel for me. Alright, up the sword goes. The howling wind stops the moment she pulls the sword out. The blade lets out a blinding light, and the world disappears. That's the sword. In the dark light, the center of the black mist suddenly lights up, and the light comes from the snowflake necklace Nikki is wearing. And after dispelling the darkness around Nikki, the light envelops her like an armor and stopping the darkness from attacking her. How? And Nikki opens her eyes, which no longer look lost and scared, and the power of designer's reflection is no longer something Leonie gave her, and she has made it her own. I have things that I must do and people that I must protect, and I have made up my mind, and I will not back down. And even if there is a price to pay. And Nikki clutches her snowflake necklace and walks towards Joy. Oh yeah? And Joy has lost her mind and herself. I've been waiting for this moment, Nikki, and this is the last battle between us. It's the final countdown.
Even if there is a price to pay, I will not give in.
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
A new vortex spawns in the Ocean of Memory as the battle starts, and there's another sky in the chaotic ocean. It's a mess in the quiet lab, and the shadow has been dispelled, and Joy sits on the floor looking at Nikki blankly, and after a while she scoffs. And she has to admit that her shadows are nothing when compared to the real designer's reflection, and the mutated monster were once her resolve and pain. But there were scenes that she wouldn't give up, and she doesn't regret the path she took. And everyone has things that they must finish no matter the price. You will die here even if you win. If I can't have it, then I'll destroy it. Joy steps back until she finds a red button on the wall. Bam! And the wall explodes before she can push the button, and someone jumps dimly through the debris into the room. Violence doesn't solve problems, young lady. So says Zoe after doing violence upon her opponent. Zoe! Zoe smiles when she hears Nikki's voice. Well done. And the justiciars are with her and behind the rubble. And at disadvantage, Joy makes a quick decision and tries to push the button again. But Zoe isn't going to let it happen, and she pulls Joy to the side. And then she strikes Joy in the neck lightly, and Joy crumbles. Take her back and investigate. Yes. Cornelius, looking strange, comes in with Momo. Nikki! Are you okay, Momo? Oh, someone stuffed him in a trash can. And that's why he smells so bad, and I thought the look on your face was strange. Nikki! And Joy didn't hurt Momo. It's okay, Momo. And Nikki suddenly passes out after saying that with a smile. Nikki, no! And don't worry, she's only passed out because she suddenly dropped her guard after being in a tense situation for a long time. And we're done here, let's go back. In a secret room in Lawton, a monitor is showing the girl with pink hair that passed out. And Mercury looks at the screen silently and now talking about what's on his mind. The manuscript has stopped glowing. Understood. Her necklace did resonate with the manuscript, and actually the original crystal in the castle also resonated. Is she really Leonie's successor? And Mercury neither agrees nor disagrees, and instead he picks up a wine glass with his long fingers and fidgets with it. Joy didn't act as planned, and it looks like she wanted to take the designer's reflection for herself. Do we need to? No. Her failed actions prove our theories, and she's lucky. Going forward, should we follow the original plan? Seeing the resonance, I think we should pay the castle a visit. Get ready. Nikki feels like she's had a very long dream when she wakes up, and it feels like her bones have turned to jelly. Nikki, you're finally awake. And where am I? And so it took us to a hotel after leaving Joy's lab, and you were asleep for a full day. And you mean she passed out for a full day? Yes, you passed out for a full day, and I was really worried. Where's Zoe? The commander is with Cornelian, and let me know if you or the smelly cat need anything. Who are you calling smelly? And don't forget who bathed you. Cornelia didn't even want to touch you. And Nikki smiles, and something is on her mind, but she hesitates to ask. Momo, when we were at Joy's house, you fell down after drinking the hot chocolate. The Joy knocked me out with a mug before I knew what was happening. And when I came to, I was locked inside a trash can and couldn't get out. Nikki then tells Momo what happened in the lab. I can't believe what happened to Joy. And Momo sees that talking about Joy makes Nikki sad. Nikki, are you hungry? And you were out for a long time. I guess. And do you want to get changed and go to eat? Wait, you can't leave if you passed out after getting up, and the commander's going to have my head. Nikki's not that weak. Well, you need my permission to leave, and I want to see how much you recover.
Don't worry. After a good night's sleep, I'm fully recovered.
I see the world with my eyes.
See, I told you. Only because I didn't give it my all. And just then saw Cornelia come to Nikki's room. You're awake. And she was awake too, Joy. Joy wasn't, and we couldn't get anything out of her. And do you want to see her? Zoe didn't put Joy elsewhere, and she's in the same hotel as Nikki. And Justicia mercenaries are stationed outside her room to make sure no one goes in and out. And Nikki hears Joy singing when she opens the door. And a song she has heard many times. And just still in the blank outfit and doesn't notice Nikki coming in. Joy? And the singing stops. Are you here to interrogate me too? Interrogate? And Nikki doesn't know what to say, and should she ask Joy why she did it, or whether she still remembers why she started styling. But anything coming from her might sound boastful to Joy. It doesn't matter who they send. I'm not saying anything. And she remains silent through the conversation, but she doesn't whisper something to herself when Nikki gets up to leave. If only I had met you sooner. What, Joy? What did you say? And Joy is silent again like nothing had happened. and she's not going to talk. And so it leans Nikki away from the room. When we want to break her and find out more about what Mercury wants, as well as the experiments about designers in this reaction. And Nikki stops and looks at Zoe. And that's not all, is it? And Zoe is surprised at what Nikki is insinuating. Looks like the training has paid off, and the rules of the world are written by those in power. And just like in every legend, the chosen one pulls out a special sword and becomes the savior or the new ruler. To our world, the sword with a special power has revealed itself, and whoever obtains it gets to rule the world as the victor. And the sword is the designer's reflection, or Leonie's manuscript, which records designer's reflection. And Mercury wants it, and I want it too. And so it makes her intentions clear. But I won't let it go so easily. And Nikki meets Zoe's eyes. You don't have the manuscript anymore, though. I will get it back. And Nikki's eyes show more resolve than ever. And this kind of reflection is something that some people will never get, no matter how hard they try. And Joy is one of those people. But before Nikki made that choice, Leonis gave her the key to the power. And the price for the power may be paid before or actually gaining the power. And Nikki saw this happen to Joy. You said that the power on the sword chooses its master, and that the powerful will control it, while the weak are devoured. Choosing to own the power means choosing to suffer and accepting the challenge from fate. And she has been hesitant, confused, and afraid, but now she has decided to strike out instead of waiting. So I will bear the responsibility that comes with this power and stop being scared and running away. And I will change the future of this world with Momo and Teresita. Teresita? And Nikki doesn't have time to explain before Giselle interrupts. I thought we were going to eat, and are you coming? Sure. Then let's get changed and make sure you match our style by putting on a pair of comfortable and cool shoes.
Once I heard we're getting food, my tummy started rumbling.
Alright, that looks comfortable enough. And it says sweetheart.
Every battle I'm in, victory.
Zoe stares at Nikki's shoes. The dark moon. The inspiration came to me when I was in the basement. And by the way, before using designer reflection, my mind entered a thunder full of swords. Like in the legend, I pulled out a sword while there. And maybe what I saw in the thunder was a memory in the inspiration. And that must have been the Snowland of Sword. Snowland of Sword. A memorial in the north, and the sword of power and victory from the legends is supposedly somewhere in the tundra. And Commander seems to have been there before. And Nikki looks at Zoe, who isn't planning on continuing with this topic. Legends are just that, legends. Anyway, let's stop talking and go eat. Just shut up and feed me, shut up and feed me. After dinner, Nikki and Momo return to the hotel and rest with the Justicias guard in their room. And peace and serenity have returned to Star Heaven, and someone is even playing the rhyme about the Lake Silvermoon on the piano. And the scene seems to have ended. But when the Justicia's guard open the door to Joy's room the next morning, they find a surprise. Nikki, are you awake? Something's wrong with Joy. What? Get changed, so it's waiting for you in Joy's room.
Even if Joy was pretending all along, it still worries me to hear something happen to her.
More like to match the hue. Alright, let's find him back, and off we go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Where am I? When Nikki gets there, she sees Joy with a confusion and innocence in her eyes, like when they first met. Who are you? I'm Nikki. Nikki. Joy furrows her brow, trying hard to remember. You don't remember me? Did we know each other, and were you my friend? I don't think I met you. Even though we just met, I think we can be great friends. And she lost all of her memories about Designer's reflection. And her memory stopped right before the return of her father, so she's still the girl that lost styling, waiting for her dad. Could she be faking it? No, not sure, but she doesn't look like she's lying. What happened last night? We checked everything, and the guard said their memories did have a hole, but they thought they were just tired. And nothing else, though the guards did say that someone was playing the piano, but their memory is hazy at best. What piano? The song that she's been humming. If it's someone behind her and wanna just take her away, why go through all this trouble, and how do you even erase memories? Sorry, it was our fault. No need to apologize. And one more scene, Mercury on his way to the pigeon capital with Leonie's manuscript. Looks like we should get going. And so it looks at Nikki, the pigeon capital. Time to strike. In a mysterious meeting room, an unfamiliar mark flashes across the screen and the map of Mirrorland is on the middle of the mark. Leonie's successor has appeared. Dude, the map back there looks like the map of the US. I guess it's alternative Earth USA. The organization has determined that she will accelerate the opening of the gate to the Ocean of Memories and destroy Mirrorland. So you must carry out the next mission, kill the successor, and it will be carried out by... Alright, so that's the end of the chapter. So now, like, the side missions, and then we're done. Nikki, get up, get ready. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Get ready, where are we going? Nikki wakes up from a nap and has no clue what Momo is saying. Don't tell me you lost your memory as well, like Joy. I can't remember. You shot us if we wanted to get barbecue, and how can you forget? Barbecue, aren't we a little early for dinner? No, we aren't, and how about some cakes? Either way, get ready. Are you hungry? Yes, I haven't had a proper meal in a long time. Momo stretches out on the bed and emphasizing the ordeal he had to go through before he was rescued. And even a hotel waiter that passed by is sympathetic, and Nikki finally gets up. Alright, let me get changed first. Yes, you can go out in your pajama, at least put on something casual. Something casual or something not. Oh, well, this looks casualish. I like the little ribbons. Ah, let's see. Off we go then.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Following Jesus' direction, they arrive at the closed restaurant, and it's a typical Ninier show with cured live fixtures that look like grilled chicken and wine bottles. I never thought someone from the Justiciars would walk into a place like this. Ninier Kingdom is based on fairy tales after all, so the buildings are a little dreamier and showy, Momo. And maybe Giselle told the restaurant about them already, and a polite waiter takes Nikki and Momo further into the restaurant, and closed doors open to reveal a world full of neon lights and alcohol. Flashy lights, psychedelic music, and a waiter fixing drinks in a small group of people scattered across the venue. And this is a tavern, a luxurious one at that. Huh? What's going on? This room looks nothing like the restaurant. I thought we were getting barbecued, and why are we here? Hey, stop blaming it on the other people. And they hear Giselle's voice, and they see him downing his drink in one go while walking towards Momo. And this is the best tavern in Star Heaven, and so I reserved the entire place today as a gift to you. But you're too early, and we haven't put up the grilling racks on the bar yet. Alright, I got it. And Giselle looks at Nikki up and down, and after teasing Momo. And I'm not sure if what you're wearing is appropriate for this place. You better put on a dive bar outfit. Alright, something dive bar looking. I want this flashing. Let's see if it's too long. Oh, that's like way too fancy for a dive bar. Oh, I got like this silly looking outfit. Oh, here we go. A nice red outfit. That's perfect for a dive bar. Oh yeah, it does have a card. It does have a card in the heart. Yeah, you see it? That's adorable. And he said, well, you can put a cat everywhere and it looks awesome. I think that's a little overdone and not like. Okay, it's a nice area. Whatever. I am gonna go a little overdressed. It goes well with the outfit, the little city roses. And a fan. Because I'm a fan of fans. Ah, look, it has a heart on the back. That looks cute. Yeah, right, let's bite into this.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
Giselle takes them to the table in the corner, and so is already there with the rest of the Justiciar, and Nikki greets them. And why do the Justiciars like taverns so much? A lot of them are from the north where it's cold, and drinking helps them stay warm and gives them an advantage. Well, drinks give you the illusion of warmth. It doesn't really cool you. Whatever. Now, there are a bunch of mercenaries and they like to drink because of all of the horrible things that happened to them. Whatever, I don't judge. Nikki nods at Cornelius' answer, and Momo, the one who asked the question, is absentmindedly looking for food. I didn't expect you to get here so early. And we're playing a game, and do you want to join? Would you like to play a game? Remember like that Saw movie I saw? I think there were saws in them. Nikki is interested because she has always imagined the Justiciars dueling one another when they play a game. What kind of game? I might not know about it. Just a very simple tabletop game, and don't worry. You can trust him, and they've been playing for a long time, and surely they think it's easy. Are there rewards? Sure, the winner gets to ask one question, and whoever they are asking must answer the question honestly. Question. In the eyes of soldiers, information is precious. Did I hear that right? And why are you keeping things from one another? You fell for it. Stop laughing. That's not what sewing meant. Every bit of personal information is reported and kept confidential. So what does sewing mean by questions? Gossip, of course. Huh? This is not the justiciars that I had in mind. And wanna give the different justiciars a try. Yeah, nice black dress. And let's see front and back, and off we go.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Momo wants to join because he's interested in the game, but he gives up as soon as Cornelius explains the rules. Let's just do rock, paper, scissors, and best of three, fast and simple. What do you think? That's fine. Can a cat do this? And don't worry, Nikki will do it for me, and I will ask the questions when I win, and you can ask me when I lose. The Justicia's Dono Jeff and Nikki, representing Momo, plays against Giselle for the first round. Nikki wins, and Momo is ready to ask Giselle a question. I saw you leaving your room with your computer last night, and where did you go and what did you do? I went to Zoe's room. And Giselle, in Zoe's room, everyone is shocked. And Cornelia doesn't even look at Zoe before interrupting Giselle. And what were you doing in her room? The Wi-Fi signal is better there, so I went there to watch an eSport tournament stream. Cornelia, who supposedly has the best luck in the group, plays for the Justiciars next, but he also loses quickly. Great, we won. Congratulations, you may now ask another question. Everyone looks at her, curious to hear what the question she might have, and Momo can't wait to find out more gossip about Cornelia. I really want to know the legend of the Snowlands of Sword. Can someone please tell me about it? Why are you asking such a boring question? And Cornelia doesn't notice everyone else's disappointment and starts his story. Legend has it that a war between tribes on the Snowland of Sword a long time ago, and before there were kingdoms and rulers, and the most crucial point of the war, also the coldest time in the north, and they were stranded on the plains without supplies, and to survive they must win. How did this cruel war become a legend? Because one side was outnumbered, but strangely the other won, so their descendants built a monument to remember the war. Was one side just more powerful than the other, or the difference in numbers of troops was big, but in war the side with more troops doesn't always win? And what does that mean? Sometimes you don't necessarily have an advantage, and even if you look like you do. Like, doesn't mean Nikki wouldn't necessarily lose against Cornelian in a styling battle. And why don't you guys try? I just was thinking.
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Okay, so that was 4, and then the 5th one. Not even the starting battle stops her from thinking about the legend, and Nikki takes a glass of water but doesn't drink it. In a dire situation, both sides must have given everything they had, and how did the unnumbered side win? It's because a legend, precisely because no one knew how they won. That's horrible explanation, and this place doesn't feel so sacred anymore. And the descendants putting the swords too. Wars constantly broke out in the Northern Kingdom, and with very few records of them, so no one knows when these swords were placed. And how about the sword of power and victory? Is that related to the Snowland of Sword? One version of the legend says that the unnumbered side had a great leader, and they had a powerful sword that could only be wielded by someone strong. I see. And what does that have to do with Zoe, and why did this place appear in her memory? Because I've been there. It's been abandoned for a long time, and what were you doing there? I wanted to know if the legend was real, so I went to look for the sword. And did you find it? No, it was only a legend. So it stares at her glass, but she's looking at somewhere further away through the liquid. And with the story over, Giselle gets everyone to return to the game, and all of the justiciars follow. And looks like no barbecue for another hour or two. And if you're hungry, we can grab a snack from the cafe across the street. You're the best, and I'm starving. And wait, change first if you don't want to be conspicuous.
Will you trust me?
Alright, so I guess that's chapter 9. Next time we'll do chapter 10 and so forth. I hope you have fun with me reading all of the dialogue and stuff. Bye bye and God bless. Please give a like and subscribe if you like the content that I'm making. Bye bye. Alright, it's right? Alright, let's do a sound test. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, there's your sister, and we're streaming Shiny Nikki. And we're in chapter 10 now, in volume 1. And we made it to the pigeon capital, which is where the elves live. Pigeon capital is so majestic and sacred, with rivers running between buildings. So I have received news that Maker is here with a manuscript, and I wonder what he's up to. I'm glad we're able to lead the way because it would have taken us much longer. I know this place, so don't worry, just leave me to do my thing. As you can believe, you're from the pigeon capital, and you have nothing in common with this place. I've left to join the Justicia precisely because I don't like it here. Is this your first time in pigeon capital? Of course. We should take a photo before we get into a fight with Mercury. You just ruined it. And don't forget to put on an elegant pigeon outfit for the photo. No, it's more like a princess outfit look. Yeah, my brother was asking me if like we gotta be birds. And he's just teasing me. It looks more princessy. Alright, let's show front and back. And off we go.
Will you trust me?
On the way here, I remember you saying that the most unique thing about Pigeon Capital is the glowing canal. The Holy Light River, there are 6 canals running to the Pigeon Capital, and they are to our right. And where's the glow? Look carefully, you stupid cat. And Nikki and Momo stare at the water for a good while, but don't find anything special. Wait, it's not glowing? How is that possible? As far as I remember, the river has always glowed faintly. It's not something you can see immediately, but... You shall lose a little confused. And the Holy Light River glows because it's connected to the original crystal. And maybe something is wrong with the original crystal. The original crystal? It's a magical relic of the Oath of Light and the Pigeon royal family, and they keep it in the church crypt just up ahead. Nikki follows Jisoo and sees a tower that rises up into the sky as if it can touch the temples of the gods. And legend says the Holy Light Lake is connected to the realm of the gods, and miracles happen when they hear the prayers. But the water that flows into the Holy Light Lake has lost its light. Yes, so. And Nikki walks towards the church as they get closer and the crowd grows bigger. And why are there so many people here? And something must have happened. And everyone outside the church is whispering and something. The elf is dead and the glory is gone. A funeral is taking place in the Church of Glory. An elf of light has passed away. The pedestrians outside are talking about the Oven Duke's death, and most likely due to natural causes, they say. And Yeso is surprised to find out the name of the Duke. Duke Darrow. And you know him. He is a very well-known Otirov. His wife is a famous noble musician and has a beautiful rose garden. I've been there. And Duke Darrow is a pure-blooded elf of light and should have lived a very long life, and I wonder how he died. Only nobles are allowed to attend the funeral, and guards are placed in front of the large gate, not letting commoners in. I don't think we're allowed inside. And says who? I told you to leave it to me, didn't I? And when the guard stops Yeso, he takes out a badge and speaks his full name. Siran El Nova Paleora Jiso. That's your full name? It's long. And that's why I said I don't like it here, and it's a pain having to say my full name. You see names? Those names are long, like the old Spanish names used to be like whole paragraphs. Lord Jesus, and the lady behind you is my attendant. The guy looks at Nikki and Momo for in disbelief but speaks anyway. I heard that something happened in the capital and it has to do with the queen, but I don't have any details. The church is closed to the public, but you may enter, and your attendant and cat too. And please change it to something somber and preferably black for the funeral. Alright, funeral clothing. Maybe a different black dress. Because even though she's going to a funeral, she's gotta look stylish because that's just the way she rolls. She'd be like, the funeral may be about the dead guy, but I want everyone to be looking at me. slideshow front and back.
Trust me.
The funeral hasn't started yet, it seems. I had no idea that not only you are from Pigeon, but also a noble. I thought of Pigeon nobles were elves. That's true most of the time, but our family was a special case where humans were given noble titles by the elf king. They are taken to the seats on a second floor, and the funeral has yet to start, so people are whispering to each other. Let's get more information. The man with the big hat is human, but the lady in black dress and the girls are elves. Who do you want to talk to first? The lady in the back. 5 days ago, the water in the Holy Light River had abnormal fluctuations, and the glory surged, and it was not a special day. And just when everyone thought that their prayers brought the glory, it faded from the water. And what is going on? If we look at the time, it was right when I was finding joy, and the necklace glowed too. I heard that a certain someone is back, and maybe it's related to him, and was rumored to have killed the late elf king, Mercury. So like it's rumored that Mercury assassinated his father, the king. Shush, and whether you hear that, it's not something you can just say. The Dara died unbelievable. And he's a pure-blooded elf for light, and only second to the late king, and he should have lived longer, but I guess their powers are waning. And suddenly everyone stops talking and looks to the first floor. The glory priests have arrived. And he walks towards the center of the hall under the watchful eye of the attendees. Someone is following the priest, but from what he's wearing, he doesn't look like an official of the church. The crowd starts mumbling again when they see what's happening. The queen still isn't here. And who's that guy? I think that's the queen's musician, and no one knows anything about him though. A musician? Then why does he get to walk behind the glory priest? The priest starts talking his speech, silencing everyone in the church. A lost envoy will be returned to the Holy Land, and he shall rest in peace when the glories shine. And after the speech, the glory priest dips a branch in a glass of water and flings the water onto the coffin. A ritual for the elves of light. And legend says that the power of the elves of light comes from the Lake Bo Valley in Pigeon Forest. And the branch is from the forest, and the water is from the lake. Lake Bo Valley. And it's where the original crystal came from, according to the legends. The speech ends, and everyone has a moment of silence. And sincere or not, no one is talking or looking up. And maybe they're mourning the Duke, the declining elves of light, or the fact that the river no longer glows with its glory. Will the light come back? Or is it true what the commoners are saying? The elf is dead and the glory is gone. And in the deafened silence, the heart of the first note, as if from a long time ago, the musician behind the glorious priest starts playing. And it's a traditional pigeon cello piece, The Last Sunset, an elegy. The musician takes everyone's breath away, and the cello sounds heavy and melancholic, reaching every corner of the enormous church. Like a final farewell, the lake glows brilliant with the music, and the light of the glory shines through the stained glass onto the musician, holy but full of sorrow. May the glory be with us forever, and may the glory be with us forever. The light fades when the music ends, like it was only there to accompany the elegy. And Nikki finally gets a good look at the musician when he puts down his bow and stands up. He looks young and fashionable, and his casual clothing stands out like a sore thumb at the funeral. He doesn't look at anyone and pays no attention to the coffin, but instead raises his head and looks at the light. May the glory be with us forever. And outside of the church, the light in the water fades again, and leaving only the sun shining on the river. The musician doesn't speak, he bows and walks away. And what just happened? Why did the river glow again? And did the god hear a mourning? And was it the musician? But he's not an elf of light. In fact, wasn't even an elf, just an ordinary human. And then the church door opens, and someone that no one expects to see arrives at the funeral. His figure casts a long shadow at the door. Mercury enters the church and walks directly towards the coffin. And the glory priest finds a knife at his neck, and when he tries to stop Mercury, whose people have infiltrated the church, the guards are all stopped in their tracks and can only watch Mercury's every move. But he doesn't do anything significant other than placing a small bouquet of flowers in front of the coffin. And the red flowers are beautiful, a stark contrast to the pure white funeral. And the Pigeon Kingdom red flowers at a funeral are a bad omen. So that he just came there to leave a bad omen to freak everyone out. After placing the flowers, Mercury whispers something that no one can hear. And he turns to leave the church right after. And the priest is held hostage and walks with them to the door of the church, and he's let go once they ensure their own safety. And then they walk out of the church with everyone watching. The second floor. And while the Mercury comes, Nikki. And Giselle turns but does not find Nikki. Nikki uses this as an opportunity to follow Mercury using the crowd as her cover. And this is dangerous. And Mercury is here and we don't have any clues right now, and we can't simply let him go. And what if we run into danger? The crowd in front of the church makes a good cover, and I will stop if it gets too dangerous. And Mercury is acting strange right now, and the funeral must mean something to him. And maybe, just maybe, he is letting his guard down a little. Let's change into something inconspicuous with some running shoes. Don't mind me just being super inconspicuous. Just a normal girl being normal, that's all. Now let's put mirror shades.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only.
Mercury doesn't seem to notice he's being followed by Nikki, and Momo sends to the crowd. And after turning a corner, Nikki sees that Mercury's shadow has stopped, so she stops next to the wall. And then he whispers around the corner. And do we go to the palace now? Tomorrow morning. And where's the original crystal is? And the boy stops for a second as if being interrupted, but resumes talking. Located in the manuscript. And Nikki picks up Momo and runs away. And wait, what's wrong? We've been found out. And are you paranoid and we haven't heard anything important? No, their shadows moved, but they tried to act like nothing happened and kept talking. Mercury must have noticed them. I didn't even know you, Momo. Nikki stops when she reaches the crowd, and pedestrians come and go, and just another ordinary day. But she can feel danger approaching her. She said, and she saw the people that held the knife against the priest's throat. And when she spots him, he looks right back at her, but he's gone in a blink of an eye. And the Mercury gave the order as soon as he realized I was following him. And the crowd was her best cover, but now danger lurks within it, and when will Mercury's hitmen strike? And this is terrifying. Nikki holds Momo tightly and slowly exhales. He knows where she is, but she doesn't know where he is. And what should she do? Keep running, and will he attack her here? And running and hiding will only make the problem worse. That person is masked, and if Mercury has additional targets, he will probably doesn't want to make the scene. And maybe she should strike first. If she screams now, everyone will look at her, and that person won't be able to leave silently. Be careful. Yes, I know, and I'm not scared anymore. Phew. And just as Nikki gets ready to scream, the pedestrians suddenly all start walking towards the church. The queen is at the church, and the queen, I thought she wasn't coming today. And Queen Ophelia hasn't made an appearance in a while. And I don't know, but someone spotted her at the church, and she's lost sight of Mercury's hitman because of the crowd. And Nikki looks around anxiously, trying to figure out where the danger might come from. And just as Nikki is being pushed forward by the crowd, someone pulls her aside by the wrist. That was close. It's a musician from the church. And what? Do you want my autograph because my performance was so good? You're the cellist from the funeral. Achoo, achoo. And what's this? A cat? And please take it away from me. I'm allergic. I'm not a cat. And the musician sees Nick is still looking around cautiously and laughs. And don't worry, the crowd stopped him and he left already. You, who are you? And she has too many questions and doesn't know where to start. Just a musician walking around. And are you going back to the church? Me too. Here, walk on the street is faster. How do you know I was going back to the church? And the musician doesn't answer. He stretches and yawns and looking sleepy. Are you tired? I got up at 10 to attend this funeral. Of course I'm tired. 10 is early for you. And now this life belongs to the night. And why do you pull me aside? And how do you know someone was after me? I'm just a passenger that happened to be here and saw something going after you and pull you aside. I'm just a normal person. If you're going to make up stories, use a better one. And the crowd in front of the church hasn't left because they're there to see the queen who has not appeared yet. Anyway, we're back at the church, so I'm going back to bed. Goodbye. But he doesn't leave right away and looks at Nikki's necklace instead. Did you design that? It's a gift from someone. It looks special. And Nikki unconsciously covers it with her hand. It's just an ordinary necklace. And are you a stylist? Good, you're an artist, one of us, and I'm a musician but also a stylist, and why don't we spar? If you win, I'll reveal my secret identity to you. Okay. How about the light of glory? And don't forget a hat that sticks to pigeon traditions. Ah, so it's a la Bloodborne. Well, let's just regular. I guess this will have to do. Alright, that looks about right.
Trust me.
I suppose I'm a better musician than a stylist. So who are you? I told you I'm just a normal person. The mysterious person Jones lazily and waved goodbye and was away. What is up with that guy? It's infuriating. We still don't know who he is, but he doesn't seem like a bad guy. Giselle sees them and starts running. There you are. Please tell me before you do something next time, and I was worried. I'm sorry, but I had to do it. But your courage and decisiveness are commendable, and no wonder so it allowed you to join the Justiciars. And did you find out anything? Tomorrow morning, Mercury will go to where the original crystal is with the manuscript. And do you know where the crystal is? Yes, but there's only one person who can enter its location. Who is it? The current Elf King, or Queen in this case, Queen Ophelia. It's difficult to get close to him otherwise, and maybe we should get there early and wait for him. He will most likely have the manuscript with him. But if only the Queen can enter, how will we get in? I heard rumors that he's the Queen's brother. And don't look at me like that. I might be the Lord Siran Ebola Parona, but I can't get into the palace. And I can't see the Queen either. And she rarely appears in public since taking the throne and after the previous king was killed, and the Glory Priest takes her place. But that's the only clue we have. And I still think that the manuscript is related to the crystal, or Mercury wouldn't have done that. And the original crystal might be the key. And do you know anything about it, Giselle? I only know that the crystal is the most sacred relic to the Elves of Light and stored in the crypt of the Church of Glory. and only the rulers can open the door to the crypt, which was built by Ludwig, the first elf king who built the pigeon capital. Ludwig, so Ludwig the accursed. So I guess afterwards, was it before or after he turned into like a creepy horse guy? Well, probably before. And then he went to the hunter's nightmare. Ludwig. It's a vast mean I felt history 3 times, and it's a miracle I still remember his name. And if you want to know more, there's a place you can visit. Where? The Pigeon Kingdom Library. And they have everything about the history of the Pigeon Capital, and even some open records and secrets. Pigeon Kingdom's library reception room, and the librarian at the desk is drinking tea and flipping through today's newspaper. Hello, I'd like to read books about the original crystal. And the librarian looks up and scrutinizes Nikki. They are not available to commoners. I am the stylist of Lord Ciarán Elnora Pauleora Giselle, and I'm doing research for his glory celebration outfit. And Nikki hands over Giselle's badge. And the badge looks real, but how do I know you're a stylist? And why don't you show me if you're the Lord Giselle stylist? And can you show me a sexy dress? Why sexy? Why indeed? I don't know, the library's purring and you, whatever. Bored librarians and whatnot. Oh, this was nice looking. The librarian takes Nikki and Momo to the special archive within the library. Here are the books we have on the elves, and you can read them here, but you can't borrow them. They are not sure what to do with the enormous three-story bookshelves, and where do we even start, and why did Giselle not come with us? I mean, he gave us the badge already. He said he's allergic to books, and I don't think he can help anyway. You're right, what now? Shh. And you have to keep your voice down in here. I think it's going to take more than 3 years to find what we want, but Mercury is going to act tomorrow. And a girl walks by them when they're trying to figure out what to do, and she steals a few glances at Nikki's necklace. What books are you looking for? One's about the original crystal. The girl moves the ladder to a section of the bookshelf and then takes a few ancient tomes from the higher shelves. Here, I think this should do. I hope you find the books you were looking for. Will you consider helping me? And what do you need us to do? You're a stylist, right? I need to put together a queen's outfit for tomorrow and would like your input. The queen? I'm her servant, just looking for information in the library, and shall we? Alright, we gotta wear an outfit fit for a queen. I think that looks nice.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
You're a really good stylist. And by the way, the book with the really old cover might have what you're looking for. What I'm looking for. And the girl winks and leaves. I think she's trying to tell us something. And Nikki sits down and opens the book with the old cover. And the book is about what happened after Luke when the first Elfkin discovered the original crystal. And what did you learn? Not much. Maybe Lake Valley will have more clues since that's where the original crystal came from. And should we go to the Pigeon Forest with Giselle and Momo? And Momo's already asleep in the desk. Nikki meets what she saw after leaving the library, and they take some detours and eventually end up in the church. And the Daryl's funeral has ended, and some of the nobles are on their way out. And Giselle gets a call out of nowhere, and after a while, sorry, I can't go with you to the forest anymore. And what happened? Something from the justiciars, and I need to get there as soon as possible. And Giselle sounds really apologetic, but leaves quickly. And Mom was a little frustrated and rubs his cheek against Nikki. And what now? We don't know this place very well, and how are we going to find Mercury in the manuscript? Are you looking for Mercury or the manuscript? Who is it? And the approaching figure turns out to be the mysterious musician. And how do you know about the manuscript, and who are you? I thought you knew already. I'm the Queen's musician. And he smiles. My name is Modric. The mysterious man calmly takes Nikki and Mom to a quiet corner of the city. You're here in the capital to take the manuscript back from Mercury, aren't you? But he's not going to let it out of his sight. And how do you know? And how do you know when I'm lying? I'm just trying to help. You had it in Shadowflow and Cloud, and after you lost it, you went to Apple Federation and then back to Starhead. He knows quite a lot. Person is suspicious. I think he's suspicious, and how does he know so much? And it's almost as if Mother can read Nikki's mind, and he just smiles and doesn't continue, but he looks sincere. If I were a bad guy, I would have attacked you a long time ago. Nothing. And what else do you know? And there's a crypt under the church in Pigeon Capital, and the original crystal, the relic of Pigeon, is stored there. And he's suddenly serious, and he glances at Nikki's snowflake necklace and continues. Find the original crystal, and you will find the answer to the manuscript. And you said the original crystal is in the crypt of the church? Modric nods. And it's a secret, and only the highest ranking nobles can go in, and Queen Ophelia is the only one with access to the crystal, but I can get you in. You how? And there's still hesitation in Nikki's word because this mysterious musician, but they don't have much of a choice. And what he said is exactly the same as what they gather. There's an entrance to the secret passageway next to the pigeon forest, and that's how the crystal was transported to the crypt. And Mother waits for Nikki's answer. And if you're ready, we can go now. And Pigeon Forest at night. It's this way, it's dark. Nikki is on high alert. And a serene lake lies in the deepest part of the forest, and the surface is frozen with snowflakes dancing above it. And the moon shines on both the lake and the snowflakes, and all is quiet and gentle. It is Lake Bovally. And Lake Bovally, where the original crystal came from, according to legends, glows faintly under the moon. And Mother takes them through the forest to a clearing in the shape of a circle, and there are close vines but no trees. And Mother kneels and clears away some of the vegetation to reveal a slab of stone with totems that Nikki has never seen. It is the entrance to the passageway that Ludwig used to transport the original crystal? Correct. And Mother's features look a little blurry under the moon, and he looks at the stone and recalls a distant memories. Ludwig built a channel that guided the water from the lake to the church, and that was the only way to secure the power within the crystal doesn't fade. And then he sealed the door after the crystal was moved. And you found the door, and that signifies both the end and the beginning of the glory. The glory? And Mother doesn't elaborate. And let's see if you have what it takes to open this door.
battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
You really are the one that he mentioned. The totals on the storm start glowing, and their indistinguishable shapes look like elven runes. And Modric is whispering a language that Nikki doesn't understand. And she sees Modric is glowing faintly too, and there's something around his neck, but hidden under the black collar. More totems, and the oven door that has been sealed shut for over hundreds of years is open again. And in that instant, distant memories were freed. And are those the memories witnessed by the original crystal? Within this in hand, we can walk out of the pigeon forest and look when we belong here. No, God gave us 6 wings, and we belong somewhere bigger, somewhere that's not this forest. May the glory be with us forever, and may the glories be with us forever. And the ritual starts now. And what is going on? And what do the necklace and manuscript and original crystal have in common? And the entrance extends now downwards, and the sound of the water can be heard from the bottom of the stairs. Let's go. And Mother takes out a flashlight and shines it on the steps, and Nikki hesitates. It's getting late, and Mercury will be here at 8 in the morning with the Queen. Is he a workaholic or what? And why so early? And Mother enters the passage with his flashlight. It's cold down here, and change into something warm before you come down. That is very warm looking. Alright, I forgot the rest of the stuff. I'm sorry. And a lantern for the crypt.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Nikki is looking at the mysterious entrance that has not been visited by anyone for 100 years, and she has no idea what awaits her. Let's go, Momo. That was the end of the chapter. Now let's do the little side missions. Momo, wake up. Momo. Nikki, where am I? Keep your voice down. We're still in the library. And we're going to let Bovary in the pigeon forest and secrets about the original crystal are there. And I think that the original crystal is a really important clue. If it has to do with the manuscript, then it has to do with Leonid. Le Bovary in Pigeon Forest, where is that? And Momo tries his best to keep his voice down. We can ask Giselle. And where are we going now? And Momo lies down on the library desk and looking reluctant. Giselle says he'll be waiting for us outside of the library and that he's looking for a good restaurant nearby. Can we eat first before we go to the forest? But we just had lunch 2 hours ago. Maybe restaurants aren't open for dinner yet. Oh, okay. Giselle meets them outside of the library. And finally, did you find anything interesting? And yes, but I think we might need to go to the pigeon forest for the next clue. The forest, I've been there and can guide you. But it's a little far, so put on something easy to move in first. Well, that looks about right.
Every battle I'm in, victory.
Giselle, what's going on and why are we back here? I had asked you about who you really are and the Mercury sent you as a distraction. Do you not want to take us to the pigeon forest? Wait, go right when you get to the fork in the road and then turn left. Keep walking. That should have been there. It's strange. And let's just ask someone for directions. Excuse me, is the pigeon forest that way? Are you not from here? The road to the forest is blocked. What are you talking about? I grew up here. Oh, you don't look like it. And do we have to prove ourselves? And how about we use romantic pigeon as a styling theme? Sounds about right.
Trust me.
You already are from here, but how do you not know what the forest is? If you really want to go, then Black Rose won't stop you. The truth is that there's something wrong with the forest right now, and it's better to just stay in the city. Something wrong with the forest? How? Strange things have been growing in the forest. Strange things. Like extremely large roses in brilliant colors and pungent smells, and also large butterflies or moths that the forest has never seen before. Must be global warming acting up. Whatever. That's it? And what do you mean that's it not enough for you? And does it sound that strange? Anyway, thank you for helping us. And Nikki bows and then pulls Giselle and Momo away. And the pedestrian keeps talking. If you really have to go, go with someone who's familiar with the area. And let's ask someone else, and don't listen to that person. Fresh bubbly roses. And what do you think you say? What did I just say? She points at a sign ahead. And it's a flower with a sign that says fresh roses from Lake Bobali. Great. And what does that mean? When I was little, I heard that the owner managed to get roses from Lake Bobali to sell, and they are the only florists with those roses. And that means he must know how to get to Lake Bobali, and let's ask him. But the owner is particular about his things, so we should put on something appropriate.
Burgundy ball gown with a feather fan in hand?
The owner greets a properly dressed man and woman that enter the shop. Are you here to buy some flowers for your lady? I can make recommendations. We're looking for roses. Giselle's plan is to ask for directions as to just buying a single flower. I have all the color, here are my roses. And Giselle takes a closer look and smells the flowers. I thought you saw roses from the pigeon forest. And these are roses from the forest, and I picked them from the shores of Lake Bovary. And are you serious? And these are just ordinary roses, and I have them in my garden. And why are you so intent on this? And we locals know that you mix normal roses with Bovary roses, but now you're flat out pounding off normal roses as Lake Bovary roses. You can't blame me. Haven't you heard the roses from Lake Bovary have mutated and look disgusting? I don't want to sell flowers like that. And Giselle turns and walks out of the shop. And you can try other shops if you don't believe me. The strange creature in Pigeon Forest and the mutated roses, and are they related? And Nick is still thinking when Momo calls out to her. And come on, let's go. In another cafe, and some say that the blooming roses in the forest are related to the demon of the Holy Light River. And the demon of the river, and we've seen that. And everyone has, and I don't think it's that simple. And what are you thinking? I don't know for sure, but I have a hunch. And the cafe owner looks smug. And my hunches are always been spot on, and the demon is in a separate incident. And something terrifying is coming. And he's getting a little too excited. Is he alright? And the owner pulls over a shot, and it looks like he's ready for a long conversation. So about my coffee, coming right up. 5 minutes later, and the owner tries and spills the coffee all over Nikki. I'm sorry. And the owner is apologetic. And the photography studio here has some clothes, but it's all children's studio, so the style is on the cute side. That's alright.
Exquisite handbag that complements any outfit. Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
By the time Nikki finishes changing, Giselle is already done with his drink. Let's go somewhere near to the forest. And yes, amigo, but we first make sure that we're heading in the right direction, and I don't want to be going in circles again. And let me show you. And thank you so much. I'm starving. How much longer, Giselle? Soon. We don't have to go somewhere nice. Anything will do, really. Nikki can't quite relax because she wants to gather more information about the forest. And don't worry, I'm taking you to a private dinner that has a great food. Diner. Half an hour later. We're here. Oh, not another dive bar. The restaurant is tucked away in the residential area, and they push the door open and immediately hear the diners having a good time. The diners are also playing cards and exchanging gossip, and they're very different from those who were at the church this morning. This looks like a tavern. Yes, a little. No, a lot actually. Wait, this is a tavern. This shouts a justiciar after all. And he's also very striking a conversation with the owner. So apparently something's wrong with the forest. And I heard about that too. And did you find out anything? And the owner shook his head. Actually, I haven't been inside the forest in a long while. And are you going? I heard that Lake Bovali is beautiful and want to pay a visit. Today? And the owner seemed surprised. And what is it? If you leave now, you won't get it there until it's very late. And what? You shouted, you go the wrong way again. Don't look at me, I've just been following directions. Will you please tell us how to get there? From where you are now, you need to go back to the church and then go straight. Are we there yet? I'm really tired, and why don't you and yourself put on something light? Alright, I forgot.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Alright, so that's the end of the side mission. Next time we stream Shiny Nikki, we're gonna be going to chapter 11. I hope you have fun watching this stream. Please give a like and subscribe so I can continue bringing you this type of content. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the RC Sister, and today we're streaming Shiny Nikki. Let's do the sound test. Hello, hello. Alright, perfect. Alright, that's the right volume of everything. Let's bite into this. Following the sound of water, Nikki walks through the mysterious entrance with Modric. The passage is dark and she can't see anything, and the memory she saw lingers in her mind. And what did she see? Look, when the founder of the Pigeon Kingdom said the Elves of Light only left the forest once they had the original crystal. And Modric said that once they find the original crystal, they will have the answers to the manuscript. Here. She suddenly sees a light and Modric gives her one of the flashlights while holding the other. Thank you. But 2 flashlights, it looks like he planned for this. It's dark here and I'm cold, Nikki. Momo tightly pulls his cloak around himself. We're almost there. I thought we heard some voices when the door opened, and what is the force of the Elves of Light? And in the darkness, Modric seems to walk slower when he hears this.
Legend has it that the light elves originally
That the lighthouse originally lived only in the Pigeon Forest and they around because of their radiance. They only have wings of light, long lives, and beautiful faces, and even more power, and to humans they were creatures of legend. The gods gave them light but trapped them. Trapped? Yes, they couldn't leave the forest, and that is until Louis found the original crystal, and they left and found the Pigeon Kingdom. But now the crystal is growing weaker, and somebody once said this to me. It sounds like Modric is smiling, and he just seems to drag out the conversation. And what did they say? That the crystal is also waiting for someone who can awaken it. Modric slows down. There are a lot of traps here, so follow me carefully. The mystery surrounding the original crystal and Modric only seems to go deeper, but Nikki seems Modric wouldn't hurt her. Alright. 1 and then 2. Is Mercury really coming to this place, and do you think he lied to us? And what are you talking about? And Modric stops when he hears the sound, but Momo walks right into him. My nose! Achoo! I'm allergic to cats, please stay away from me. I'm not just a cat, and Momo watch out. And how much longer am I a little dizzy? And one more door until we reach the crypt. And Modric stops and holds out his hand. Your necklace is required to open this last door. My necklace. As Nikki takes out the necklace, it starts to glow, and the door seems to have sensed the necklace. And Mother whispers in a language that Nikki doesn't understand, and prayers perhaps. And who knew that the snowflake necklace was the key to the crypt? The light shines through as soon as the door opens, and it takes Nikki a while to get used to the light and see their surroundings. And everything is so bright, and Nikki feels like she's seen this before, and when the door back in the forest opens. It is the crypt where the original crystal is. It's different from what I imagined. They are greeted by a musty and ancient smell, and it smells like the basement has breathed a sigh of relief. And the passage lined with exquisite statues and rooms related to the Elves of Light. An altar stands in the middle of the crypt, and a clear prism with a mirror-like face sits on the altar, and it glows faintly. The original crystal. It sounds beautiful, like a mirror made of crystal. Oh yeah. Nikki wants to walk over to the altar, but Modric stops her. What is it? There's someone at the altar, and a girl is kneeling in front of the crystal, and she has a golden hair and a crown on her head and a pair of golden glowing wings. And eyes closed, and she holds her palms together in front of her chest, and she's praying. That's Mercury's sister. May the glory shine on us forever. And her wings tremble slightly in the light, and the glow in her wings flickers beautifully. Is she an elf? She's pretty. It is a queen's duty to guard the glory. But what should I do? And what can I do? If you can hear this, please answer me and please tell me. She is wearing a traditional pigeon skirt and a crown that is elegant but unassuming. Her wings glow with holy light. She is a pigeon queen, isn't she? No wonder she's so beautiful. And then you see the light on her wings. Queen Ophelia has the purest blood of the elves of light and the most majestic wings. So, meaning that she's inbred. Momo blinks and suddenly remembers something. I almost forgot. He's the queen's musician. And what is she doing? Praying. And after the last king died, she ascended the throne, but the real power lies in the hands of the nobles and the church. And they treat her like a child, a fragile girl, and all they want her to do is pray for the kingdom. Mother suddenly lowers his voice. So they just want her, since they perceive her as a weak king and queen, they just want her to stay out of the way while they do whatever the hell they want. The person you're looking for is here. Nikki tenses up. Could it be Mercury? And a servant approaches and whispers to Ophelia. And that's not Mercury, you liar. You said he would be here by now. Where is he? Your cat talks too much. Stop talking, Momo, and let's hear what the queen is saying. The queen opens her eyes, and after she heard what the servant said, and there is sadness in her eyes, but she is calm. Is he here? And the servant nods and steps aside, gesturing for the queen to look behind her. A tall figure walks out from behind the pillar, and Mercury, Nikki can see that what he's holding even from afar, and she once had it too. That's Leonie's manuscript. And Mother takes Nikki to the pillars closest to the crystal while Ophelia gets up and walks away. And the pillar is covered in open runes, and Nikki looks at it but can't understand anything. And what is the relation between the original crystal and the manuscript? They were both left behind by Leonid, but I thought the crystals belonged to the elves. The original crystal came from the ocean of memories and was eventually left behind in the Lake Bow Valley. It is a long story, but you'll find out soon enough. And Mother looks down for a moment thinking, and he sounds like he's talking to himself. And then he turns to look at Nikki and speaks again solemnly. I will trigger a mechanism to stall Mercury, and then it's up to you, the one chosen by the teacher himself. Teacher chosen one, Leonid. Are you Leonid's student? There's not much time left. Get into something easy to move. You gotta go get the manuscript. That's where enough of that's good for and getting random stuff very quickly. Yeah, like dark alpha for stealth stuff. Some silly, weird looking socks. Alright, this will seem more fun. And the hair up so that it doesn't get in the way. Like even if I change and I pick different accessories and whatnot, I always like for her to wear earrings because I don't know, it just feels like the outfit is incomplete if she's not like wearing earrings. But that's just more of a stylistic choice on my part. And last but not least, something else. Alright, good enough. And then let's show you front and back. And off we go.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
That's 11:13. So now we go to 11:4. Further away, Mercury is discussing something with Ophelia. And Mercury is holding the manuscript, and Ophelia is standing in front of him and looks hesitant. Do you want to save the weak original crystal? Don't you want to save the elven pigeon? Only Leonie's power can do that. Ophelia looks at Mercury with sorrow in her eyes, and she mumbles something, but Nikki doesn't catch it. Only the elfkin, the elf of light, with the purest blood, can get close to the original crystal. Go, Ophelia. Ophelia takes the manuscript and walks closer to the altar under Mercury's watchful eyes. And Nikki and Momo nervously wait behind the pillar as they watch Ophelia come closer with the manuscript. And then the crypt starts shaking. The pillar starts moving rapidly as if there are wheels and tracks under them. Huh? Don't worry, Momo, this is the mechanism that Modric mentioned. And the ground around the altar where the original crystal is shakes violently and looks like it's going to collapse at any moment. Ah! Ophelia trips and falls to the ground, and in the meantime, Modric shoves Nikki forward. Now! The manuscript leaves Ophelia's hands, and time seems to have stopped as everyone's gaze follows the manuscript, including Mercury. And Mercury is about to dive after the manuscript when Modric appears and stops him from getting to the altar. And Nikki runs towards the manuscript. Nikki, the manuscript is falling. And this is it. And she must get it back this time. And Nikki jumps with all of her might. And just a little bit more. And just a little higher. And that's it. And Nikki, watch out. Finally, I have the manuscript again. And the thought flashes through her mind as she falls. But the basement has changed unexpectedly, and the altar and its surroundings are more or less the same, but the pillars have changed and the crypt's layout, and Modric and Mercury are gone. Only Ophelia and Nikki remain. Who are you and why are you here? I am Nikki, and I am here for the manuscript. Alright, so now it's 11:5. Ophelia stands in front of her and looks into Nikki's eyes with her own azure eyes and winks glowing gently. And she takes a deep breath and calms herself down. It's Nikki's first time seeing the Queen up close, and she finds the Queen a little different than she imagined. Did Leonie's manuscript belong to you? Her gentle voice indicates that she's calm again, and Nikki nods. We are very sorry to have disturbed the sacred land of the royal family because of the manuscript. And from Ophelia's clear eyes, Nikki can tell that she doesn't blame them. And Nikki isn't sure what to say, and it seems like Ophelia naturally doesn't think of her as a threat. Your Majesty, you. And why didn't you suspect of me? And Ophelia smiles because she anticipated this question. The fact that you are here means the crystal has recognized you as well. Thank you. And Nikki hesitates before she continues. What does the existence of the original crystal mean to the elves of light? and Ophelia thinks this question over while looking at the dim crystal. A few minutes pass before she starts talking. In the beginning, Ludwig brought the crystal here, and the crystal flickers as Ophelia tells the story. Before he left the pigeon capital, Ludwig said that he was going to look for a way to make the crystal shine forever. And my grandpa, who was a great priest, told me about this, and he lived for a long time through Ludwig's reign. And he said Ludwig met the legendary designer Leonid before leaving the capital. And what happened then? I had no idea. My grandpa left the capital to return to the forest when I was little, and he said he wanted to go back to our land. And then the crystal became weak, and the lake lost its light, and we are being punished by the gods. Until my brother came and told me Leonid's manuscript can bring back the glory. Is that why he wanted the manuscript? Ophelia shakes her head and looks down, and her eyes faintly glowing. That's not it. He never liked the outside light of the capital, and he looked cold and uncaring whenever he saw the lake. He didn't care about bringing back the glory, and he only wanted to solve Leonid's riddle. But maybe the manuscript is able to solve the riddle and bring back the light. And Nikki thought Ophelia was tricked by Mercury, but now she sees Ophelia is aware of everything. And the queen raises her head slightly to look at the original crystal on the altar, and maybe she's not just a child or a fragile girl. As for me, I'm like Mercury in that I want to solve the riddle Leonid left behind. Ophelia tends to look at Nikki. Someone once told me that we have to solve the riddle to save the world from destruction. Destruction. And Nikki is startled, and Ophelia is in shock by what she just said, and she only looks sadder. The crystal is getting weaker, and the forest is getting weaker. Is Mirrorland becoming weaker too? And you want to save the world just like how I want to save my kingdom. And Nikki looks into Ophelia's eye and nods her head. I don't know what to do either, but I believe the gods will guide us. And Ophelia takes Nikki's hand and walks to the altar, and she places the manuscript on it. The altar and the crystal are protected by something, so getting to them most likely requires some sort of power. Let's try. This one has these black shoes as a required item. Let's find like something that goes with the dress I'm wearing. Something like black shoes, black dress. But then again, black shoes go well with literally anything. That's a silly hairdo. Alright, that's the nice makeup, and now let's put on the earrings. Like I just noticed it has like the hair in it has like bow ties made of hair on the head. It's like amusing detail. And also like the shoes, one has like a white ribbon and the other one black. So it works to further highlight the white ribbon. I just put it only one sock in order to maintain its asymmetry. Because asymmetry, when managed right, it can work well as far as outfits are concerned. It's just you have one uneven element on one side, and then you balance it out by putting another uneven element elsewhere. But that's just basic, like color theory and whatnot. But applied to fashion and whatnot. That's front and back, and off we go.
You trust me?
The altar seems to censor power because the crystal starts spinning. Alright, 11:6. On the translucent surface of the crystal, light flows silently, and suddenly the crystal emits a beam and engulfs Nikki and Ophelia. This is so we can't stop it from growing weaker. Not just that, but everything in Mirrorland will cease to exist at its most brilliant moment. As long as there is desire, the voices from the abyss will not rest. Ludwig and Leonie, are these the memories from inside the crystal? I'm not sure. And Ophelia shakes her head and then speaks after a moment. The crystal came from the forest, which was also the source of the glory, but they all said the crystal is getting weaker. They, the sages of Pigeon Kingdom, and they told me Ludwig was once given a choice: bring the crystal and his people back to the forest, or return the glory to the crystals. What is the glory? What is this glory you speak of? It's a power bestowed to us by the gods and the glory of the elves of light and the Pigeon Kingdom. And what is Leonie that gave you the choices? The sage was vague at the time, but I think so. And Ophelia speaks gently while looking at the crystal on the altar. The wings of the elves of light have the same strength as the crystal, and the god gives glory, but it's getting weaker. And what did Ludwig choose? He didn't. He abdicated when he was still young, and he then went to look for where the crystal was born and a place to connect to the gods and find the source of power, and the glory shall return to Mirrorland. And then Ludwig somehow ended up in Yarma, and then he turned into Ludwig, of course, the horse guy, and then he went into the hunter's nightmare. But maybe I'm getting my Ludwigs confused. But I like to think that like one video game character starts in one end, and then like his life continues on a different video game. Whatever, nonsense. Wait. I think I did this one. Okay, now we go to 11:7. The surface of the crystal glows with a faint light and the weekend glory. And there is also light in Ophelia's eyes, and she smiles apologetic, realizing something. But I'm not Ludwig, I am just a weak queen. And Ophelia blinks as she thinks about her decision. I knew I would ascend the throne, but I thought it was going to be a long time before I did. Until the night my father died, and I inherited the crown shortly thereafter. Ophelia. And she turns to look at Nikki, and the light from the crystal adds some similar elegance to her light, and she has made her choice. I didn't know how to be a queen, but they didn't ask much of me, and I just had to pray every day. But I love this kingdom, even if it's not as good as before, and even if the people start believing in us. Even if there's nothing I can do, I love this kingdom and the kingdom that is protected by the elves of light. Until one day I discovered the crystal was getting weaker, and I was afraid that one day Pigeon would lose the glory forever. And Nikki now remembers the song that Mother played in the church titled "May the Glory Be With Us Forever." And she didn't know what it meant, but now she does. And the elves of light are growing weaker with their crystal, but they can choose how to maintain its glory. Protecting the crystal is every ruler's duty. And Ophelia's voice is calm and determined. And I am weak, and I can't even leave the palace like Ludwig took to look for another way, but I can sit here watching the glory fade, and maybe this is the only thing I can do as a queen. And what does that mean? And Nikki is still thinking about what she meant when she sees the glory, small firefly like. Ophelia, your wings. Ophelia is surrounded by the glory. The young queen looks like a real god standing in the middle of pure light. I made my choice. The crystal infused with the glory on her wings, and the prayer echoes throughout the room, beautiful as a poem. And there is a mysterious power in Ophelia's voice. Oh man. Let's get like some nice. I'll go with the pink one. Like I had this outfit in like different shades. Oh, this one looks like silly socks. And let's put the butterfly makeup that I have. And now the earrings. And let's add the fancy wings. And so front and back.
I see the causes of my eyes.
¿Cuántas veces van a vacunar la cocina? ¿Dónde?
No, ya. ¿No? Bueno, lo que tú quieres, ¿qué pasa?
Alright, let me see. I think I now goes to... Ophelia kneels in front of the altar and keeps close and praying, just like when Nikki first saw her. The dim light on the crystal grows brighter, but the glory on her wings fade. This is, and then Ophelia's wings went dim, but the relic regains its light, and Nikki finally understands everything. While Leona said, returning the glory to the crystal, and the wings of the Osa's light come from the same power as the crystal, and this is the choice that Ophelia made. The prestigious queen, the purest of her light, infused the crystal with glory from her wings, which are no longer bright. Ophelia, you. Ophelia hangs onto the altar for support, and she doesn't want to look at her wings, but she doesn't. And in the end, she steals a glance. And the girl who prays every day calls herself, and weak has never forgotten her duty. And Nikki, I'm fine. You are very brave, you are not weak, and you are a true pigeon queen. Thank, but this only stops the crystal's decline, and maybe the door that Ludwig was looking for can really. And Ophelia stops and looks at the manuscript on the altar with shock. And the manuscript looks different. Is it because of the crystal? A powerful being shoots out from the crystal, and the world turns white, and they hear a voice from the void. One day you will return to your land. But before that, there is one more thing left for you to do, and that is to wait. And it is Leonid and the original crystal. And the light smothers them, and everything disappears. And what was that? What did we just see? Maybe that's the same thing we heard when we entered the passage, memories of the crystal, perhaps. And she hears and Tom and see Ophelia has succumbed to exhaustion, and the mechanics triggers again, and she walks and starts moving. Line 11:9. In the palace, Ophelia rests quietly on her bed, and outside the setting sun shines through the window and giving the Queen of Pigeon a holy aura. And Nikki, her eyelashes are twitching, and she's waking up finally. And Ophelia opens her eyes just as the sun is about to set. Ophelia, you're really awake. And Nikki, well, why am I here? And weren't you just at the crystal? No, just, you slept for one whole day after we left the crypt. And Nikki sits there next to Ophelia looking tired, but as soon as she woke up, Nikki and herself and help Ophelia sit up. And thank you, Nikki. Nikki tells Ophelia what happened in the crypt, and after the walls opened and there were only Modric and passed out Momo. And where was my brother? I had no idea. I asked Modric, but then the annoying musician didn't answer. If only I weren't unconscious. And Ophelia seemed a little bit sad, but Momo made her laugh. And you're beautiful when you laugh. And thank you, talking cat. And Ophelia summoning her wings again. They glow faintly, unlike before, and when they glow, it shines brightly. And Ophelia sighs. And your majesty, you're weak, and you shouldn't summon your wings. Don't worry, Mary, I'm fine. And Nikki, can you please open the windows for me? I want to see what it is like outside. Nikki opens the windows for Ophelia, and outside of the window, the water in the lake flows quietly. Has the glory returned? Yes, it did. And Nikki takes a deep breath and holds Ophelia's hand. You did it, you brought back the glory. And Ophelia doesn't speak, and she looks at the glowing lake under the sunlight, barely blinking. And her bright eyes are beautiful and serene as the lake. Ophelia, I will go search for the source of the glory, and I want to find the answer to everything. About the power, about our civilization, and about how it ends. And Nikki gets teary-eyed when she sees Ophelia's dim wings. I will bring back the light for you, Ophelia, and please wait for me here. Nikki. And someone knocks on the queen's bedroom door. Your Majesty, the musician and his people are here. And the musician arranged a car to take Nikki back to her place, and the car is waiting outside. Ophelia nods and says goodbye to Nikki, and she said to see Nikki go, letting Nikki please change into something casual before leaving. Alright, let's wear something casual looking. Just something that you will wear on an average Tuesday. That looks kind of weird. I like this one better. Yeah, and some tennis shoes if I find them. And now the makeup. What else? What do we put on the head? That's a little too exaggerated. Oh, I just simple black ribbons and a necklace, but one that isn't too elaborate. And what else? In a bag. Let's show front and back, and off we go.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
Okay, so that one, okay, let me see, that's the casual looking one, and then we go to 11:10. Nikki follows the attendant but sees that something is not right, and they should be walking down the same corridor, but this corridor is similar to the chandelier, and the pattern on the carpets are different. This is not the way out of the palace, and where are you taking me? And Nikki stops, and Momo jumps into her arms quickly and staring at the attendant. And the attendant turns around, but they hear footsteps approaching before he has a time to do anything. And it's Ophelia's own handmaiden and a few palace guards. Lady Nikki, watch out! And the guard rushes towards them and pulls them to safety. And the attendant sees he's at a disadvantage, so immediately runs away. He ran to the guard and go. That was scary. What happened? Her Majesty realized something was wrong shortly after you left, so she sent me to find you, and good thing you're okay. She said the musician usually comes in person and he rarely has attendance, and we never seen that person just now either. And Nick is terrified for a moment, and how did he get into the queen's bedroom? And is the pigeon palace not safe either? Well, usually palaces are dangerous. Nikki heard from Mordred, and he said he'll be here soon to take us to the hotel. And Nikki's train of thought is interrupted by Momo. And Lady Nikki, and why don't you change it to something clean before Mordred gets here, and even something simple will do. I like more simple outfits. That's a little too exaggerated. Oh, that one has like a weird sheen. I like the way that looks. It looks fun. Alright. Oh yeah, now we do the makeup. Oh yeah, keep I also have like nail art, but sometimes the nail art conflicts with with like the glasses, so I just don't deal with it. Because I don't know when it's gonna do one thing or the other, you know. Because it's either gloves or nail art, but sometimes not both. It's a sometimes thing. I'll deal with it when I deal with it, but I know. stuff. That seems about right. And a necklace. I have like a long necklace. This would do. And here we have front and back, and off we go.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
Like it's interesting that we're opening in the turtleneck. Mary was Nikki and Momo out, and they meet Mother shortly after they exit the gate. I was just on my way. Anyway, I got the room with the view that Momo wanted, and it's close to the lake, and you can even see the church from the windows. It's a model after the chef with a very soft bed, and the chef knows how to make a lot of dishes, and the selection of wine is good. I don't need to oversell the place, Mordrick. Mordrick is talking about how great the hotel is, but Nikki senses he's not really as relaxed as he's trying to sound. And something is definitely on his mind, and it is the original crystal, and maybe it isn't over yet. I'll take you there now, and I'll be the one of the best hotels you ever. Is it expensive? You are the Queen's musician, so you must know about the finer things in life. But it's our money that you're spending, and don't you feel bad? And Momo insists on staying in the same hotel as before with Nikki to save money, but Mother doesn't mind and takes them there. And Pages dance in the setting sun by the lake, and young elves who walk by sometimes reveal their wings and sing their hearts out. Elven wings are beautiful, and I wish my kind had wings. So Momo wants to be a cat with wings. Well, I think Baldur's Gate has cats with wings. Mother was quietly over next to them, oblivious to what Momo just said, and he furrows his brow, indicates his deep in thought. Mordrick, huh? And Mother laughs and apologizes for zoning out. You haven't told me what happened between Mercury and you in the crib, and why did he leave so willingly? I simply told him that he can't get what he wants with just half of the manuscript. And was that it? Is Mercury the type to believe someone else easily? Well, I told him some other things. What things? And Mother changes the topic. Here we are. Alright, so then we have 11:11, and then Nikki hasn't been able to relax since she encountered the fake attendant, and she senses something's wrong as soon as she enters the room, and it feels different than when she left it. And she can put her finger on it, or maybe it's the brightness of the lights or the creases in the curtains. And what is it? And do you think we were followed? Nikki explains how she felt. And I don't think so, and maybe you're just tired, and Teresita and I will protect you if something happens, and change into something else and try to relax. Or something casual, or the dress that's required for the mission. That's a nice looking dress. And let's find some black shoes for it. Maybe like a darker shade of it. Ah, that's more like it. inside the earrings, the hair accessories, etc., etc. Alright, so we gotta do that, and now let's put in a nice necklace. Put a bunny necklace and some gloves. Well, we dance with a little tambourine. I don't know, just like its color combination. Yeah, you know, like the scene that the woman from like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, the Victor Hugo version.
I'll present you with the
That's what the little instrument is called. Kinda. Oh yeah, that outfit is very nice. Mama takes Nikki outside and it's dark and there are stars in the sky and everything is quiet and serene. But Nikki just doesn't feel like enjoying any of that. And what are you thinking? Just things that happened during the last 2 days. Mercury mother, but that's not all. And the original crystal problem isn't over yet, and I fear Ophelia's sacrifice her wings to give life. But that was just temporary, and there must be other ways to restore its glory permanently, and maybe it has to do with the manuscript. And Teresita using the glory from the original crystal is related to Mirrorland. And why didn't Iana say that everything in Mirrorland will be destroyed at their most brilliant moment? And Mercury and Mother must know something, and we should wait and see what to do next. In Condamo, we will find the answer to these questions. And thank you, Teresita. At least we know our half of the manuscript back, and though we're still far from answering the actual riddle. And Nikki looks up at the countless stars in the sky. And I will do my best to protect what I want to protect, just like Ophelia. And even if it's difficult and dangerous to do so. Alright, 11, 12. Late at night at a corridor in the Pigeon Palace. And Your Majesty, and did you track down this strange attendant? Yes, we did, and he's a guard of the church. And he claims that he doesn't remember anything after he met a man in a black tuxedo. And Ophelia asks but doesn't say anything, and she turns and prays to the moon. And may the gods bless Pigeon. And her voice is so loud that a breeze could have blown it away. And the tears suddenly flow down Mary's face, and when she looks at the queen's beautiful expression under the moonlight, Your Majesty, and she can no longer hold it in. And what is it? Mary takes a few deep breaths and tries to calm down, and the clouds over the moon and then moonlight further, and Mary approaches Ophelia and whispers something to the queen. The crystal is something about the original crystal, and Ophelia looks incredulous and then passes it out and crumbles to the floor. Your Majesty. The urgency in Mary's voice travels down the empty hall, and the imperial doctor keeps coming and leaving the queen's bedroom, and in the meantime there were flowers bloom in the garden. And they look like roses, but they're much bigger, and the rich fragrance makes them more alluring. Butterfly-like white creatures circle these flowers in a tragic kind of way. The plan has been put on hold, and our intel shows Queen Lilith's agent arrived at Pigeon Capital several days ago, and he has the other half of the manuscript. And it's quiet in the meeting room, and a blond man sits by the long table and furrows his brow. And Queen Lilith's agent, Nightbay, or like her demon butler. And the informant nods, and I was right. And the mysterious man sighs, I received something just now. And the blond man taps the remote control, and a large screen comes to life with a short message. And what? He has what he came for, and he's be leaving the near palace soon. And he was also a lot faster than we expected. And the cold lights in the empty meeting room emphasize the seriousness on everyone's face. And we're just getting started. Let's keep watching. Yes. Alright, 11:13. A dark cloud floats above the pigeon capital, and stars do their best to shine from behind the cloud. And a dark figure steps on top of the church. The ritual for the pigeon capital has begun. And night is heavy, and the figure disappears into the night with a passing wind, and like nothing happened. The next day, someone urgently knocks on Nikki's door. Who's knocking at this hour? And Momo mumbles unhappily from the bed to Nikki, who has already gotten dressed. I'll get it. And who is it? And Momo's voice comes from the bedroom. Mother, what are you doing here? And Mother tries to look natural, but the tiredness in his eyes is obvious. I have important news. And Momo does his best to listen carefully from the bed. The second half of the manuscript has been found and is in the royal city of Nenir. Nikki doesn't remember much of what Mother said after that, and she is only thinking about one thing right now. A new journey has to start, and the unknown awaits. See everything in my crystal ball and everything that you want to know. The crystal ball, please tell me the answer. The shape of everything, the origin of the purity, and the door of the realms. Stars, oceans, the sun, the moon, and the tides. And what is she talking about? And Nikki and Momo are visiting Ophelia at the same time as the famous fortune teller from Wasteland. And she's been chatting for over half an hour but hasn't come up with anything. Go west to the gods, hung up on reality, hung up on the god. And everything spawned from the chaos. The sun shines on the drying light, and the moon shines on the dead water. God reveals himself after the first ripple. And the fortune teller rubs her crystal ball and glasses at Nikki and Momo, and then goes back to chanting. God has become a bird looking down at the land, and the miracles remind our lives of the touch from the heavens. Master? And Mary is a little impatient after waiting for so long and tries to engage the fortune teller. My crystal ball is really trying to tell me something lately, and it was the same way many years ago when I predicted that Ophelia would become the ruler earlier than expected. Many years ago. And the fortune teller looks like she's 20 years old. And you think she made that up, and she doesn't look like a fortune teller. Hush. On my way here, I sense that the holy light of the river is different. The crystal ball tells me that everything related to the wedding. The crystal, the original crystal, and the orange crystal, you say that is it? It has the answer to all of your questions, Master. The fortune teller pulls away her crystal ball, even though it looks like Mary wanted to ask a few more things. It's time for the crystal ball to rest, and Mary, it's not good to let me work too hard each time. And how do you know my name? And the fortune teller flashes a mysterious smile, and instead of answering a shocked Mary, she touches her stomach. The crystal ball needs to rest and recover with every sunrise, moves, and sunset, just like humans. And Mary now suddenly understanding something. This way, please, and we have prepared lunch for you. And Nikki, why don't you join us? Nikki changing to something nice for dining in the palace. Alright, let's just dress up in a fancy red dress. No. Alright, so we got like the fancy red dress. Some nice earrings and just trying to outshine the queen herself. It's a red crown. I don't have anything else that's like red for the hero. That seems about nice. Let's add a nice ring. And there we go. Now let's show front and back, and off we go. We're ready to go eat with the queen.
Trust me.
Mary takes a fortune teller, Nikki, and Momo to a meticulously tended garden. There are several simple but sophisticated dining tables with finely cooked dishes. This is where the Persian royalty family hosts their VIP guests, and sometimes Iraqi politicians eat here too. And it's best known for its afternoon tea, and even though it's not dinner yet, we can ask them to bring in some desserts. And the chef has his own style and plans every dish for every table. Sounds classy. And thank you, Mary. My crystal ball tells me on the floor of this place is very good. The floor, what does that even mean? It means that this place is blessed. Mary nods, not sure if she understands what the fortune teller means. I thought you said the crystal ball is resting. The fortune teller looks a little uncomfortable and clears her throat and then sits down like she didn't hear what Momo said. My lady, I would like to ask for some more things. Do tell, will Queen Ophelia, will she? And she's worried about Ophelia will carry on as a ruler and now that her wings no longer possess the glory. But Mary can't exactly disclose that information because she's just an attendant. And what about the queen? Never mind. And Mary absentmindedly puts the broccoli on her table while the fortune teller looks on her third piece of cake. And each person was served one piece, and there are 4 dinners at this table, and therefore only 4 pieces of cake. And the only one that the fortune teller hasn't touched is the one in front of Nikki. And Mama clenches the tablecloth angrily while watching the fortune teller digging into the cake. Here, have mine. And Nikki places her plate in front of Momo. And thank you. The fortune teller wants to leave after her meal, so Mary sees her off politely, and Momo watches and goes and sighs. And how can Mary believe a person so easily? Is it because she's worried about the queen? And the fortune teller doesn't look like a real one, and if you ask me, she sounds like a scammer. And Momo, don't say things like that unless you're sure. I might have seen this fortune teller before, but she wasn't a fortune teller then. Now that you mention it. Anyway, let's go visit the queen. And she might be a little weak still, and what should we wear? Maybe something refreshing like Mary. Oh, that's refreshing. That's a nice little earrings. Or different earrings. Oh, here we go. I have that up here. Oh. Oh, that works more or less. Huh, that looks like a fun hat. Alright, so like the dress is done, we're ready to head out.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Entonces van a ver esas cosas raras en la pared. Ophelia sits by the window in her bedroom, and she didn't put her wings away, so Nikki and Momo were also greeted by a pair of dim wings. And Nikki feels sad again. Ophelia, Nikki, Momo. And Ophelia smiles and greets them, and they sit down and chit-chat while Ophelia and Momo repeat his story about this fortune teller. And if you ask me, I don't think she's trustworthy, but Mary believes everything she said. And Ophelia nods and she opens her elegant box and takes out a beautifully made dessert and sets it down in front of Momo. Ah, Momo blushes. And she believes a fortune teller because she's worried about me and also because what? Because the glory priest said that someone who can see the future would come to the palace with all of the answers. And the glory priest holds very high positions, and the prophecies of the past priests were regarded as messages from the gods. So Mary, since the fortune teller is a someone who can see the future, and Mary is a devout believer of the glory priest. I see. But it's been a long time since the last prophecy where was not current glory priest, and Ophelia looks out the window towards the church. And it sounds like the church is really important, and I suddenly have an urge to go see it again. Me too. Ophelia looks at them gently. Sounds good. And what should we wear? There's no need to worry, just put on something that matches your style and it will be good enough. So basically just wear whatever. Alright, so let's whatever. Oh yeah, I forgot the makeup. Let's put that on. Then we change the eye color a little bit, but not too much. A nice bracelet. A silly hat. Well, not so silly. It's a nice looking hat. A pearl necklace. And flowers. And now let's go front and back.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
Alright, so whatever, and now 11-4. The church is as majestic as the last time they were, just without any ceremony, and it feels less solemn but more serene. And a few was standing in front of the stained glass and talking to those who came to their prayers. And Nikki said something towards the sunlight coming from the window, and may the glory shine on us forever. And should we ask him about the prophecy? And I mean, it didn't come from the current one, but it came from a glory priest, and maybe they know something. And Nikki? And Nikki didn't hear what Momo said, and she looked a little tense, like she saw something that she wasn't supposed to see. And Momo pulls on Nikki's clothes. Momo, look. Momo follows her gaze and sees a figure outside the church gate. And it was familiar, especially the curly hair. Vulture, what is he doing here? And let's go outside and see. And Vulture is talking to a middle-aged man that Nikki has never seen before, and based on his clothes, he looks like a noble. He looks serious as Vulture, and they're completely focused on the conversation, so they don't even notice Nikki and Momo. If it happens, then please message. Of course, the Mercury group will. And Nikki couldn't catch enough because they're not close enough. But it sounds like Vulture ran into some trouble. And it sounds like he's represented the Mercury group in this meeting. And could it be the Mercury group ran into trouble? And what kind of opponent can stop Mercury group? And Nikki's still guessing when Vulture and the noble walk away. And Momo? And Nikki hears a familiar voice before her vision is blocked. Ah, Nikki too, and why are you guys here? And don't sneak up on us like that, it's scary. And we heard about the prophecies of the glory priest, so we came to the church. And what are you doing here, Giselle? And I thought you said you had something to take care of at home. Giselle's mouth faltered for a moment, and when Momo quickly mentions home, and he quickly regains his composure, I thought that the musician from the Duke Darrell's funeral looked familiar. And I was too far and couldn't take a look, but I'm sure I felt his aura before. And I wanted to see if I can bump into him here. The musician from the funeral, do you mean Modric? Who's Modric? Wait, Modric, I remember now. And he looks just like my friend Modric. Huh. Maybe he is your friend Modric. Yes, his father was a musician and he had a teacher too. So was he a noble? When he was young, yes, but then something happened and he left town and I never heard about him until today. Giselle's really happy about figuring it out. And why don't we have a styling battle now? And how about childhood memories for teenagers? Whatever that means. Just wear something that angsty teenagers will wear. Or something. I don't know. Oh, I like the city shirt with a heart. That looks teenagery. No Levi's, bro. We have a nice heart on the head and let's show front and back and off we go.
Every battle I'm in.
the water closer while we're eating. And how do you know his name? And that's a really long story. And we won't be to him later. And Nikki thinks he seems to know a lot of things, but she doesn't bring it up. And he's Her Majesty's personal musician, and go talk to someone at the palace if you want to know more. Sounds good, I'll go now, thanks. And Giselle immediately was away, leaving a suspicious Momo behind. And that's it? And Giselle raised an arm and waist but doesn't turn around. Didn't he say he would handle everything in pigeon, and what happened to that? And Mom was clearly unhappy at Giselle's behavior. And you know he can hear you, right? Can we go to the cafe from the last time? I'm tired and I want cake. I'll have the coffee of the day. And Nikki points at the sign. And how about you, Kitty? A donut, please. I could really go for a donut. And wait, who are you calling a kitty? I'm a full-grown adult at the Momo clan. And the cashier and the customers all hear Momo and laugh. And both Nikki and Momo hear familiar laugh. And this is Lowen. It's Lowen, and Nikki turns and sees a man with blonde hair by the table in a corner. The man has his cap and is wearing something that Nikki has never seen, but it's clearly Lowen. Their eyes met, and so Lowen stops evading them and walks over. Didn't expect to see you here, Nikki and Momo. And even though he said that, he doesn't look surprised in bumping into them, and he greets them like he saw the only recently. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. And that's right, if you want me to buy something to drink. And he pets Momo and seems to enjoy brushing his hand against the fur of Momo's fur. Hey. And Momo kisses him at bay with his claws. And why are you in pigeon capital, Lowen? And Lowen starts tickling Momo and turns to Nikki. And I have some important matters to handle here. And by the way, Nikki. And he hesitates and doesn't continue. What? It's nothing. And Lowen smiles. Anyway, let's finish up our job. And Momo, your donut is ready. And I thought you were going to have a drink together, leaving already. And Momo is so surprised that he completely forgot about his donut. Commissions are important to mercenaries, and we can't afford to be behind. You mean the money from the commission is important part, right? Anyway, we're not going to stop you, and Nikki, we can pick up our order over there. And Nikki walks towards the counter but turns and looks at Lowen again. And what could be important to him? The manuscript? Could it be? And by the way, changing to something cool. It's better not to have long sleeves because you don't want to end up with crumbs all over. Right. And Lowen waves and disappears around a corner. Let's just wear something that doesn't have long sleeves. Or just wear something that has no sleeves. That looks fun. And then just wear the hair up in order to showcase the outfit. And now we add the foundation. And we change the eye color a bit. And now for the earring. I like the rose earrings, sound fun. Alright, so now let's just add something in the hair, or like a ring, and then we're done. Make sure front and back, and we're good. Alright, and that was the last mission of well, not the whole game, but just of chapter 11. So I hope you have fun with watching the stream. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. And next time I stream this game, it's gonna be chapter 12. Unless if like unless if a temporary mission quest pops up, and then I'll just do the story of that. But bye bye and God bless. Cita Blanca Diaz, his sister, and today we're gonna be doing Shining Nikki. We're gonna be doing chapter 12. Let's do the sound test. Alright, the sound seems to be working just about right. Let's bite into this. A girl with pink hair stands between the stars and the ocean, and with stars reflected in her eyes and the sound of the ocean echoing in her ears. And a familiar voice speaks as the tides crash against one another. Everything in Maryland will be destroyed at its most brilliant moment. And as long as this desire exists, the voice in the abyss will not stop. The sea suddenly shatters like a mirror, and a dark vortex devours all of the stars. And Nikki feels herself falling into the endless darkness. Nikki. Huh? Nikki snaps out of it, and the sound of the waves crashing is replaced by the train, and someone hands her a glass of milk. Mama's been trying to talk to you for a while, and what's on your mind? And Nikki takes milk from Mother but doesn't drink it. It's nothing. And Mother's head leans on the window and looks at her from across the table. You're not going to drink yours? I'm going to get a stomach if I drink cheap milk like this. And you give it. But you buy us this stuff, and just how spoiled is your stomach? And Mother smiles with his eyes half closed and he looks sleepy. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you. And what is your relationship with Leonid? And since arriving at Pigeon Capital, Mother has more or less been telling them what to do. And he gave them the clues about the manuscript, and he was the one that mentioned Leonid's successor. Who is Leonid? And Mother doesn't even bat an eye. Stop pretending you were the one who told us to find Leonid's manuscript. And Mother stretches slightly and looks at Nikki before shifting his gaze back to the clouds, like he's recalling a memory. I had a teacher when I was little, and he had silver hair and knew a lot of things. And some of the things he said that were really confusing, but they made me think. Occasionally, I felt that he was not from Maryland. Silver hair, not from Maryland. Could it be? Is that? Are you trying to say he's Leonid? I had no idea. Mother smiles with a hint of nostalgia. It is a smile that has a feeling he can't put into words. Maybe after all, he was my teacher, and that meant he was just an ordinary person. Hey, if Leonid chooses you, Nikki, that means you earn his recognition. And I am now your enemy. And Mother sneezes. Can you take this cat further away from me? It's not like I want to be next to you. And Mom was about to leave off his seat. And I didn't see you come with us. I'm regretting it, and it's too early, and I'm sleepy. And Mother Johnson returns to his half-asleep state. Your sleeping schedule is strange. Others are night owls, and you shouldn't complain because I'm actually here spending time with you during the day. Mother covers himself with a blanket that doesn't look cheap. Nini Royal City, Nini Royal City, this is the end of the line. Please take your belongings with you. I guess I'm not getting any sleep. Since we're here, let's change into something that suits Nini. Oh, I know that Nini is all about prettiness. There's a nice blue dress. Well, it's more like blue-green. Yeah, greenish. Now let's have some city glasses.
Exquisite handbag that complements any outfit.
And now let's show front and back.
Come on. I'll present you with the most beautiful dream.
The fragrant smell of flower hits them as soon as they exit, and the colorful flowers and buildings look like toy bricks. Is that a castle from a fairy tale? Well, Nini's Royal City is styled after a fairy tales and fantasy, so you're not wrong. And how do you know all this? I performed here a long time ago, and there weren't that many flags, and definitely not posters showing the same face. Almost every imaginable surface is covered with posters of Lilith, flashing her signature smile. And you're not from Nini, are you? And want to see our specials? And how about Her Majesty's perfume or skincare product? And what's with all of the decoration? Is something happening? Oh, you're not here for the Queen's election. The Queen's election. And you never heard of it, and it's our biggest event. Beautiful girls from all over the kingdom come to the royal palace. And the merchant signs with excitement and admiration. And we're in the final stretch of the election, and of course Lilith, our current queen, is the most popular candidate. No wonder her face is everywhere. And how about a Nini Royal City commemorative premium album? And you're cute, so I'll give you a discount, just 800 gems. That's not really cheap, and do you know how much barbecue I can get with that? You should reconsider. The Queen's painted a map exclusively for the albums. The Queen's exclusive map. That sounds fishy already. Says so look at the brushstrokes, and this rose is as good as a real one, and of course it came from our Queen. And it's a Papa Manini Royal City with blooming red rose in the corner. Oh hey, isn't that this Lolori? And a postcard far from the album, and it's Lolori in an Ninier gown smiling elegantly. So will you buy the album? No thanks. How much is it? And a familiar voice interrupts. The man flicks through the album for a while before noticing Nikki and the others. Long time no see, Nikki. And Mr. Anden, and are you here for the election too? Of course, it's a huge event in here, and I wouldn't miss it. After all, Queen Lilith is beautiful. Mr. Anden has nothing but praise for Lilith. And how about we have a styling battle and the team will be Sexy Queen. A nice hot and queenly outfit.
Looks like some grand celebration. Are you joining us?
And let's add the necklace. I think that's more red. I think it seem like it. Oh, here. Well, let's see front and back.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
You're getting better and better, Nikki. I knew you could do it. I thought he didn't even care about us during the Star Heaven pageant. The Star Heaven Swan pageant, a marvelous time, and Queen Lily was a Star Heaven and the prettiest one too. And it's been a while, but she looks even more beautiful now. And she's the most gorgeous rose in this world and this kingdom. I mean, the entire world should be crazy about her. And Mother Rose's eyes. Sorry, I got carried away. Anyway, since you're here, I hope you'll enjoy everything the kingdom has to offer. Mr. Anda kisses a mother and pulls out a map from his album. And beautiful people should get special treatment and take this map and have a great time. Oh, that lunatic said it, not me. According to the map, this should be the biggest shopping center in the near. Wow. And Nikki walks in and is greeted by a bright and open hall and with everything imaginable on display. I'm going to get the gourmet food recommended a moment and it's anything you want, Nikki. And she doesn't hear Momo. Instead, she's looking at the red rose on the map intently. Nikki? Are you still thinking about the manuscript? And Nikki looks up and sees Mother staring at her. Something has been on your mind since we got off, and now since we got on the train. Is it the manuscript? Yeah, I feel like I never actually looked at it. And then we went through so much to get the manuscript, but I still feel like I don't know anything about it. Like right now, we are aware the other half is here, and we don't know where to start. So let's start from the beginning. And when did you get the first half? It was in Star Heaven. and Lauren gave it to her. Lauren, the really expensive mercenary. You know of him? Not exactly. I commissioned him before, and anyway, go on, what else? We went to Shadowflow afterwards, and that was when people started trying to take it from us. And do you know why they wanted it? And Nikki thinks about it for a while and then shakes her head. And don't worry, let's go back to the manuscript. And did you feel or see anything special after getting it? And something she felt and saw, and she recalls a figure in the dark blue. I can feel the ocean of memories, and the power of the sun of refresher whenever it appears. And maybe. And Nikki is deep inside. And this violin looks like it was crafted with care. And Nikki hears a grass and sees more the gaze glued to something in the window. Excuse me, may I have a look at this? And Mom was stunned by the price tag on it. Oh my god, do you even think before you buy something?
I think it's a great deal because I'm paying for something priceless. Like
Mother carefully takes the instrument and collectibles to the counter and hands his gold and card to the cashier. Please mail this to the Pigeon Capital, number 88. Yes, thank you. The cashier takes the card, but the machine makes a beep on the last item. I'm sorry, sir, but you don't have enough balance left on the card. Impossible. And Mother pulls out his phone to check and falls silent. The difference is not huge. Perhaps your friend here can help out? How much? Not a lot, just 5,000. Just 5,000? We don't even have 1,000. Then you will have to come back later, but we cannot guarantee this item will still be here. You mean this could be the last one? And why don't you just perform in the plaza that we just walked through? No way, my art is not for sale. Then how do you keep the lights on? Why don't you? And motivate yes with resolve in his voice. Like there's nothing shameful about performing for scrap change. Then you have to say goodbye to your priceless art. Mother looks reluctant, but he starts tuning the instrument. You should ask Nikki to create a wandering musician look for you. I don't think more like it. Kinda. And I think I have an instrument you can hold. Alright. I guess the job done.
trust me.
As a last no offense, the musician, surrounded by pigeons, bows to the audience and leaves. That was amazing. No wonder you're a royal musician of the pigeon capital. Of course. But why do you put on a mask? Don't you want anyone to recognize you? And Murder raises his eyebrows but does not deny it. A staff member comes and gives Murder an envelope, and Murder smiles but frowns as soon as the person walks away. This will never happen again. But it ended well, right? And a supporter of the Queen decided to perform and couldn't find a musician. Two excited pedestrians approached them, and that was beautiful, and I wish the Queen heard it. And she deserves all of the best things in the world. And why does she deserve them? And while we're on this topic, why are there no posters or promotions of the other candidates? Are you trying to compare Lilith with a commoners? And that was disrespectful, and how could you compare her with commoners? We're sorry, we didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Explain yourself. An angry girl closing in front of them. Calm down. Everyone is welcome to watch the Queen's campaign speech show later today, and the Capitol is on the elegant place, and please keep it that way. A calm voice spoke, and the tension in the air dissolved, and the crowd slowly begins to disperse as they focus on the speech. Lilith stands in front of them in a low-key but beautiful uniform. Thank you for getting us out of that. Welcome to Ninier. And Lilith bows to Nikki and Mother, and with a calm and beautiful smile, as always. Are you helping in her campaign this time? And we saw your postcard. Yes, thank you for supporting the election. And Ninier is a fairy tale kingdom based on beauty, and the election is a showcase of that, and we respect it by doing our jobs. The most popular candidate right now is the incumbent, Queen Lilith. And based on the statistics, currently she is supported by 80% of the kingdom, and that number is still growing. Her supporters are fanatics. The pursuit of beauty is pure and passionate, so it makes sense if they're a little enthusiastic. Anyway, feel free to check out her speech this afternoon if you're interested. I need to finish up some work, so I will take my leave now. Lilith politely says goodbye and walks away. Should we go and check out that speech? And then Nikki nods and looks at Mother, who doesn't say anything. And what's wrong? You don't think it's weird? The election? Isn't it strange everyone likes the same candidate? And Mother looks at Momo approvingly. Not bad, and this cat is smarter than I thought. Hey, I'm not just any ordinary cat. And could they all be under some kind of influence? A large group under some kind of influence at the same time, and we saw it in Shadowflow and Cloudcrest. But something feels different this time. Is it possible the citizens here are affected by the ocean of memories or the silent reflection? We should go check out the speech, and who knows, we might even find a clue to the manuscript there. You guys go first. And Mother picks up the violin and walks in the opposite direction. You're not afraid, are you? I need to go back and buy those things, and why do you think I perform? Nikki, maybe you should put on something formal for the speech. Alright, something formal to go watch a political beauty queen give like a speech. Well, this looks formal-ish. Pretty, but without calling too much attention to itself. But because since this is a kingdom where like the queen has a bunch of fanatics, it's not good to look like you're trying to steal focus. But you still gotta look cute, otherwise they're gonna cause like in the near kingdom they do their prejudice against people who are just average. And you gotta be a 10 to survive the kingdom, but God help you if you try to be an 11, because then they'll skin you alive from trying to also outshine the Queen Lilith. Which overall sounds like a terrible place to live, but whatever. Alright, let's go front and back.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Another venue and posters of lilies and occasionally here for the queen. That's a lot of people and this is going to be tiring. Momo, we need to do this. And why is Mother here with us and why did he come later? I told the staff that I had friends in line and they escorted me and said beautiful people should get special treatment only in the near. Anyway, not everyone can get that sort of hospitality. And they finally entered the venue after waiting in line for almost an hour. And the venue is packed with Lily sitting on her decorated throne on a stage and guards behind her. And she's surrounded by blooming red roses, just like Mr. Ander. She's the most beautiful rose that never wilts. You're welcome. You become even more charming, my lady. And the guard gets down on one knee and kisses Lilith on the hand. Nikki sees the guard looks familiar, but the woman next to her suddenly speaks and interrupts her thoughts. That's a huge gem. And Nikki looks over and sees a mirror like crystal on the throne. And its surface shines a light that Nikki has seen before. That's the original crystal. And Nikki couldn't help but exclaim, and the original crystal, why is it here? And Nikki looks at Mother, who seems to have seen the crystal as well, but he's uncharacteristically serious. And did he know the original crystal was stolen? No, that's not the point. Nikki has to force herself to calm down. And did someone take the crystal, and if so, who did it, and when, and why did he put it on the throne? And are the citizens under the influence of the crystal? Is Lilith behind all of this? Nikki feels the danger closing in. The man in black next to her is also strange, be careful. Like he's the demon butler. Thank you, Teresita. The angel bestowed love to mortals, and mortals should reciprocate with other loving kind. As the queen speaks, the crowd bursts into cheers and shoves people forward. And Nikki loses her balance and is about to fall. And someone catches her. And watch out. Lowen. And why is Lowen here? Wasn't he in the pigeon capital and when they last saw him? Nikki wants to ask why he's here, but they hear sneezing behind them. Mordek approaches looking uncomfortable. Chew, take this cat away from me. It's not like I wanted you to do this. Hello, and why are you here? It's too crowded here. Let's go somewhere else. And Nikki takes Momo and nods. And Lauren turns and looks at the original crystal again before following them. And Nikki isn't sure if she's overreacting, but she feels a pair of eyes on her and it makes her uncomfortable. Lauren, what are you doing here? I'm here for an important job. And that's what you said last time. I feel like you're following me. And Lauren doesn't talk back for once. Are you also here for the original crystal? Also. And Nikki looks at Lauren and then looks at Mordrick. Did they know what happened to the original crystal and why didn't they tell her? The original crystals, and what are you talking about? And Momo has no clue what's going on and looks at everyone in confusion. What are you not telling me? And do you also know something too, Nikki? Momo. And Nikki almost sounds like she's whispering. And what's going on and what happened to the original crystal? Momo's voice drops off as he realizes the seriousness of the situation. I'm here on a request to recover the stolen original crystal. And why the original crystal was stolen and what happened to the queen? And Momo is incredulous and looks at Mordrick. And Mordrick, did you know about this? And that was when Mordrick knocked on her door early in the morning and told her about the second half of the manuscript. Mordrick doesn't deny anything. And Queen Ophelia and I decided to keep the theft a secret. And we hope we can focus on finding the manuscript and not be concerned with the other things. Ophelia, is she alright? Probably not. And the crystal is an elven relic that gave them their power and life, so they could live away from the pigeon forest. If the crystal weakens, their elven civilization will decline, and if the crystal is taken away. Lord doesn't continue, but the silence speaks volumes about the seriousness of the situation. So I guess the elves are on a ticking, on a lifespan is slowly getting reduced because the crystal is not there. We should be in danger. The consequences will not show themselves so soon. But the fact that the crystal was at the election isn't a secret anymore, and the pigeon nobles will trouble Queen Ophelia. And Nikki feels that there are thousands of voices in her head all asking different things. And who stole the original crystal, and what does the thief want to do with it? Is it related to the manuscript? Nikki, I think we need to return to the pigeon capital. And Mother's voice pulls Nikki back to reality. And there must be something between the manuscript and the crystal, and both manuscripts and the crystals are here. And I want to go back to check up on something, and now there's someone you know, and you don't need me. You came with us because you were worried about our safety. Anyway, be careful. This self-proclaimed reliable mercenary should take good care of you. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. Let's put on something along the lines of reliable mercenary then.
Soft colors with flower decorations. A good choice for workplace and casual occasions.
Well, since the gloves are like a required item, there's no point in adding nail art. collection front and back.
Every battle I'm in, victory is the only outcome.
There's a poster incrusted on the red wall of the city next to the cafe, and the black and watercolor image stands out like a sore thumb in a city of fairy tale. Is that a poster for the Neverfall troupe? I heard they were invited to perform a new play when the next queen is chosen. And Nikki stares at Kinji's long sleeves in the poster and something on her mind. And what's wrong? Just thinking about what happened in Cloudcross. And she lost the manuscript, and because of Kinji and her friend, and had joined the Justicias to get it back, and it felt like a long time ago, but it also felt like she hadn't made any progress. And she still has the first half, but nothing more. Nikki. And Momo looks concerned. I'm fine, don't worry about me. I heard about everything that happened. And the Neverfall True is actually the biggest intelligence agency in Maryland, and the Justicias are full of elites. And as for Mercury Girl, there are plenty of stories about them. And Lois Sanson looks back at Nikki, and none of them are easy to deal with, so it's not your fault, and don't give up just yet. You're doing great, and they haven't been able to take us down. Thank you, Momo, Loen. And you're saving the world, Nikki, even if someone doesn't understand right now, it will pass. And what do you mean? Oh, nothing. And Loen clears his throat and looks at the Neverfall True poster again. I heard Zoe and the Justicias will be here soon. Zoe too? Maybe they're here already. Lauren looks at the shopping mall ahead. And Mercury's here too. Speaking of which, this is one of their malls. Mercury is here. Why, it feels like every faction is here, and they never fought through the Justicias, Mercury Group, and Lowen. I think so too. And what did you just say? I said it feels like every faction is here in the near Royal City. And Lauren turns around and looks at Nikki. And what do you think they're here? They're all looking for the manuscript. Or maybe the manuscript is related to the election. Not to mention the original crystal at the Queen's speech. Actually, weird things have been happening and in near too, like the huge red roses around the city. More red roses, but for me the strangest thing is the people. How so? Isn't it weird for all of them to support the same person, no questions asked? And Lawrence Carlson doesn't reply, and Nick is thinking and Momo isn't sure if she heard him. Don't worry, everything will work out itself somehow. Lauren is right and you haven't said anything in a while, and I say you're thinking too much. And why don't I take you to see a friend, and she's familiar with Nenier, and we'll find you a place to stay. And Lauren stops, and Nikki looks up at the building in front of them. Let's go. Nenier Palace TV station. Thank you, Lowen. And Lolovi, who is wearing a uniform, bows to Lowen. So Lolovi is the friend you mentioned. And Momo and Nick stand in a corner of the studio watching Lowen hand over something to Lolovi. And they look like they've known each other for a while, and Lolovi is his client. And Nikki looks at them and is reminded of her conversation with Lowen. And if all of the factions are here, are they one of them? Sorry to have kept you waiting. And Lowen and Lolovi walk up to Mimi and Nikki and Momo. I didn't think Lowen would know someone like Lolovi. I know everyone. And Lowen is very reputable mercenary, and the guild has asked him to complete many missions. And Lori still wears her signature smile, but Nikki can tell the fracture on her face. And does your job include broadcasting? Nikki notices a radio script on Lori's desk. The campaign requires timely and accurate reports, so the data from today will be announced tomorrow. And therefore I need to proofread and check all of the entries tonight. Wow, you're really good at what you do, but don't forget the rest. Ah well, it's getting late, and you have a place to stay. The election attracted many tourists, so the hotels are packed. Actually, that's what I wanted to ask. Eloy plays with the helm of his claws, a little embarrassed. And the sponsor has arranged lodgings for the staff, so you can stay in my hotel room if you don't mind. But what about you? I can stay with friends, also as an ambassador of elegance and a guild administrator. I'm sure I can find a place. Then when we will accept your offer, thank you so much. And don't mention it, it's the least I can do. Finally, I can get some rest, and I want barbecue for dinner. Change your salted elegant and come with me. Come with me if you want a hotel room. That's a nice blue dress. Yeah, I like the nice little flower tattoo. And I forgot.
Will you trust me?
A petal falls silently on the surface of the seal star and creates ripples of light. Petals keep falling to create a path on the surface. At the end of the road is a beautiful girl who seems to be sketching something, and she looks like an illusion. Yishao. And Nikki calls her name, and Yishao turns around and she still looks the same. When the two manuscripts become one, the puzzle Leonie left behind will show itself. And are you ready to solve the puzzle, Nikki? And pink petals jump out of the canvas and fall as Giselle moves her brush. And the sea under Nikki becomes clear, and the endless darkness searches back to drag her down with it. This world is headed towards destruction. And do you want to save it? I. The abyss and the darkness are also part of the ocean of memories. Are you afraid? Will you end up there too? The petal suddenly rise and Nikki is wrapped in blinding light. She opens her eyes and sees the sunlight shining through the gap in the curtains, and it's like late afternoon. Teresita, Momo, I just had a dream about Yishao. Yishao, why her? I don't know, she said that the abyss is also part of the ocean of memories. But what does it all mean? And Momo, I want to go back to the Ark. Marina, and we're back. Nikki, you've been gone for way too long. Anne's being holed up in the lab and I'm really bored. It's good that you're here. I have news for you. And Nikki pats Marina on the head and turns to Anne. And what news? Is it about the manuscript? Do you remember the mirror that resonated with the manuscript? It was before you left for Cloudcrest. The one without a designer's personality. Last night, a red petal fell from it. Nikki thinks about the dream she had. Is it just out trying to tell her something? And I can feel the ocean of memories and the power of the sun's reflection whenever it appears. And maybe we'll find clues about the manuscript at the ocean of memories. And we follow the petals and found this. And Anne takes Nikki to a dim mirror with cracks on it. A familiar figure appears in the mirror, black hair, red eyes, a monocle, and a black tuxedo. Sebastian Michaels, who jumped worlds. This was the attendant in black behind Lilith during her speech, and Nikki realizes that she has seen him at the auction. Benjamin. And you know him? Yes, but how? He was killed by a bullet at the auction in London right in front of me. And could it be that he's still alive? Or that he faked his death? I think you witnessed a fake death, or that he was revived by darkness of the ocean of memories. Well, usually a bullet is not enough to kill a demon. Heck, a demon. Well, it depends on culture for culture whether you can or cannot kill a demon. But as far as Catholics are concerned, you can only like exorcise them. But like in Japan, you can kill demons. But you need like a very powerful sword or something. Revive, what is he? He is called Nightbane, and he's not human. He was born in the abyss of the ocean of memories. Aeon thinks about how he wants to explain this. The ocean of memories is full of human emotions, and from the brightest joy to the darkest desire. And they accumulate under the sea and form the abyss where Nightbane was born, and he represents desire and stubbornness. But he was just with Queen Lilith, and suddenly Lilith connects the dots. And Nightbane is Lilith's attendant, and the original crystal was placed on her throne, and then Nightbane put it there. And then Nightbane take the original crystal. Nikki, if Nightbane is in Lilith's royal city, it might become a very dangerous place. No, I have to go back because the second half of the manuscript is there. And I can't back down no matter how dangerous it might be. Oh, God. I'm sorry we can't go with you in these times like this. It's okay, and thank you for the information, and we will be going now. So, can you stay a little longer? And don't pull on my tail. But I want to see your office, Nikki. Can we have a styling battle first and have a Marina's adventure? Like I love that the hairstyle has a little bit of a gradient. The start seeing pink and then it blends to blue at the bottom tips. Alright, let's show front and back. And off we go.
Come on.
Nikki opens a gate of heart and sends ripples across the ocean. And the ripples are not fade, instead becoming vortices, and the aura in the sky flickers restlessly, but no one sees any of it. At the hotel in Nini Royal City. And was this looked suspicious? And an unsigned letter sits on her desk, and it was not there when they left the room. Be careful. Sensitive, and I got it. And Nikki picks the envelope, but loud cheers break out before she can open it. And what's going on? Let's find out. The street is full of people cheering and waving flags and portraits of Lilith. And looks like she won another term. And every radio station is talking about Lilith's victory, and majestic symphonies are played throughout the speaker in the city. And the citizens dance and chant Lilith's name as if calling out to a goddess. And please bring the near into a new era, your majesty, and everything for Lilith. And long live Lilith. And crimson roses grow from the spaces between the brick walls as white moths weave through the crowd. And the stars shine upon the fervent crowd, which looks eerily harmonious with the roses and the moths. This is terrifying. Are they out of their minds? Nikki, perhaps losing herself in the moment, opens the envelope, and it's an invitation to the Queen's coronation ceremony. A wild rose blooms in the letter next to Nikki's name. Don't go. It's a trap. This is a trap set by Nightbane. But this invitation may not be a choice. It might be a declaration, a final warning. And Nikki clutches the letter tightly, and it crumbles in her hand. And Nikki, are you afraid? And Nikki looks up in the evening sky. No, I'm fine. I'll keep going no matter what happens next. Teresita and I will be here for you too. The white clouds easily cover the moon, like a pair of mesmerizing hands covering someone's eyes. And Lilith sits on top of the throne in the royal palace, and a brilliant crystal shining behind her. A tall attendant kneels before the queen like a devout believer. I will do everything to realize your wishes, my lady. Lily opens her beautiful mouth, but empty eyes like a delicate doll with an abyss reflected in her pupils. She parts her crystal lips, and a sweet words echo through the empty halls. The flower of desire is rooted deep in my soul. Red petals fall and form a gorgeous carpet under her favorite supporters, and the scene is set and the actors are ready to go. In robes and military uniform, leather shoes, and combat boots, they will all be on the stage together. It is known and the beautiful flowers in the near sway in the wind. But Nikki doesn't notice any of it because something is on her mind. And that's the restaurant Giselle mentioned, and her soul is here too. And Momo points to the restaurant ahead. Nikki opens the door and sees a large group of armed mercenaries who all turn to stare at Momo and Nikki. And Giselle picks up from the crowd. Yeah, Giselle, Zoe. And Zoe is sitting in the middle of the group. Long time no see, Nikki. And Nikki wants to greet them, but senses something isn't right. And the justiciars are taking up most of the tables in the restaurant, and the other diners and staff are farther away. And what are you doing here? I think we're here for lunch, and it's perfectly harmless. It's not allowed to say that a luxury heavily armed soldiers can like sit down to have brunch. But then again, this is near we're talking about, and I guess they're not pretty enough to gather together. It's always Nikki to sit down with them. I heard you got the manuscript from Mercury. And Nikki nods. I am sad I wasn't there to see the look on his face, and that would have been fun. And why are you here, Zoe? We're hired mercenaries and go wherever there's a job. And not to mention, just about every faction is here to witness the election. You probably felt how strange it is. And so he looks at Nikki. And it was pretty ridiculous, and she's pretty, but not 80% of the votes pretty, and second place only received 8 votes. And if you ask me, I think the queen needs to have a dominating aura like Zoe here. Am I right, Colonel? And Colonel shoots Giselle a glance. And how can you talk about Her Majesty like that? And the restaurant owner and the near diners are not happy with what Giselle said, and some are ready to go to throw the table. And you could cut tension in the room with a knife. We're just talking about the styling between the Queen's design styles and our commanders. And Giselle tries to defuse the situation. And why don't we have a styling battle now? And how about strengths of sexiness? Cornelio, are you in? Alright, let's put on a nice, pretty dress. A pretty dress, or this one. How's this one look? Oh, this is like a nightgown, like something you put on, like a type of pajama. This one looks very nice. Nice little purple outfit. It's more like purple bluish. And oh yeah, this so that it matches the same heel of it. And now the makeup. And now for the accessories. But she already had now put on a bracelet and stuff. That's too much. Oh, yeah, the butterfly one. I got like silly little demon wings or bat wings. Alright, let's go front and back and off we go.
This time I'll change the ruined future.
After saying goodbye to the Justicia, Momo wants to buy some near specialties. I have to get the most delicious ones today. And they come to the mall and see lots of boxes piled out with workers trying to move them. And how come there are no customers today? Are they open? Excuse me, are you open today? I'm sorry, we had a lot of shoppers in the last couple of days and everything is sold out at the moment. Huh. And Mom was about to cry, and Nikki spots the packaging on some of the boxes that look different from the traditional linear design. And where did these come from? And pigeon. And pigeon. Oh. Linear doesn't really support industries like this, so a lot of goods were produced in pigeons. And this looks like the logo of the Mercury Group. Yes, they actually supply quite a few merchants in Linear. And Lawrence and Mercury is here on Linear too. And Nikki looks up and sees a full head of curly hair behind some of the boxes. It's that vulture. And where? I can't see anything. And Momo gets on his tippy toes, but he's still not tall enough to see what's on the other side. A man walks out from behind the boxes and Momo straightens his neck. It really is Vulture. And Nikki takes a step back immediately and thinks of a way to deal with a possible attack. But Vulture quickly looks away as if he didn't even see Nikki, and he says a few things to someone next to him and leaves. What's his deal? Is he afraid of us now? Well, that's mind control for you. He should know that we have the manuscript, and why didn't he attack us? It could be something more important. And what could be more important than the manuscript to Mercury? And maybe the original crystal? And the clerk sees Nikki and Momo are still here and approaches them. And we're sorry that you weren't able to find what you wanted and perhaps tried the pedestrian zone. And Momo lightens up. And there's a lot of small shops in here and the pedestrian zone with unique looking buildings that show the culture of Nier. Nikki, you look very eager, so let's go. And let's change into something more casual like that passenger by outfit. Nice, something casual-ish. And it is.
How about putting on another necklace?
That looks casual, right? Alright. Maybe something blue instead. I don't think I have a blue. Well, this is the closest blue I have to the top. And then okay, now let's go. That's crazy. Trying to be casual-ish. And now let's find a decent purse to complete the look. Alright, this is nice. Oh, that's still amazing. Some head stuff.
Every
And off we
battle
go.
I'm in,
Every flower wills except for one that never does, and no flower is as beautiful as she is, our queen. And may her beauty be eternal. May her beauty be eternal. Wow, that's an unrealistic beauty expectation. The actors stand in line and bow at the end of the performance, and the red curtain is slowly closes to a long applause. And Nikki and Momo are in the audience, and Shinji, the leader of the troupe, wasn't on the stage. And what happened? And Nikki is still thinking about the lines at the end. Every flower wills except for one that never does. And that must have been about Lilith, huh? Right. And where is Shinji? And I heard he's only gonna be on stage during the final show, but he should be in town already. And the curtain opens again to display a plethora of costumes. To celebrate the upcoming festivities in the near, the Neverfall Troupe will be showing our recent costumes to everyone. And every costume glows like gold under the lightning. And while they look beautiful, and Ania takes Momo closer to the stage. Hi, how may I help you? Is Shinji over here today? He's here, been very busy and had to turn down invitation from the new TV shows, and I heard he's working on something big. Oh, and what could be so big? That I had no idea. And the star looks flustered, so Nikki doesn't ask any more questions. And they just this here, the Neverfall Troupe and that vulture. They're all in the near Royal City. Is something happening? Please change it to something similar and enjoy your costume show. But remember, Neverfall Troupe is on Cloud Crest, so like we gotta use like kimonos and stuff.
I want to travel to the southern realm of Cloud in this dress. Let's go together next time. legendary token.
Alright, let's show front and back of the dress.
Trust me.
Nikki and Momo are on the streets of the near after checking out the Never Fall Truth costumes. Nikki, I knew you'd be here. Nikki hears someone calling her name and sees Vivian running towards them. And why is everyone we know here? And I know, right? And are you here for the interviews about the elections? There's nothing useful. Everyone just said Lily is the most beautiful candidate. I know someone who's been campaigning for Lilith, and maybe she knows something. Lolori, excellent. Lolori finds somewhere quiet in the building for the interview. And are we interrupting? And Lolori smiles and shakes her head and then looks at Vivian. The interview has started and Nikki and Momo are waiting by Lolori's desk. And Lowen told Tukas here last time. And I wonder what he's up to and haven't seen him for a few days. And he said he's here for the original quest, but it's probably someone related to Lolori. And I wonder how these two things are connected. And as that man, they're holding a large stack of documents bumped into Lolori's desk, and some of the documents on her desk fall. And he's still holding his own stack and can't exactly put it down. And don't worry, I got it. And Nikki and Momo pick up the papers from the floor and put them back on the desk. And Nikki notices a piece of paper showing the patrol route of Ninier's cavalry. And what is this doing in the middle of the stack of the election-related documents? Is this part of her job too? And Nikki also finds it strange. And she bumped into too many people she knew, and the factions are in a strange web that stretches in every corner of Ninier. And what role do Lowen and Lolori play? Nikki, I'm done. Shall we go? And Nikki hurries and hides the map under some of the document and puts the entire stack back on the desk. Nikki, huh? And thank you for organizing my documents. And Lori flashes her a signature smile and looks like she didn't notice anything. Oh, thank you for looking at my super important secret documents, but don't worry, we're cool. I'll pretend not to have noticed for now. Nikki's distracted, almost doesn't notice Lolori fixing her collar for her. We need to make sure we look our best at all times, Nikki. Our lives depends on it in the kingdom of Ninier. We all have to be 10, but God help us if we try to be an 11. Only Lilith is allowed to be an 11. Oh, this one is fun. Yeah, it's a very pretty dress. Let's see if we have. I think that will do. Okay, now let's. And now the makeup. Like you get a lot of the like you get most of the makeup stuff from like the group activities in Shiny Nikki that you can join a group once you reach certain level. Alright, that looks about right. Let's show front and back.
I see the causes of the world with my eyes.
Baby assigned as soon as they yes at the TV station. And was the interview not very good? Vivian shakes her head and flips through her notebook. The TV station just sums up what everyone else is saying, so there's nothing new. It looks like there won't be anything interesting to write about. However, before she finishes talking, they hear a commotion up ahead, and there's a crowd with someone in the middle. You're so ugly, and why don't you just stay home? And how can someone as ugly as you talk about the queen? Through the grass in the crowd, Nikki sees a girl with visible scars on her face sitting on the ground. Is that Paisley? Maybe the words of the crowd really hurt her, and Paisley suddenly looks up and screams. And she's an imposter, and I was the star heaven swan. I am the real queen. And the crowd shouts and almost wants to tear her to shreds. And how can you say something like that? And the crowd grows, and more people start bashing Paisley. Paisley gets even more emotional, and this is spiraling out of control. Do something with your styling power and calm Paisley down. And I'll do it with you. I think you mean you want to calm like the crowd of jerks. This one has like roses on it. Yeah, and that's the pose that she does when she's like showing off her nail art. Let's see what else do we put on the hairdo. Alright, that's the 5 accessory limit. We can put per styling round, and we're good to go.
Come on, conversation.
But her hair is like very Hatsune Miku like, but purple. Or maybe more, or maybe more Sailor Moon because it's like very open pigtails, or like buns. I forgot. A middle-aged woman pulls Parsley up and carefully leads her away from the crowd into the shadow of a building. Let's offer the queen our most sincere blessing. And Vivian changes the topic to distract the crowd. And to our queen. And the citizens quickly fall into another frenzy and no one even remembers who Parsley was anymore. And thank you so much, Nikki. And you're welcome, and can you write about this? And Vivian shakes her head. And there's nothing interesting about that. Anyway, I need to look for something to write about and keep in touch. So there's nothing interesting about like a bunch of lunatics bullying a girl who had like the guts to talk against like the queen that has a demon for a butler. Mama looks at Nikki after Vivian leaves, and that was really scary. I feel like the citizens are getting a little too enthusiastic, and the praises are more fervent, and the ones they deem not beautiful enough aren't allowed to exist even. Maybe they really do like Lilith. And a gorgeous red petal falls on the pedestrian steps on it. And on a poster farther away, Lilith's smile looks even more dazzling. The election ceremony is like this whole thing up here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna deal with, since the election ceremony is like so long, I think I'm gonna stream that next time. Well, for now, let's just leave this up. Bye bye and God bless. I hope you have fun watching this. Don't forget to give a like and subscribe and whatever. And thank you for watching.